private jet up in the sky. Baby, that's just how I fly. Yeah, I told you one day I'd be living this way. You could have had it all, but you went and dropped the ball. Oh yeah, you could have had it all. Yeah, 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 yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. It's not the fun things. 20K gold rings. Don't need a makeup in my own. I'm dripping icy diamond everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm in the strip clubs, how you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first
Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
It all comes down to this, everyone. The final day for the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge season for EMEA and Turkey. Yesterday, Birthright and Team Falcons punched their tickets for the Challenge Finals, showcasing skill, strategy, and pure determination. Today, the remaining 4 teams will clash out in an all-out battle for the final 2 spots. Can they fix their little mistakes and prove that they have what it takes to stay in the game? The stakes is high and only the strongest can survive. I'm your host Liz, and you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
This is it, everyone. Welcome back to day 5 and the final day of the Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB Challenge season for EMEA and Turkey. The pressure mounts high today, and I'm so happy to be back here at the desk with our lovely casters, Wheezy and Private Dancer.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Private Dancer here for an exciting bit of matches that promise to have a bunch of surprises and just a tiny bit of heartbreak as we greet 2 more teams to move on to the Challenge Finals and say goodbye to 2 others.
That's right, our final day for the Challenge season before opening up the doors for the Challenge Finals. Like Private mentioned, 2 teams will be dropping today. I can't wait to see which way this goes, but nonetheless, it's been an amazing journey.
Yeah, make sure you guys follow us on all our social medias as always, ESL Mobile at X, at Instagram, and at Facebook. And make sure to take a look at all the latest clips in our Discord channel that's going to be Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, make sure to catch up on all of your favorite players, teams that are involved in the Snapdragon, all in one tight little neat place.
Yeah, definitely stay tuned with all the flashy highlights. I mean, yesterday was full of excitement. So many highlights in just those series alone. And like you said, today's the final day, so I'm expecting even more before we close the doors for the Challenge season.
Yeah, and just a reminder, guys, we will have the Mobile Masters in Jakarta, Indonesia in April 7th to 13th. 3 teams will be representing for EMEA region, and respectively for the home team, there's going to be 1 team, and also there's going to be teams representing China, Latam, and APAC. 12 teams will qualify for the Mobile Masters. It's going to be a wild run.
Yeah, super excited about that. So many teams, and especially here, just the teams and what they've been fighting for and fighting tooth and nail to kind of continue on and push through to make it to the next season.
Yeah, as we take a little bit of a recap of what we've seen, EU and MENA fighting it out in their open qualifiers, then their open finals, and then Turkey, the same similar format, 4 open qualifiers, 6 teams from each able to fight it out. And then now here we are in the Challenge season at the very end where the top 4 teams from both regions will be able to participate inside of the Challenge Finals to be able to fight it out yet again. And from there, we'll be able to see who will be able to step on forward from February 8th and 9th into Mobile Masters to fight it out against the world, where all the other regions will blend together for a final engagement.
Yeah, and the teams will be looking at a first prize of $2,200, second prize $1,650, third prize $1,100, and fourth prize $550. Regardless of the prize, it's a great opportunity for all these teams, and they want to do their best to stay in the race.
Yeah, each team looking to carry the banner of their region moving forward. So there's just an immense amount of pride for each and every one of these teams moving forward.
That's right. A lot of regional pride on the line and a little bit of cash to throw in the pot as well. Speaking about the pot, let's take a look at the bracket for Group A and what we've seen so far. GK not able to push on forward, has been knocked out. We got to see so many teams fight it out. Right now, though, the story is going to be about S2G trying to claw their way through the bottom bracket, going up against Papara Supermassive, and Birthright being the first team to be able to qualify for the Challenge Finals out of Group A.
Yeah, EU has already secured their one spot with Birthright, and today we will see Incendio versus Elevate for the lower bracket match where one of the teams will qualify. Now, yesterday we saw Team Falcons take a 3-game win versus Incendio, and they have already officially qualified for the Challenge Finals. Now, Team Falcons is a MENA team and Birthright is an EU team, and today it seems like it's going to be Turkey versus the world. Elevate versus Incendio, and also S2G versus Papara Supermassive. First game of the day, Papara Supermassive versus S2G Esports. Can the Super House from Turkey redeem themselves and fix their little mistakes and push forward? We'll have to find out. Casters, take us into the first series.
Yeah, this one's going to actually be amazing. Both series already have some huge storylines behind them and what it means for both of these teams. But this first one, it's going to be S2G taking on, I want to say, the veteran killers from the first rounds. Papara Supermassive were able to take down a lot of the household names in this tournament, and now looking to possibly do the same to S2G, who are looking to kind of reclaim that glory, get that confidence back up with a win here to move them forward.
Yeah, I mean, Papara Supermassive, they came out swinging, taking down GK, had the additional member on GK with Carvey from Deus Volts, but it did not faze them at all. They were the underdogs, but they showed the world they're ready to play ball, and that's exactly what they did. And today, S2G stepping into this competition, they've had a little bit of a rocky road, right? They got taken down by Birthright in their debut for the challenge season, so now, like Liz mentioned, they've got to redeem themselves. But man, Private, we had the pleasure of casting together yesterday, right? We got to see Papara Supermassive throw off the gloves and go against Birthright. And speak about rocky roads, it was a 3-0 loss and working in Birthright's favor.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is since we're kind of fresh off of the loss of Papara Supermassive, there were some very obvious things that kind of came out there as we're talking about strategy, which is, it's almost kind of like the opposite problem, whereas we see some teams usually can't hold the early game and end up getting steamrolled into the late. Papara Supermassive has a great early game where they get the lead, they get the advantage, but as we get later and later in the game, those little cracks, those little crevices begin to become canyons, and they start making mistakes, and teams like Birthright, who have that discipline, who keep things steady, are able to come back in the late game. We're going to see if they have covered that up or been able to kind of suture some of those cracks, especially going up against a team that has the experience that S2G does.
Yeah, and you talked a little bit about Papara Supermassive and some of the hurdles that they have to jump over before they step into the game, and hopefully last night they got all of those mishaps ironed out to be able to be a little bit more successful today. But for the side of S2G, right, it's a little shaky. We've seen them in MSC, we've seen them in the World Series, and now here we are seeing them again for the challenge season in Snapdragon Pro Series. But they've been having a challenge themselves, a couple of hurdles that they have yet to jump over, falling to Birthright, and it was a 3-2, right? It went the distance all the way to a Game 5, and they were not able to close it out, and we got to see if that's been ironed out. When it comes to S2G, we know the hero pool is there, right? We know they have a deep draft. We know they're three-dimensional when it comes to that. There's no worries about that, but it's some of the in-game decisions that cost them the games. Normally, their average game is almost close to, I'll say, about almost the 20-minute mark, right? So you're talking about a late-game team, but this could work in their favor, as me and you both mentioned. The late game is where Papara Supermassive kind of lacks at.
Yeah, so, and that's the big thing here to see if either of these teams have kind of made some of those adjustments. And I want to say, too, what we saw yesterday, I was super impressed with the hero pools, with the compositions that kind of came out from these teams. We take a look at some of the team head-to-head, average team kills. Yeah, this is from the challenge season. Team average damage dealt. A lot of this going in the favor of S2G Esports. But my points was with the hero pools, there's some great and interesting compositions that can be put out there. What is interesting is the skill that these guys have, even when they are countered, to be able to kind of turn things around and kind of really get that head start that they need. The biggest thing is, especially as we move up to different regions like C, where right from the get-go, right from that early game, it's just all blitz, but it's a controlled blitz. They can catch people out, but their goal is not for the kills. Their goal is to get this kill and see what type of objective it can push for us. And that's, I want to say, where we need to kind of get a little bit more controlled here when it comes to both of these teams, because as you start rolling into the kills, as you continue on getting that confidence, if you're only getting kills, if you're not getting those towers, you're still leaving this huge gap for the enemy team to be able to come back and get the upset on you, as we saw a little bit from yesterday.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? I mean, even when a team has all the elements working in their favor, when they take the neutral objectives, when they're dominating in the early phase, when they take every single turret and still hold on to every single tower, you expect it to be an early finish. You think the game's going to close out at the 13-minute mark, but we're starting to see, at least from the EMEA region, that's not all that it takes, right? Sometimes just having sheer will, having dedication, and just playing some great defense can make the difference. And that's what we've been seeing the story time and time again throughout this challenge season. The only team that was able to kind of upset that statement was Birthright yesterday in their final game up against Papara Supermassive. But speaking of games, here we are jumping into the first draft for our first match, the cider match of Group A, to decide who's going to be moving on forward into the challenge finals. Papara Supermassive up against S2G Esports.
The big things I'm kind of going to be watching out for those of you who may just be joining us in EU, is that there has been a huge priority in with some of these games when it comes to Bedang. He has found a little place. I know a lot of the casters are not convinced of his usefulness in the roam position. XP, he seems to be doing all right, especially when it comes to countering certain heroes, like the diving capability of like a Hylos who lays on that glorious pathway. Bedang can come in there, kind of get that fist crack to be able to create that distance between the invade and his back line. So there are some potential, I want to say, benefits of it. It's just that sometimes I want to say a lot of us feel like there might be some better options, but it's working here and it has been prioritized a lot of the time. As I mentioned, the Hylos engagement, Hylos taken off of the map for Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, it's been focused. I mean, even first pick in the draft sometimes with Bedang, which I still think is wild. But we'll be able to see that today, how prioritized it'll be between these two amazing powerhouses from Turkey. Now, speaking of that, this is two powerhouses from Turkey. This isn't Turkey versus Europe. This isn't Turkey versus MENA. This is just pure on a Turkish slaughter. So we'll be able to see these two teams fight it out and see which way it goes. Now, the Mathilda. Me personally, I think it would be a great hero to first pick because you already guarantee the mobility, the sustainability, and then it opens up the window to be able to pick up things like the Phobius, things like the Carry that have a little bit of a problem trying to get back to safety. So could be a decision from Papara Supermassive. Do they go in for the support element or do they go in for more of this Bedang pickup for the first pick, which still is insane. I feel like I never thought I would say that as a caster to first pick Bedang. But we'll have to see what Papara Supermassive throws on the table.
Ooh, I was actually kind of wondering what that last ban was going to be because they took out the Harith, which means that the Granger was probably going to be very prime there. But you don't really want to give that up as a first pick, especially without a counter on the board. So it's going to be answered by Suyu. Very established right now. I believe he's got looks like a 60% win rate and 50% pick rate. So I mean, he's just been one of those standard junglers that is that just always does very well. I've even seen a lot of teams, when it comes to a lot of these engagements, they don't even use Suyu for like the first half because he's off farming, off trying to create a lot of pressure in some of these other lanes. And yeah, there's that priority on the Bedang. Bedang and Valentina scooped up very quickly for S2G Esports.
Yeah, very fast draft from the side of S2G. I mean, yeah, the Bedang, we'll have to see which way it goes. I feel like it's been more effective in the XP lane, but it's still one of those heroes that can be flexed. There goes the Phoveus we mentioned. Do they follow up with the Mathilda to be able to make up for the mobility, or do they try and go in for like the Hylos instead? I think the Mathilda could be a wiser decision, just considering you're going up against a Valentina already, who is going to have that IMU. There goes the Mathilda pickup for the side of Papar Supermassive, so they definitely have the damage checked off the board.
Yeah, that's really interesting to leave open a Phoveus and Matilda. It's just one of those great combos that we've talked about. I know yesterday another great combo that we saw was the Hylos and the Zuxin as well out there. It's just one of those things that it's very hard to deal with. And if you're going to leave it open, there needs to be some type of plan in place. So now I'm wondering, do we go for possibly a marksman and then start banning out marksman on the side of S2G Esports? There's plenty of junglers still available as well. And I want to say, I guess it just kind of, yeah, we're going to go for the jungler. It's going to be the Joy. Win rate is at a 27%, which is really interesting. And this is something I talked about a little bit off screen, is that when it comes to EU, MENA, and Turkey, Joy just does not have that dominance that she does in like C or a lot of other servers. They just, I'm not sure if it's the way people handle Joy, or if just EU has the answers for it all of the time.
I think it's just credits to when we kept seeing the Ayaya pick up that Joy in the mid lane, man, and it just was not working out. I think that definitely tarnished the reputation of Joy in the Snapdragon Pro Series, at least for now. But SCG looks like they're going to right those wrongs here. Now, I do like the Joy pickup, considering that there's not really much to stop the Joy, especially this half in the draft. And this will open up the opportunity for SCG Esports to possibly go in for some of the denials. But no, they're going to go in for the denial on the gold lane instead. But they're kind of limiting themselves as well, because they've got to pick their own.
I was just about to say that. I'm like, they must be super confident in their hero pool, because they've blocked off the entirety of like the marksman of the gold lane, but they haven't even picked up a gold yet either. So they don't have any of these picks for themselves, and I'm not even sure what else is out there. On the side of Papara Supermassive, I feel like we actually have more options, because some of those less mobile marksmen are going to do great with Matilda. Like for one option, Ixia, who usually with that full barrage, you're a sitting duck, but when you have that guiding winds to be able to help you reposition, it's just one of those things that I'm actually kind of questioning where we're going to go here in that gold lane. There's the Beatrix taking off on the side of Papara Supermassive. They're like, we'll match it. Fine. All the marksmen, we'll take them all off the board.
There goes the Irithel pickup. Do we see a Wanwan come out here, or a carry? It's going to be one of the two for the side of Papara Supermassive. We have yet to see the Wanwan. We've seen it banned out a couple of times. I wonder if something they want to sneak in there. If not, maybe expecting the carry, just considering you have this Mathilda to be able to get to safety. So the damage is definitely there. When we're looking at SCG Esports, though, I'm still raising the question, where is this Bedang going? Is it going to be in the roam position? Is it going to be in the XP lane? I mean, it could still work in both. Me personally, like I said, a fan of it inside of the XP lane. But they're going to go in for the Claude as the gold laner for Papara Supermassive.
Well, we don't have any pop-ups to kind of take Claude out of his blazing duet, so there's that. I kind of was leaning more towards the carry, just because, as you mentioned, it's an actual decent counter when it comes to the Joy pickup. You can just use that speedy light wheel. It doesn't matter how fast Joy's dashing around you. There's no skill shots in it. You're just nailing her down. Claude does take a little bit of finesse, especially with a semi-mobile composition that it's going to be going up against. You're going to try to dive into that back line, and you've got a lot of heroes that can basically dive out of the way, and a decent amount of CC that can kind of come out there.
Yeah, it might be a little overkill on the Claude, just because usually you run that when you need the mobility, you need the survivability in the gold lane, but you already checked that off the board with Blotchfed on this Mathilda, so I feel like going in for a little bit more of that damage especially those tankier, those beef shredders, like the carry could have been a little bit better. But I guess Zhao doesn't have to really worry too much because he's running the Claude. He can kind of just be a one-man army. And we know Zhao is an ADC that can definitely get the job done, especially from the series we saw yesterday from Papara Supermassive up against Birthright. Speaking of Papara Supermassive, something that also was a little bit of surprise to me, it wasn't banned out this entire game, and it wasn't picked. The Sicilian that had such a strong force in the series yesterday.
Yeah, it's such a heavy priority, and maybe that's something that they worked on in the off time, is that, all right, dude, we need to get off the Sicilian wagon because it's screwing us up. We can't put all of our cards into this Sicilian ship. We need to be able to be flexible. We need to have something else out there. They have the Vexana, which is interesting because it's something that needs to be a lot closer than Sicilian, especially with a Joy on the team. And they have no real counter for the Joy right now that's going to be able to dive into the back and be able to get that electrifying beat, and that's going to be a whole lot of damage. But Weezy, take us into the first game.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, buckle into your seats as we are about to take flight into the land of Dawn for game number 1 of the decider match for Group A. Papara Supermassive up against S2G Esports in a best of 5.
Yeah, I want to say just narrowly behind is Mohi when it comes to kind of the farming. No real help coming from either of the teams. We take a look at some of the emblems coming out there. Kind of a mix there. We do have some impure rages on the side of Papara Supermassive, so they're going to be looking to kind of keep up that mana when it comes. Oh, and already kind of coming in there. I'm not even sure if they stole that or were able to get that, but it's really interesting to see the aggression coming from S2G.
Yeah, the Impure Rages, they're definitely going to have that extra skill damage as well as that mana. And yeah, like even blend all across the board. Even the Tempo Rain on the Joy is going to help to be able to get those CDR rates down, especially for those non-ultimate skills. So overall, I would feel like it's just kind of standard. Even the Claude running on the Quantum Charge is going to make him more mobile. But we're going to be keeping our eyes on the Mathilda, right? We talked about how strong of a pickup this has been for the challenge season, just to be able to keep the team alive and give you basically a get out of jail free card when things get a little shaky.
Yeah, not just that, but once she goes ahead and gets that Flask of the Oasis, you just have a huge amount of shielding that you can provide for your team. Not just to get out of jail free card, but the amount of shield that she gives her entire team during a lot of these engagements, and an initiation to that back line, which is going to be very interesting to see how well we can kind of latch onto them. Here, starting up on the turtle is Mohi. You can see Pagu and Lunar looking for an angle, but Mohi able to get it without much. But Wasso goes in, not punished for it just yet.
Not punished, and no trade found from SCG Esports. First objective going to Papara Supermassive in a true Papara fashion, similar to their last series where they were dominating over all the early objectives. And we got to see how SCG responds. Are they going to be more reactive on this team or on this match, or are they going to be more proactive? Time will tell, but you are seeing some heavy damage on the top side. Lunar taking some heavy hits from Wasa on the Phobius.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be backed up there from that. And I want to say Gatakacha has such a huge role when it comes to a lot of these team fights. The biggest problem from Papara Supermassive has been the team fights. They do so well during the laning phase when their discipline is able to catch people out in the wild, get those little bits of kills. But with those team fights, I want to say maybe it's like calling out the target, the singular target that they actually need to get to be able to bring people and bring people down and bring those team fights to a close quickly. So we'll see how well they've kind of mastered that. Early game, I mean, this is no surprise to me. So Papara Supermassive, this has been their wheelhouse for the last few series that we've watched. Ooh, a little bit of an engagement there. Pagu goes in. Avatar the Guardian lands onto Mohi, not able to escape. A great first blood there for Kazu of S2G. Circling Eagle comes out, but does not finish. Blotsvet thought twice about continuing that with 3 members of S2G Esports in tow, and now looking to clear out the lane.
All right, that's going to be Kazu picking up that first kill on his side. The jungler for S2G Esports, which is going to help him be a little bit ahead of Mohi, who was the one to fall. The jungler for Papara Supermassive took a little bit of a sneak peek at the items. We saw Zhao picking up that Swift Crossbow as well, so he is going to have a little bit of that attack speed to work in his favor and the adaptive damage from it. it's going to definitely be something you have to watch out for from S2G. Now, I mean, we're already seeing the damage leaderboard and Wasa leading the way on this Phoveus.
Yeah, that's insane too, just because in the XP lane, just the work that he is doing there. Now, gonna go ahead and start on this turtle again. Oh, look at Wasso just in the back line. And there goes the fist crack too. A lot of damage there. Mohi's still able to pick up the turtle. And are they gonna be able to punish Wasso in the back with that demonic force? He's able to escape with the help and assistance of his team. And this is the synergy that I love to see from a team. Ooh, Mohi goes in on a Siggy Bump's gonna have to go to the safety of his tower. In comes Lunar from the back looking for support. Are they gonna be able to zone out to get this tower? It doesn't look like they will be able to. Speaking of which, Mohi goes in, puts some damage on the Siggy Bump, is not able to finish the job. And now putting more damage, 50%, circling Eagle onto Pagu. Is it gonna be able to do any difference? No, it does zone out S2G Esports for them to be able to get this tower. And what a push by Papara Supermassive. Eyes on the prize.
Blotsvet being that net you can't swap away, and just doing a great job on his positioning with the guiding winds to keep his team alive. And the aggressiveness, the sustainability, too much for S2G Esports to handle, and they lose that turret. You're going to see that Starlium Scythe get picked up over there by Kazu, trying to get some additional damage on his side. Corrosion Scythe now picked up over there by Xiao as well.
Oh man, and then look at Wasa with the demonic force, and right behind him, Blotsvet always available with the guiding winds to make sure that he does have himself an escape. We were talking about this combination. Matilda and Phoveus is just a huge thing to be reckoned with when you have taken away one of Phoveus's biggest hurdles, which is being able to leave a fight once he started it.
Yeah, and with that Starlium Scythe, like we mentioned, on Causeway, at least he'll be a little bit of that one-man army with the magic power, hybrid lifesteal, and the regen of his mana. Hunter Strike did just get picked up by Mohi, so now he's going to have a little bit of that pin and a little bit of that mobility to work in his favor.
Ooh, another Wasa goes in again with some demonic force on the Pagu. Fist crack is onto him, not doing enough damage. Here comes the blazing duet trying to put some damage on to the entirety of the team. Kazu's gonna have to run away. S2G Esports needs to look for an out. Wasso in trouble, so low, but just the value that you get with having Blotsvet on that Matilda. He has himself an escape, he's able to back up, and you've got S2G Esports who are very low, not able to contest yet another objective.
Yeah, off to a little bit of a hard start. That fist break trapping him in his place. Very close call. Right now, though, 1-1 on the scoreboard. Even in kills, but not even in the economy. 3,500 lead in gold for Papara Supermassive. Translating over to their items. Glowing Wand picked up over there from After Dark is going to have that hybrid life, or it's going to have that life bane as well to be able to cut the sustainability. Right now, S2G need to find a way to even out these objectives, need to find a trade and fast.
Yeah, and I want to say Mohi's about 2K up onto Kazu. Ooh, the deal of an Avatar, the Guardian goes in there circling Eagle as well, and he gets shredded down to nothing. They do protect the tower, but they do lose a member on the way there. But as I was saying, when it comes to junglers, Kazu, I mean, Joy, usually a very early game jungler, and right now sitting at 2K under Mohi right now. So they are just doing a good job of being able to shut him down. Now coming in onto the, going to be in the breaking through that first mid tower. That's going to open up this map, and S2G Esports is running out of places that they can back up to from some of these fights.
Yeah, but at least S2G was able to find the turret on the bot side. So now we're starting to see a little bit of trades when it comes to these objectives, which is what you need to be able to kind of come back. Fist break.
Yeah, and the big Avatar the Guardian does pump everybody up into the air. Kazu comes in, electrifying beats may have been a little lackadaisical there. They are jumping onto Sensei. He's gonna have to use that flicker. Circling Eagle is out, but Blotsvet decides not to go against it. He's gonna go ahead, try to support Mohi to get this purple buff of the enemy. Lunar is there looking for the angle, and I believe, yeah, Mohi was able to pick it up with the retry.
Yeah, 2-3 turret in the mid lane will fall, which means invasions can happen from Papara Supermassive. S2G definitely needing to be wary of that. Lord spawned in. Zhao wasting no time on this Claude. Will deal some damage. And Papara Supermassive with the zoners, but Lunar and Pagu looking for a possible counterplay.
Yeah, and I feel just like right now, this is where kind of the usefulness and where kind of our hesitation with the Bedang comes in. He's been able to come in. He's been able to get those fist cracks. He's gotten the ults down, but it's had little to no effect on the team when it comes to some of these engagements. It's not really, I feel like it doesn't really have the damage that it needs to really be having this huge effect on some of these engagements and things like that. And especially when it's Wasau, who they're trying to do. He's so tanky right now. Now pushing our way to the bottom tower. Sigibum in trouble as Blotsfet here to cover his teammate, and another tower goes down on the side of S2G Esports. Matt.
Yeah, Papara Supermassive inching their way up to the base of S2G Esports, still forced on the defense, and now the siege for the tier 2 in the mid lane on the way.
Yeah, and you do see a little bit of a fight in there. Lunar and Pagu, Sigibum trying to protect this tower right now. They do take down the minions. Great focus from them there. But man, you got the Lord coming at the bottom, and just a great amount of minions from all sides. Down at the bottom, you can see Sigibum there trying to lay down the damage with that heavy crossbow. Is able to take down the Lord, but they lose another mid tower. That's going to leave them to almost just high grounds. One more tower up at the top to go, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and start blitzing into that. In comes Kazu, putting on the damage, and almost got taken out there. Zhao going to be putting the last touches onto that top tower.
7,000 gold lead for Papara Supermassive. S2G forced down to their base with their inhibitor turrets. Blade of Despair picked up from Mohi for some high physical damage as well. And you're looking at Claude already picking up the core Trinity, having the Corrosion Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, and Golden Staff to work at his disposal. Should be able to shred anybody on S2G Esports with the Blazing Duet if they're not careful. So definitely don't want to take that damage lightly. Not to mention, he's ahead of Sigibum in that gold department by 1,200 gold. Sigibum picking up the Berserker's Fury for the crit, and also has the Hawk's Claws to sustain himself, but definitely needs to watch out for the damage.
Oh, as I was talking about the ineffectiveness of that fist crack, they go in and take down Blotsfet so quickly. But that was, I want to say, the entirety of the team. So now they're going to have to back up. They don't have that assurance of the Matilda, and very wisely, Papara Supermassive back up. However, we're starting to hit that point. We're starting to hit that turnaround point where we're out of the laning phase, where we're starting to get into the centric of team fights. And this is where Papara Supermassive have begun to show those weaknesses in the past. Now we're going to see if they've cleaned up some of those holes in their gameplay.
That's right. This is some of the questions we raised in the beginning of this match. Just what does Papara Supermassive go from here, right? When you have the team forced to their base with their inhibitor turrets, this is where we start to see a lot of mistakes come out from Papara in terms of closing out the game. We got to see the Malefic gun picked up from Sigibum, so he's now going to have that extended range on this Irithel. Now, Papara Supermassive shifting their focus over to this Lord, having some great zonage, but S2G Esports, they don't look like they're going to give it up without a fight.
Yeah, you can see Lunar sitting there waiting. Avatar the Guardian comes out, but misses wide. He's going to be taken down very quickly. And now continuing on the back end, Wasau doing Wasau things with that demonic force. Blazing Duet into the back line. Down goes Sigibum. The rest are getting chased. Mohi finds a kill onto Pagu. That is 3 kills for Papara Supermassive plus a Lord. They have cleaned up parts of that game, and here is where it all matters. This final pushes onto the core, onto these high ground towers to see if they can keep up the pace where they have failed so many times before.
Yeah, the red carpet being rolled out for Papara Supermassive, and the base wide open for the claiming.
Yeah, we do have a circling eagle, goes out, down goes Kazu, another one onto Lunar, 50%, 10%, and what a decisive game for Papara Supermassive, a victory in game 1.
A major victory and a total difference from what we've seen in yesterday's matches. Papara Supermassive not only dominating in the early phase, but also able to close it out with an early finish. Talk about eyes on the prize, talk about focusing on the objective, and a great start for them in their series for the decider match.
Yeah, man, I just what a different from start to finish here. It was all a Papara Supermassive. They did exactly what needed to be done. Especially, I was definitely looking through the later part of that game. I wanted to see what type of mistakes we had out there. The only real one I saw was maybe Blotsvet got a little too eager on that Matilda. Did get caught, but it didn't cost him. There wasn't a Lord ready just yet, so it wasn't a huge a detriment to the team. Here, MVP Wausau, only 2 kills, but it doesn't tell the story of what he was able to do for a lot of these objectives, holding the entirety of S2G at a distance, which allowed Mohi the time he needed to very easily grab all these turtles, all of these lords, and then with the help of Blotsvet, find himself an escape.
Yeah, just a really great game for the entire team of Papara Supermassive. Blotsvet on this Mathilda, the sustainability is just so hard to handle. We got to see a little bit of that showcasing on the bot side when they sieged the first turret in the gold lane. I mean, there was just nothing SGG could do to stop them. The proxying of the lanes, the rotations from After Dark and Blotsvet, the tank made synergy, just able to out-rotate STG in a lot of these plays, which led to an early finish.
Yeah, as we see from some of these highlights, man, just Wausau just having such a great game. Even with the Avatar, the Guardian coming down, they were so ready. And I want to say maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. Here's where Blotsvet actually went down. But I want to say a lot of these Avatar, the Guardians, kind of just going out willy-nilly with no follow-up from the rest of the team. And that allowed, that got Lunar killed. And then it started these domino rolls of Papara Supermassive able to push into enemy base and get a very clean, very quick closure of this game.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collective is the way Papara Supermassive is moving through this series. Wasa on this Phoveus, who really profited, especially having Blotsvet on this Mathilda, allowed him to rush in and deal the damage necessary to provide the objectives into the hands of Papara Supermassive. And you know, this is what happens when you allow that Mathilda to walk through. You allow these heavy hitters who usually don't get the chance to shine, create an MVP situation. So stepping into game number 2, what are we saying? What are we thinking? Are we thinking this is maybe the draft that costed S2G?
Yeah, Matilda's going to have to be one of those prioritizations. I kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday. There's a reason I'm not a drafter, because I can get a little tunnel visioned, and maybe that's what happened, is that we got kind of tunnel visioned on certain picks, and then we allowed some of these very daunting ones, especially a support like Matilda, who's just had such a great win rate, had such impacts on so many compositions. But another thing about that last match is the kills. There was barely the kills barely went into 2 digits, and with Papara Supermassive still being able to use every little thing they did to be able to get an objective, get towers, and a lot of times with a lot of these pushes, they didn't even get kills. They just used the overwhelming ability from their composition to be able to push back S2G to be able to get a lot of these towers. So I mean, it's a huge difference between what we saw.
And it was proactive and reactive, right? And definitely reactive was the side of S2G. And I noticed that too. There's just not too many situations where they were able to rush in and get the denial plays. It was almost as if like they just knew, if we went in right now, we can't handle all these elements that Papara Supermassive has on their side, especially with the sustainability from this Mathilda and the damage from the Phoveus.
Yeah, and the difference is, I want to say, both kind of had sort of the same plan, where Wausau was going to go in with the Demonic Force. You were going to have a Lunar try to go in with the Gadakacha, but the difference is, when Gadakacha went in, S2G seemed either too far away or unable to really be able to follow up a lot of the time. I want to say it was like 50-50%. There was 50% of the times they were able to come in and actually find the closure. We saw some on Kazoo, and then another 50% of the times he was just so far away from the team and they weren't able to help, and that just kind of got that steam ball rolling for the team. We're gonna see if there's any kind of differences here, and what do we think that S2G need to clean up for this next match?
Well, you know, if I'm specifically looking at Papara Supermassive's draft, they had a Mathilda, but they didn't really have much setup, right? They didn't have somebody that was heavily oriented on crowd control, which means they were just being aggressive. They were just rushing in, dishing out pure damage and just hoping that they could win those trades, and they did. It worked in their favor. So I would say maybe even going in for maybe some additional crowd control, maybe something that can stop them and have a hard punish when they are aggressive could be a possible answer. The second thing is you got to ban the Mathilda, man. You just can't let that walk. Just the sustainability is too much to handle, because even if they do go for the crowd control aspect to try and counteract it, I mean, crowd control can still go over to the side of Papara Supermassive as well with the Mathilda. You just put somebody with crowd control in the mid lane or the XP, and then now it's going to be the same problem all over again. So I think the wisest decision, and there it goes on the board, is banning the Mathilda.
Yeah, for me, it's just kind of funny to imagine how the draft kind of went out. The first picks come out, and they're like, boom, badang, high fives everywhere. Like, bro, we got badang, woo! Enemy team picks up Matilda and Phoveus, and it's like, oh. So maybe a little bit of a change when it comes to the prioritization. Does feel like there's a lot of prio when it comes to some of the picks that S2G had. They're going to take Joy off of the field as well. Papara Supermassive elect to take Zooxton off of the board. And I'm assuming Hylos, we saw that from a ban from the last game, especially with how that last series went and how much of an effect that Hylos had for a team as a frontliner. So we'll see if that's going to be another one that's going to be taken off.
Yeah, and this time around, S2G Esports is going to be on the blue side, Papara Supermassive on the red. Now, when it was flipped the other way around, you mentioned the Hylos being banned out. We also have been seeing the Eve being focused in the bans in the challenge season on the first side, specifically for the blue. But I don't see it banned out this time around, so I wonder if it's going to be picked up from either side. I've been wondering just how effective this Eve has been with the new meta, but no, there goes the Eve. Not going to be able to allow that one to walk here. STG is going to ban this out.
It's so interesting. We don't get so many. Ooh, they're going to have a last Harith ban, which is going to open up Granger for S2G Esports. And I'm wondering what the answer is, because they have to know Granger's going to be picked up first. What is the answer going to be for Papara Supermassive for that Granger? Are we just immediately going to go with the Irithel pickup?
The Mathilda. It's still walked.
Oh. No, it's not. It's the first ban, remember?
Oh, it is the first ban. Okay, I was about to say, dude, I was about to lose it. Okay, Granger is picked up, so they already have the solidified gold lane. Definitely going to be a winning matchup there. The Hayabusa picked up from Papara Supermassive. There is still a Hilda on the table. Do we see S2D trying to go in for the hard counter?
I knew that was coming. I was about to say, do we need a marksman? Do we need a roam? Do we need an XP? Who can counter Granger? I've got an idea. It's going to be Badang. So Badang picked up there, and this kind of opens up. Do we get Hilda and Gatakacha? Oh, we have Hylos taken out there, which will most likely fit out the roam position. S2G Esports going for the Fanny, maybe trying to throw some of that what we saw yesterday from TNZ on that Fanny. Maybe some, we're going to see how well it works here as well, because a Fanny, TNZ had some great skill on it. I want to say, like, that is the Fanny you want to see, despite any type of counters, how well he did on it. We're going to see if Kazoo can kind of hold up his end of the bargain when it comes to that Fanny.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it plays out. Considering, I mean, technically a lot of people are saying that the Badang can counter the Fanny, especially with the fist break, but I don't know how easily that can be pulled off. But you are going to see the Valentina picked up from the side of Papara Supermassive. Not too sure how I feel about it just yet. I guess it's okay because you have the Hylos on the other side, so now you have a glorious pathway of your own. So I guess it's okay. I guess it works. But nonetheless, there you are seeing two assassins going up against each other, right? We're not really seeing too much of a hard punish from anybody invading to the buffs. So that should probably be the next focus from either side. It's a little riskier for Papara Supermassive to pick up a Hilda, considering they do have this Badang. I feel like maybe going for something with some additional crowd control like the Katat should be an option for them, which opens the door for S2G to be the one to pick up the Hilda in the XP lane.
Yeah, interesting enough too, because Hilda does kind of lack when there's a decent amount of CC on the enemy team. But if you get Hilda and you start using her and you want to use Badang to counter the Hilda, I feel like you're going to start putting Badang into that roam position where he just doesn't really shine. I mean, I don't feel like he shines too much in the XP, but even worse when it comes to the roam position when that's your only. Yeah, and he is going to be going into the roam position here. XP lane's going to be taken up by Phoveus for Papara Supermassive.
Okay, I get it. They have the Valentina, so you have the Glorious Pathway. I mean, you don't have a Mathilda, but you still have some mobility on your side to be able to get back to safety. And I mean, the MVP was Wasa on the Phoveus for game number 1, so definitely something that he is comfortable on. Now, for SUG Esports, I still think this opens up the opportunity for this Hilda play to be able to counteract this Hayabusa. I don't think it'll be the worst trade-off going up against the Phoveus, considering you can just run in the bush, get some regen. I wonder what they do with this, though, right? They already have some decent crowd control from the Hylos and mobility. Do they wrap it up with the Katat? Do they pick that up to be... Oh, no, they're going to go in for this CC instead.
Ooh, not just a CC, but an Aurora, which is going to be a huge punishment for Blotzfet when he tries to go in for that demonic force. And this is something I was going to kind of comment on. Papara Supermassive need to understand, especially for this Phoveus. Hopefully they go into this game understanding they're not going to have the same type of success as they did with the last game, where Phoveus had that guiding winds to get him out of harm's way. I think the plan here is to take that the Glorious Pathway as soon as Phoveus goes in, lay down that Glorious Pathway so he's got himself a little bit of healing, but the backup, the follow-up from Papara Supermassive needs to be on point, more than it was in the last game, just because we're not going to have that escape for him.
Yeah, now we're seeing the final pickup, the Bruno from the side of Papara Supermassive. Both sides are locked in and moments away from stepping into game number 2. The Bruno, who was once the most dominant gold laner in the MLBB competitive scene, now replaced by the Granger, and today getting to see them both face it out. We'll have to see which way this goes, but right now, Papara Supermassive in the lead against S2G. A great performance so far, creating the opportunity in the early game and closing it out with the early finish. Do we see S2G sealing those cracks and finding a way to even out this series?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. Weezy, why don't you go ahead and take us into this amazing game 2?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, jumping into Land of Dawn yet again for match number 2 of the Decider Match Group A. S2G Esports fighting it out against Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, for me, the interesting thing here is going to be how we kind of coexist. I honestly kind of want to see how this Fanny does. I might be holding a super high bar that was set yesterday from Tienzi's Fanny, who was basically, I mean, the team wasn't doing bad, but the Fanny, Tienzi, was just doing amazing on it, even able to steal a Lord from 4 members of the opposite team. They ended up losing that match, but it just kind of shows that skill level that they have. When it comes to some of the, already starting to get advantage in the enemy jungle. Lunar able to steal some of Mohi's camps there, as they are really kind of setting the tone here. Wasa's actually going to have to come down here to help to offset. In comes Kazu on the Fanny. Actually got picked up a little there, putting some damage onto Wasa. Gets dragged away just a bit there, and no kills just yet.
Yeah, no kills just yet, but definitely a close call. I've seen a lot of aggressive plays from the side of S2G, who was very reactive in game number 1, but with the Fanny on their side, should be able to have a little bit more of a push and match the early game momentum from Papara Supermassive. Right now, when we're looking at the emblems, Impure Rage on Kazue as well, to be able to have a little bit more of that damage as he does go in. And you're seeing the Warcry over there for the Hayabusa to have some additional damage for those attacks. So we'll see which way this plays out. I'm still going to be keeping a close eye on Zhao and Sigibum in the gold lane. As we mentioned, this is the Granger up against the Bruno. The Bruno, who took a little bit of a hit when it comes to range, and then also the Malefic Gun with the nerf is going to be a little bit of a double whammy not working in his favor.
Well, the interesting thing here is that Zhao, especially on that Bruno, you're probably going to be looking at him to pick up some type of sustain to kind of keep him in his lane, while Siggybone's just going to be able to go into like raw damage that he's going to want to do so. And that's what kind of makes Granger so powerful right now, is that he can just go with raw damage. He doesn't need sustain because he's got a lot of escape when it comes to his dashes. Now laying some damage onto Sensei from Blotsfet there is going to be taken away. We're still looking for both of these teams, who neither one really have an answer to hold the turtle just yet, especially because you're talking about two junglers who are assassins who want to like dive in, grab the retry, and then get out. You do see Pagu coming on the way now, so we do have a little bit of sustain there, that tankiness from the Hylos. Wasau from the back end looking for an angle to get in. Doesn't look like they have it just yet. 50% on this turtle. After Dark coming from the back. Glorious Pathway is out. They're going to land on a Blotsfet. We do have the Frigid Glacier comes out, but Kazu still able to pick up the turtle, and a kill for the side of S2G Esports.
Hey, he heard you hyping up his fanny, man, and now he's ready to take off. That's all he needed to be able to get this turtle and start paving the way for the early game.
Oh, and Sensei with that passive, able to withstand the shadow kill coming from Mohi. Fist crack is out. Pagu in trouble, does have that healing ability. Siggybum there for the backup, laying down that suppressive fire and a tower now. Waso really having some trouble. They've definitely found the counter when it comes to being able to kind of withstand and push back this Phobius.
Hey, you can't outplay the Sensei. The Pride of Ice keeping him alive even through the Ouija shadow kill. Definitely a close call, though. First blood, speaking of Sensei, he was the one to pick that up, taking down Wasa on his signature Phobius. So you mentioned this in the draft, right? You said, hey, they have the Phobius, but wait a second, there's an Aurora on the other side. That's a direct hard counter, and that's something that Wasa has to think about every time he decides to engage.
Yeah, and you're kind of looking, you're kind of hoping that that's going to go out. And the one thing though is I saw the Frigid Glacier come out, the IMU Frigid Glacier coming from After Dark from Papara Supermassive immediately after the Glorious Pathway came down. And I'm not even sure if it hit anybody. I feel like it was just kind of reactionary. Oh, as I say that, 3 members of Papara Supermassive caught with the Frigid Glacier. In comes Kazu trying to put on the damage, a little bit of clean up there. Is able to take down Zhao, and I believe Siggybum found himself a kill as well. Here, S2G Esports mounting themselves a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, they're climbing up that ladder, and they don't plan on stopping anytime soon, focusing on these objectives and giving a lot of punish to Par Supermassive. Whoa! And speaking of Par Supermassive, Blotsfet will be next on the chopping block. A 4-0 lead, 3,500 gold ahead of Papara. SCG just dominating on every part of the scene so far. Now, interesting enough, After Dark, he went more for the sustainable Valentina, not the pure damage, right? I mean, he has the Clock of Destiny, or he has the book to be able, the Enchanted Talisman, to be able to have a little bit of that regen, the mana. But he also goes in for the Brave Smite, right? So he's gonna have some regen on those skill hits to be able to work in his favor, to be able to sustain himself in these fights instead of the Impure Rage for the boost in damage.
Yeah, which is going to be very interesting to see here. I just want to comment on that last kill where Kazu was kind of just whipping back and forth. He didn't touch Zhao once, and I was wondering what he was doing there, but he was just giving Zhao the old razzle-dazzle while Siggybum was laying on the damage at that bottom lane. And here, S2G Esports going to claim themselves another tower here. Ooh, Wasau in trouble here. Lunar just putting on the damage. He does have the Demonic Force, decides against using it because they are sitting at about a 4K gold loss at the 630 mark.
Yeah, just a major lead for SCG Esports, able to take the turret on the bot side and the tier 3 on the top, and now a Glorious Pathway for the mid lane.
Yeah, it's been laid out. 2 Glorious Pathways actually out there as Mohi went in for the shadow kill. Actually gets them very low. Not a ton of follow-up coming from his team for that one, but this is going to open it up. A Siggybum now continuing to start clearing out lanes. Wants to keep up those Granger stacks that give him so much more damage and help him steamroll into this mid game.
Ooh, Skypiercer and the Malefic Roar picked up from Siggy Bum. He's going to have the lethality to be able to execute members of Papar Supermassive when they are very low. Execution! Mohi is guilty, and Kazue is the executioner.
Yeah, and as we were looking at some of those items and stuff there, Zhao is actually 2.4K behind Granger. Siggy Bum doing such a great job on the Granger right now. And this is the problem. This is why that early game is so important, to be able to at least hold Granger at bay a little bit. Here, he's not been able to stop him. He's lost his tower, and Siggy Bum is having a run with it, and probably will be at about a 6K or about a 3K gold lead at this point. Already 2 items ahead of Zhao.
Yeah, just a very rough start for game number 2. There goes Kazue. This was the off-screen play on the Mohi. Able to take him down. Just the cable finesse at its finest. 5-0 lead. There's been not a single kill for Papar Supermassive, not a single turret or a single objective. A very different start from game number 1.
Yeah, and this is interesting because I don't know that we've often seen Papara Supermassive not do well in the early game and still be successful. They usually like the comfort, the cushion that early game brings to them, and then like things start falling a little bit apart. Glorious Pathway has been laid down. Wasao gets a stun, is trying to get himself away, has to use his flicker. In comes Kazoo. Siggy Bum finds those final shots, able to take down Wasao. That is a 6-0 lead for S2G Esports with an 8K gold lead.
Yeah, just some great cabling from Kazoo as well. Able to get out just in time before taking the shots from the turret. Speaking of shots, though, Papara taking a lot of them so far in this game, and a little bit more on the way.
Yeah, now we're going to go ahead, put the sieging ability onto that mid tower. In comes the quad shadow from Mohi. Not able to do much here. They're so far behind. They're waiting for a mistake. There's no team fight in the world right now that they're going to be able to win. And I'm not even sure if After Dark is actually able to get the ultimates that they want. Yeah, he hasn't even gotten an ultimate for his IMU here. And what he really wants is going to be that Aurora. But if he's going to be trying to get in tight to find the Aurora, he's going to have to get there to that back line, so probably gonna have to settle with something else, probably like a Glorious Pathway.
Yeah, definitely need to be a little careful right now. An 8,000 gold lead for the side of S2G and forcing Papar Supermassive into their base. And you know, you raise the question, Papar Supermassive, normally we see them ahead, normally we see them dominate in the early game, but little to ever do we see them trailing behind and being the ones that are reactive. And we saw this once, right? This was against Birthright in yesterday's series, the final game, where they were behind in this situation and they were not able to find a comeback. So did they find their composure from last night? Were they able to find maybe a defense strategy and have a possibility to turn this around? Because that snowball is definitely rolling and it's gonna hit their base crystals soon if they're not careful.
There is no amount of composure that really lets you handle a 10K gold deficit. That's going to have to be some Zen-like states that take you to an ethereal plane for you to be able to find the answer here, because basically the enemy is doing everything right and you're waiting for them to make a tiniest little mistake for you to be able to capitalize on. I mean, we say most games are lost at the core, whether it's the enemies or yours. That's where the most mistakes tend to happen. So, I mean, it's not written out just yet, but I don't see S2G Esports losing it just yet.
What? Kazue just fell.
Ooh, yeah, it just fell, and down goes Zhao again. The damage from Siggy Bum more than enough. Paku finds the last hit onto the tower, now trying to put the damage onto Wasao. In comes Kazu, looking for an angle. Oh no, Blotsfed is down, and this is going to be a very quick game. 11 minutes and 30 seconds game. A great reply coming from S2G Esports.
Yeah, it looks like they took some time. The download is finished, and they have installed the plan to take over this series against their competitors, Papar Supermassive. S2G evening up the series 1-1. Man, Private, this is crazy, right? We saw such a domination from Papar Supermassive in game number 1, but game number 2, it's flipped a full 180.
Well, they just had 2 picks that they had zero. Well, actually, 3 picks that they had 0 answers for. Kazue on the Fanny, Siggy Bum on the Granger, and then the CC in the XP lane that absolutely shut down Wasu. Siggy Bum here, you can see MVP with 6 kills there, absolutely dominated his lane. There was nothing that Zhao was going to be able to do. Add that to the pressure that came in with S2G and those very early engagements there as well, and Zhao was just absolutely a sitting duck. Then we're talking about when it comes to Lunar dominating his lane. So you have 2 lanes now where you need to start putting some support, where people need to start leaving their lanes to help you out. So it was just all around. I kind of want to call this a draft difference and a domination for S2G.
It's almost as if was the difference just Kazue on this Fanny? Like, is the Fanny just so overwhelming that it just kind of shakes up an entire team? We'll have to see. Maybe in draft number 3, that's something that can be opted on the ban board. But so far, speaking of the board, a win for the side of S2G to even out this series against Papara Supermassive in a fancy way at that.
They're just, I want to say, if there's just a certain, this is where Kazu was just roaming around with those cables, didn't even hit Zhao once, and then that solo kill onto Mohi as well. Glorious pathway here. Just, I mean, it was at this point, it was pretty much academic. So much damage on the side, and so much, I want to say, gold lead on the side of S2G. Oh my God. Now he's just showing off, trying to get on there with like 15 cables. It didn't even take all of that. But Matt, I want to point something out here. Take it how you want to for this region, but that is 2 losses now in a row that had the Bedang on their side.
That's a good point. I mean, the Bedang not just on their side, but also in the roam position. I still say I feel it's more effective in the XP lane. Speaking of effective, though, Siggy Bum, the gold laner for S2G Esports, running the Golden Child Marksman Granger, earning the MVP. 6 kills and 0 deaths, just able to create that separation. And look at the kill participation, 70% of the time. He showed up, not to mention having that Sky Piercer on his side to be able to get those quick executes with the lethality.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, is just that he already was dominating his lane, but then S2G Esports was just like, yeah, you know what? We're going to go ahead and massively gank and provide support for that lane as well. So that allowed Granger to get a lot of those kills and really pushed into Zhao to the point that there was just nothing he could do. Add that, you've got the distance, the poking ability from the Granger, then you've just got that up-close ability with the Fanny coming in, and I mean, it was basically a wrap. There was just nothing that they could do, and I feel like this composition got countered so hard, and I feel like it's interesting to me because I feel like this composition coming from Papara Supermassive was like predetermined, and they didn't really adjust to what was being picked in the moment, because I mean, they were basically countered at every single angle. As we take a look here at the heat map, Granger, like that's what I was saying, like most of his work was done on his side of the map, and that's just telling you the how S2G Esports supported him in that lane, even though he was in a winning lane in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, most of those wins were on the bot side in the gold lane. Just some great rotations from the tank, from the mage to be able to help him. Sensei had a really good game as well, right? We talked about a lot of the plays that he made, or not Sensei, I'm sorry, After Dark had a lot of good plays on that one to be able to rotate around with Blotchfet. And these teams are just putting on such a great challenge, right? And now it's 1-1. It's almost like what happened in game 1 just happened on the other side, just full domination. So game 3 is really going to be where we keep a close eye on, right? I mean, right now it's looking like we possibly may go the distance. It's looking like these teams are learning from the mistakes from the previous match and coming back a little bit stronger. So with it 1-1 on the board, the next question is, we saw the Mathilda, right? It dominated, it got banned out in game number 2. Now, for me personally, I think the difference maker is the Fanny. Do you think this is something worth banning, or do you think maybe going for something more of a hard counter could be the answer?
I mean, they could be the Fanny. I feel like, I mean, we saw the MVP there, the Granger. It's just one of those things that we cannot let slip through. I feel like Granger just has a bigger effect. The Fanny was good. It wasn't to Tienzi's like just mind-blowing ability, but having that Granger on that side without an answer to it, I feel like had the bigger effect for the team at S2G. Papara Supermassive. Also, I mean, we kind of leaned into this early Phoveus pickup as well, where we allowed it to get countered by the CC. Not just that, but we also did not have an answer in the Matilda, and we still kind of leaned into this Phoveus. I feel like there were some things that made them successful in the first game that got banned out by S2G, and Papara Supermassive is like, we'll still go with it. And it's like, but you lost these key ingredients for that composition.
Yeah, that's a good point that you make there. And then not to mention, for Papara Supermassive, they picked up the Phoveus. There's no Mathilda to get the Phoveus back to safety, even though it's a little bit of a signature special for Wasa. It's an upscale battle when you don't have that get out of jail free card, not to mention a direct counter with Sensei on this Aurora, who was using those Frigid Glaciers to be able to stun him in his place. It was just a very hard game overall. You even mentioned it in the draft, and you kind of hinted at it a little bit after this game, was the Granger, right? It's been such a strong pickup inside of the gold lane, and when he's up, when you have your team rotating around and getting these objectives, he's going to hit even harder. And that's when you start to see just how strong the Granger can be. And speaking of strengths, also some weaknesses. We're jumping into game number 3 between Papara Supermassive and S2G. What does Papara Supermassive need to do after such a dominant loss?
Well, still first, the Matilda needs to be banned out by S2G Esports. It's not going to be banned out by Supermassive. Granger's not going to be banned out by them as well either. Ooh, and you can see some of these. So they're already starting with the Matilda. Hylos taken off there by Papara. This is looking, I like this draft a little bit better when it comes to some of the bans out here. We're not focusing as heavily, though. I'm kind of wondering where this marksman is going to be. I'm wondering, are they going to leave open both the Granger and the Harith here and maybe try to bait Papara Supermassive into taking that Granger while they scoop up the Harith, which is actually a very good counter for the Granger, which essentially shuts down that gold lane, at least holds it at bay to the point where it's not as dominating, and to a point, like I said, you had 2 lanes that were getting dominated, and they were able to still provide support to come down to those lanes. So it was just it was a uphill battle the entire time until the gold lead was just too massive.
Yeah, there goes that Harith you were talking about, though. It looks like Papara Supermassive a little on to what you're talking about. Maybe they're listening to the casters chat. But they're going to go ahead and take this Harith off the board. You're going to try and secure the gold lane with that Granger with little to no problem, little to no counter. Now, there are still some options that can be effective in the gold lane. We know the Irithel, that third marksman that still can shine, has the high mobility, could be a wise decision from S2G. Something that also is still on the table is the Joy, right? The Joy has been very strong, especially with this Suyo being banned out from S2G Esports. Maybe they're trying to force the Joy onto the hands of Papara Supermassive and then going for the direct counter with something like the Belleric for the slow. But no, instead, I guess they're going to ban out the Joy as well. So does this mean we see another Hayabusa sneak into the scene? Oh!
So we do have the Zuxin come out there, which is going to leave open the Granger for S2G Esports. I imagine they'll try. If Papara is smart, they will scoop up the Irithel right immediately after. I want to say some of the counters that come out for Zuxin have been things like the Farja, which can outrange her and can slam down that damage. But we've seen how easy it is to close in on the Farja. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the play is to Zuxin. There's a reason that she has been like a priority ban for so many teams, because the amount of CC. Once you, not just that, but like the mana regen that she gets, because if she's hitting minions or something like that, keeps her mana up, and then she's got so much survivability that even if you do close a distance on her, she's still going to be able to flicker away. She's going to be able to use that Crimson Beacon to be able to slow you down when you're trying to chase her. Here, picking up the Hilda immediately as an answer to the Hayabusa.
Yeah, this is the first time we actually get to see the Hilda. It hasn't really been prioed so far. at least today. But it is a direct counter for this Hayabusa. I'm expecting it to either be flexed into the XP lane or right in the roam position, but still provides an element of surprise for Papar Supermassive in this draft. There goes the Gatad as well, and I think this is a wise decision. Deny S2G from picking this up, but wait a second, there's still a Valentina on the table. Technically, if they pick up the Valentina, then both sides will have the Avatar of the Guardian. Do they want to prioritize the mid lane right now, though? No, they're going to go ahead and prioritize this Glue instead. Now, this is okay because the Glue can afford a lot of damage, right? He can soak up a lot of damage, use the split, get back to safety. Does have to watch out for the Zushin, though. I don't think the Zushin's going to be a hard counter, though, to the split, right? It's not like it's a Vexana. It's not like it's a Faramis, so he should be able to sustain himself.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this, especially because the split, or not just the split, but Glue himself can do a decent job of trying to slow down something like a Hilda in the jungle and really kind of keep up that pace and that CC to really punish somebody who really wants to navigate very quickly throughout there. Not just that, but it provides a great initiation tool for a lot of these objectives to be able to hold them as well. It's just going to be very interesting because we don't right now have a ton of AoE. You've got, like, I mean, our mage right now, the Zuxin, she has a ton of CC, has a ton of survivability, but doesn't really have that burst damage that you really want for something to be able to kind of burst on a Glue. You're going to be whittling away at him very slowly. I'm assuming maybe we go for something that can burst it out, like Irithel works here. It's just that when you're in split, you've got all those tiny little minions, so it might not. I honestly don't know what to do with here, especially when it comes to a marksman lane.
I mean, there's still, you can go for the survivability aspect. You can go in for the Claude, because then if the Ouija Shadow Kill does come out, you can at least use the BMI to go back to safety, extend the range, and kind of cancel it out. That could be a decision, especially because they don't really have the survivability on their side. Yes, they have the Gatot that can rush in. Yes, they have the Hilda that can rush in, but there's backline capability and engage and disengage from S2G, specifically with this Glue and this Hayabusa. So maybe going in for something that can extend that range at a moment's notice could be the safer option, especially because you want your ADC to be able to scale and not be bursted down from this dive potential from S2G. Now, speaking of these teams, Papar Supermassive yet to showcase who they're going to be putting in the jungle. You're already seeing some focus bans, the Ling and the Alpha from the side of S2G to try and limit that capability. Now, Fanny is still on the table. There's not a direct counter to the Fanny on S2G's side, but does Papar Supermassive have the potential to pull out something like that on their side?
Yeah, I'm absolutely unsure. You mentioned the Claude and to kind of come out and counter the Glue, but I'm not a fan of the Claude taking on a Granger. I feel like Granger will absolutely dominate a Claude in that lane, and you're really going to have to provide a huge amount of support to be able to get him to a point where he's not only handling his lane, but also able to come in at the end to take on the Glue there. That's why I lean towards Irithel. Carrie has the same problem as a Claude, where she's super late game, and the Granger's just going to walk all over. We're gonna see, especially with Fanny open. Do we have a Fanny player on Papar Supermassive? Especially with the fact that S2G Esports know the lethality of a Fanny. They play it. They haven't banned it as a priority here. So I'm assuming that maybe we don't have something like that.
Oh, there goes the Lucas and the Mosque. Wait a second. This is the Lucas in the jungle. We saw this yesterday. And now we get to see it again for the decider match. How are we feeling about it?
So I want to say, even though I believe Lucas lost yesterday, the problem and what I liked, I actually liked the Lucas jungle pick because they also had the Hylos, they also had the Eve, so there was just a lot of engage from his team, where you laid down the glorious pathway, you had the real world manipulation to box them in, and you had the Lucas able to charge in and be able to get to that back line so quickly. we don't have those tools here for Lucas, so he's gonna have to be very careful, especially with how quickly he can dive into the back lane and separate himself from the rest of the team, who's not gonna be able to really, who doesn't have the speed that they're gonna get with a glorious pathway. It's gonna be very interesting. I'm assuming Lucas is gonna be the jungle here.
Yeah, I think so too, because there's not really too many other options to throw in there. So this is definitely going to be one for the books that we keep a close eye on. Right now, both of these teams tied 1-1, and we know this is the decider match to determine who will be moving forward, who will be going home. So a chance for Papara Supermassive to find the turnaround yet again after such a dominant loss up against S2G. Now, we talked about the goal laners. Moscow's been picked up as well. We'll have some decent damage. We'll have the range to be able to get to wherever's needed to deal that damage. And speaking of damage, stepping into the land of Dawn for game number 3 to decide who will be leading the way in this series. Papara Supermassive against S2G Esports.
For me, it's always been kind of a question of, like, I mean, ranked games, I see a ton of Lucas very successful in the jungle. And when we've watched it in pro scenes, the pros have figured out that he's just a little bit more effective in the XP lane. So I'm kind of wondering, what is it about Lucas that when you get up to this level, he doesn't really shine? Ooh, you see there's how actually able to avoid a decent amount of damage from the Granger there as well. Now, a little bit of a engage there. Wasa not able to really get the momentum he wants to be able to really invade. Oh, you see Hayabusa? You see Kazu kind of looking for an opportunity to go in. Goes in with the quad shadows, is not able to find anything on the bottom of the map.
Yeah, a little tricky, especially with that Hilda just needing to pop in that bush for a little bit of that regen. Now, you talked about Mohi on this Lucas. You talked about it, you know, especially being ran yesterday. It wasn't the worst thing. Didn't lead to a victory, though. Mohi is opting in for the Impure Rage, so he's going to have that extra skill damage and mana restore upon hitting an opponent. So he'll definitely be able to have the damage necessary, but the sustainability is going to be the question, especially if he goes in prematurely before Papara Supermassive can close the distance to make the most out of the situation. Right now, though, S2G ready to attack.
Oh man, dives in against 4 members. Blotsweat takes a heap of damage, is able to survive. I mean, we're at the 2-minute mark, so they don't really have the damage needed to actually burst him down, but that could have ended very badly for Papara Supermassive. I feel like the team needs to get just a little quicker on their answers. Wasa off screen finds a kill onto Kazoo, getting them a first blood, and Mohi is going to be able to pick up this turtle.
Yeah, able to find a turtle and a kill, and no response back from S2G. Papara Supermassive putting their foot down and saying that domination stops here. Look, that was game number 2. All right, we're not going to let that happen twice. And we talked about the Hilda pickup. A lot of teams kind of overlooked it and not picking the direct counter, but this time around, you're starting to see it be effective even in the beginning. The first 3 minutes of this match, finding Kazu on the Hayabusa.
Yeah, they're actually going to go ahead and try to get a gank onto Lunar, but I mean, that's a tanky boy on that glue. I'm not sure how much you can actually put out there to punish him for it. And every single time, oh, Blotsweat in a little bit of trouble, has to use that Avatar of the Guardian here defensively. Pagu in a little bit of trouble here. The value you get from the Zuxin pulls him back, and all of the healing there. I think Pagu had more health after the attack than he did before.
Gotta respect the early game Revitalize at its finest. It's very hard to burst down anyone running that battle spell. Speaking of burst, though, Granger opting in for the Hunter Strike first item. Will have the pin and also the mobility to be able to work in his favor as he decides to engage. You are seeing him go up against the Moskov, who did pick up the Swift Crossbow, so we'll be keeping a close eye on both of them. The gold lane matchups between Zhao and Sigibun.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're looking at it right now, still, I mean, just 1 kill going over for Papara Supermassive, and just narrowly a gold lead. It's still an even game right now, but still doing a decent job when it comes to these objectives. And I don't know that we have ourselves a decent answer for this Zuxin just yet, especially since they haven't even come online, but she's still starting to play a pivotal role so early in the game.
First item for Mohi is going to be the War Axe for the continuous damage boost, physical attack, and true damage. Not to mention the spell vamp as well. But speaking of damage, Lunar forced with the split.
Yeah, and you still see After Dark there, just continually putting on that damage there with the Lantern Flare. Avatar the Guardian comes out, and a little bit of trouble here as well. Pagu in trouble as they dive into the back line. Mohi finds a kill there. After Dark finds one onto Lunar. And I feel like the plan was there on paper, but I mean, Zuxin just having a heck of a time here with the domination that she's able to exhibit through a lot of these compositions, a lot of these engagements, warding off the whole of Lunar.
Sigibum smelling out the gank on the top side. Saw Blotsfet not even going to risk taking that fight, but this is going to open up the opportunity for Papara Supermassive to be able to take the tier 3 turret. But Pagu and Sensei joining the battle.
Yeah, they come in just a few moments too late. I was actually a little worried there for Blotsfet as he was kind of lingering a little bit. Had a plan, though. They just wanted to get that tower and then leave here. And this is what you want to see from teams. Not worried about the fight. Doesn't matter about it. Their eyes are solely on the objective. And already forcing S2G Esports to start grouping so early, which is fine when you're at like the 8-9 minute mark and you're out of the laning phase. But now you're starting to leave lanes open because you're getting ganked and you need this group to be able. Oh, actually, After Dark in a little bit of trouble here. Does get passed away there. Crimson Beacon has been expunged there. Blotsfet onto Lunar on the backside. Pagu in trouble. We do have the Wrath of the Dryad out there. Siggy Bum laying down the damage as well. Lunar looking for an escape. Wasau gonna have to run for the hills. The value you get from a Hilda running through towers back into bushes and is able to get away. A little bit of an answer coming as S2G Esports finally on the board.
Yeah, speaking of the board, Lunar still trying to deal some hits even though he's very low, now forced to disengage. We mentioned the Zushin and how effective it can be, and this is no secret. I mean, this is one of the most banned mid laners, and allowed to walk is a big shocker for me, at least from S2G Esports. I mean, look how effective it is on the glue alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively shut down Glue from being able to get in close. You see him, he comes in there and being pounced up. He's about to be destroyed there. Is able to get away with a little bit of that split. Rest of the team there laying in wait, looking for an angle to come in. Kazu comes in. Siggy Bum finds the turtle under the nose of Papara Supermassive, but might pay for it with his life.
Oh, a 1-for-1 trade though, as Wasa will fall as well. But Siggy Bum, before falling to Zhao, does find the turtle. A good way to find the trade, especially when they were down. So right now with this turtle, we'll give them a little bit of that gold, a little bit of that XP to kind of work in their favor, not to mention the shielding. But we are looking at the Sky Piercer picked up from Siggy Bum, right? He does have a couple of these items to work at his disposal. He picked up, I believe it was the Hunter Strike as well. Now, interesting enough, he picks up both of these items before opting in for the boots at all, whereas Zhao went in straight for his boots for the defense, which means he definitely priled that damage, but he would be lacking in the defensive department, making him a little bit squishier if they do go in to try and pick off the back line. So Siggy Bum need to be very wary of his positioning against Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, it's basically a tie game, pretty even when it comes to towers as well. Terrify does hit Wasau. Pagu there, right there to kind of back up a Sensei when it comes to some of that engagement here, and still not able to find an angle just yet are either of these teams. Probably going to wait for this next lore before we start going into some of these towers. As I say that, Blotsfet into the back line. Lunar trying, gets pushed away from a spear by Zhao. Mohi on the back line. Does not find the angle. Avatar the Guardian goes out. He's looking for the zone out to allow Zhao to be able to take this tower, and he is successful. He's going to get hit with the split. Is it going to be enough as we have the Wrath of Dryad out there? They actually burst down Blotsfet and get the answer, but I mean, you lost the tower for that, and it's starting to open up the map.
Yeah, Siggy Bum's going to be the one to pick up that kill as well. He's leading the way for the damage. Leaderboard has the Malefic Roar as well for the pin.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing here. Engagement is on the way. Oh, look at the damage coming out and the lifting from that lantern flare as well. And Sensei able to find the kill onto Wasau. 5-4 here now. S2G Esports going to use this as an opportunity to pick up the first Lord.
This has to be our closest game yet this entire series. Both of them tied 1-1.
Ooh, goes in with the Avatar. The Guardian Zhao is able to find a tower at the mid. Pagu in trouble. He's just trying to create some distance and some time for his team to get away.
Yeah, Kazuya able to pick up the Lord for S2G Esports in the middle of all that chaos. That will work in their favor to possibly be able to push into that tier 3 turret for the mid lane, possibly the tier 3 on the bot side as well, to have the advantage on the map, as Papyrus Supermassive has been the one to lead on the turret pushes. But look at Zhao. He understands the objective, eyes on the prize, and Blotzfet with the denial will be able to burst down this Lord.
Yeah, and I love that they create a little bit of that pressure from Mohi and Blotzfet to kind of get the rest of the team not to engage Zhao while he's taking down the Lord. They kind of came up there from the flank and just kind of like just throwing themselves at them. Took a little bit of damage, then walked away as soon as Zhao had the Lord down. Ooh, Blotzfet taking a heap of damage coming from the Sugi Bump. In comes the Quad Shadows. He is going to have to use the Avatar of the Guardian to get away. Pagu runs away about 10% health, and Mohi right there looking for an angle. And this is kind of what we were talking about. There's not much that we've been seeing. I was going to say not much that we've been seeing from Mohi is 2-1-3, but as I look across the screen, Kazu kind of being held at bay right now on that Hayabusa 0-1-1.
Yeah, just a very close game between both sides. I mean, it's only 180 gold difference, and you're definitely telling that both these teams are adapting and overcoming the challenges from the previous matches. 11 minutes in, potentially going to be our longest game so far in this series, as both of the previous games were at the 13-minute mark. And right now, this is not a domination. This is a battle of tug and war between both of these competitors. And these are the powerhouses of Turkey trying to figure out who's going to be able to hold that banner for their region.
The thing is, the later and later we get into this game, the less and less effective that this Granger is going to be against a forward wall of Blotzfet on this Gadakacha, of Wasau on this Hilda, because he's not going to be able to really punch through that wall. As we go for an engagement here, Mohi gets a little bit of a fright in there. Lunar trying to get back to his teammate there, as Siggy Bum laying down the suppressive fire for his teammates. Lunar very low, but I wanted to hats off to Siggy Bum, just laying down. He's basically a turret at this point, just blasting away, helping his team escape.
Yeah, able to escape to safety. Right now, both teams down to the wire, even across the board so far. You got to figure out which way this is going to swing, right? Does S2G find an opening to create that dominating performance we saw in game number 2, or will Papyrus Supermassive learn from their mistakes, as we're going to see the battle on the way, possibly in the mid lane? S2G looking to disengage, respecting that lantern flare from After Dark on this Zushin.
Yeah, it was really interesting because After Dark was really trying to lead them into that bush where Wasau was waiting, but they didn't take the bait. Instead, they smartly moved away. They know they're not going to be able to do much for this next Lord. Avatar of the Guardian comes in, catches one onto Pagu. Taunt initiated down to about 10%. Does have a little bit of healing there. After Dark in trouble. Does use that Crimson Beacon, keep herself topped up, putting out the damage. And again, the thing is right now, when it comes to team members and characters on the team, Papyrus Supermassive just has a bunch of players who are doing really well and ready to take off, where S2G Esports just has a bunch that are really being held at bay. As I say that, Wasso gets shredded down. Mohi wants to come in, wants to kill, but does he have the rest of the team who's going to be able to help him engage? Now the split landed on his head. He might be in a little bit of trouble here, as the Eternal Guardian swinging away at him. The rest of the team coming in for backup. Lunar now finds himself in a familiar position, in trouble, popped up into the air and taken down by Zhao.
Okay, so we find the one for one trade, the glue for the Hilda. You are seeing the Luminous Lord on the bot side, slowly marching toward the base of S2G. It looks like they are going to be able to mount the defense to stop it from pushing in toward these turrets. Do we see Papyrus Supermassive go for the tier 2 play? They spotted Kazu in the bush, but Pagu still there for a counterplay.
Oh, look how fast that mid tower goes down. Kazu comes in with the shadow kill. Ooh, Wrath of Dryad is out as well. Pagu gets caught. Mohi on the side with that kill. 8-5 right now. There. I see a couple of recalls going out there, but we're still not out of the woods just yet. Only just under a 4K gold lead, and especially at a position of these games where Papara Supermassive is known to have a few issues. High ground at the mid tower is down. Only one more tower far the side of S2G Esports who are scrambling. And as I was saying that, there's just too many players on the side of Papara Supermassive who have hit their power spikes, who are doing so great when it comes to, I mean, Mohi's at 3-1-4, Zhao 3-0-2. After Dark has not taken a death yet, where the big hitters on the side of S2G Esports, like Kazu on the Hayabusa, Sensei, have all taken deaths and really kind of fallen behind their counterparts on the enemy team.
My goodness, Siggy Bum, 72,000 damage, well ahead of Zhao, who's at 38,000. He's almost double the amount of damage from Zhao. I would love to kind of take a look at what is leading toward this. I mean, he's hitting like a truck, and just look at the placement of the lantern flares. I mean, it's just such a hard thing to kind of dish into. There you go, 2,000 gold lead over there from Zhao. He is itemed out. He has a Malefic gun and a Wind of Nature to be able to help him when things get a little shaky. He doesn't even have boots. He got rid of the boots entirely. He's going to go in for an additional item for pure damage to go against the SUG. It looks like it may be the Rose Gold Meteor.
He's just bare feet slapping on the ground out there, trying to get a little bit more damage. But as we talked about, let's see, there's more damage coming out there. The problem here is that the Granger, Siggy Bum, he hasn't exactly been shut down. You see, he's got like almost twice as much damage. It's the fact that Papara adjusted their draft to have this huge front line. Wasau on the Hilda, Blotzfet on the Gatakacha. Mohi is even super tanky. So the Granger's still doing the damage. It's just that he cannot break through that front line of Papara.
Yeah, just picked up the Sia Halberd. Is going to have that life bane, that heal cut. Could help, especially against this Hilda. But man, I'm just looking at Zhao. I mean, he's full itemed out, right? He just picked up the Rose Gold Meteor as well, so he's going to have a little bit of that shielding when he does get below, I believe, around 30% HP as another means to be able to survive in these engagements. Now we're seeing the Luminous Lord march his way to the base, and SUG on the defense.
Ooh, Avatar the Guardian goes wide into the back line, and Sensei is going to have to use that flicker to get out of there. Wasau taking a heap of damage, trying to keep Siggy Bum busy. Quad Shadows is on, Shadow Kill comes out. Siggy Bum finds a kill onto Blotzfet, but it's not enough. Papara Supermassive quickly able to burst down the core.
After being defeated by such a dominant performance from S2G, the Umbrellas come out, and Papara Supermassive able to weather the storm 2-1, and now leading the way for this series in the decider match.
Man, and I was even kind of curious how Papara was going to manage here, giving away the Granger again after such a dominating performance in Game 2, but masterfully crafting a successful draft that was able to keep Granger at bay, or at least keep his damage at bay, because you had an entire front line that was able to protect their damage dealers. A great turn of events, a great composition coming out from Papara here.
Yeah, and the longest game we've seen so far in this entire series. I mean, we mentioned it, right? Game number 1, Papara Supermassive led the way, 13-minute finish and a full dominant performance. But S2G picked up the pieces in game number 2 with the same style. Game number 3 was a lot closer from both sides. 17-minute marks where we ended at, but Papara Supermassive was the one to kind of lead the way to close that one out. And overall, it was a really good game to watch, right? We saw Zhao over there on this Moskov. Though he didn't lead the way on the damage leaderboard, he was leading the way in terms of staying alive and finding the kills necessary to push on forward to secure victory for this game.
Yeah, and I want to say it doesn't really tell the story. I'd love to see the tower damage coming up from Zhao, because that was just a well put together plan for Papara. They moved from each lane. You'd have Blotzfet go into the back line there, protected by Wasao. Meanwhile, Zhao would be there taking down the tower, and they did that at basically each and every single lane until there were no towers left. So a great plan by them, and especially protecting them against that Granger damage. I absolutely liked it. And then we talked about Lunar, what the effect with Lunar would have, absolutely held at bay by After Dark with that Zeuxin.
Yeah, and let's put some highlight on this Zeuxin, right? It's a hero that we don't get to usually see on the competitive scene just due to the high ban rate. But being able to see it slip through the cracks, it feels like a mistake in the draft from S2G. I mean, normally when teams allow something like this to walk, you would expect them to have a plan for it, something to be able to shut it down, but I did not see a plan that entire game. I'm honestly surprised that After Dark did not get the MVP, just with all the crucial lantern flare placements to be able to catch members out of position, specifically Lunar on this glue, who really struggled to get to the back line and find the pickoffs that S2G was relying on.
Yeah, I feel like it was just one of those plans that was on paper a really good thing. Glue can get to the back line. He's got a lot of tankiness. But when it came to actually getting into these fights, when it came to that, especially, like I said, this great wall, this 3-man wall front that we had, when it came to the Hilda, when it came to the Lucas, when it came to the Gatakacha, trying to break through that was just a huge responsibility on the side of S2G that they just could not be successful with.
Yeah, not able to find success and having to go back to the drawing board again. I think the game plan definitely is to ban out the Zeuxin. That's step number one. I mean, this was a very close game between both sides, though, when it was the beginning. But toward the end, that's when you start to see these elements become overwhelming. Speaking of elements, the master of all elements, the avatar himself, Zhao, on this Moskov. Though not high in kills, it definitely was a more objective-focused game, able to seize the opportunity of pushing in these turrets to make the difference for the team. Like we said, in the Land of Dawn with just socks out there, no boots, and full damage as you look at his equipment.
That man is just 110% intensity, staring into my soul right now. He saw 67% kill participation. He doesn't need that many kills, especially, like I said, he was just doing his job when it came to a lot of those towers in the back. And once they started overwhelming them, it was just a huge a relief for Papara here to be able to kind of find the answers that they did without having to resort to some of those huge bans on some of the picks that we saw that we thought were a little bit more dominating than they should have been.
It's funny because he was staring into our souls and he was like, don't look at my feet because I got no shoes on, just full items that deal damage for game number 3. Now we're looking at Papara Supermassive leading the way 2-1 against S2G Esports. And since the beginning, since the debut of Papara Supermassive, they've been full of surprises. When this team stepped into the challenge season, I was like, okay, I haven't really seen these guys before. They have a major org behind them, but what do they bring to the table, especially going up against a team like S2G, who's a little bit, not even a little bit, way more well-known across the Mobile Legends competitive scene than they are. I mean, this is a team that we've seen compete in MSC. This is a team that we've seen compete in the World Series, not just in 1 year. We've seen them compete in multiple years. So to be able to see a team like this rise to the occasion is a great sign for the Turkish region, showcasing that they have more talent than just the household favorites, and we may be seeing the dawn of a new era before us.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you kind of, even though you have that experience, even though you have all of those veteran players, you kind of got to keep that sword sharp because there's always a newer blood out there looking to kind of dethrone you here. So Papara Supermassive has been one of those teams that have just kind of come up here very quickly too. I want to say Birthright, they do have a little bit of history. They've just never been able to really capture that limelight right at the top. So they've been steadily moving up. Papara Supermassive just came onto the scene and is doing super well, especially against a lot of these established teams. To the point now, S2G Esports needs to have a plan. They're at game point and in risk of being knocked completely out of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, if we kind of look back on where they found success in game number 2, it was an even draft, right? There wasn't really too much risk involved in that draft, which I feel like made the major difference. I feel like you cannot take the gamble of letting a hero who has such a high ban rate walk and be used against you. I mean, it's banned out for a reason, and they learned that pure hard fashion in game number 3. So hopefully for game number 4, maybe the draft can be the difference, because like I always say, and you as well, we like to see things go to a game 5. We like to see it go down to the wire. That's what we're here for in the challenge season. And this is not just an ordinary match. This match is going to decide who moves on forward to the challenge finals. The other one will be knocked out until season 7 of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, interesting thing too that we didn't really talk much about was the Hilda and the Gatakacha pick up together. Because Gatakacha, once you have the Hilda, Gatakacha becomes that immediate counter. You can get the taunt onto Hilda, and it really, even more than CC, kind of confuses the Hilda and brings them back, which allows you to put more damage on her. You take that away, you didn't really have a way to stop the Hilda from running rampant around there. And we even saw a very quick kill by Wasa onto the Hayabusa in the early game. So it's just these little things, these little combinations that were kind of let through that really stacked up against S2G Esports. Papara Supermassive this time on the red side will ban out the Zuxin.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I like to see those combinations. The Hilda, the Gatot, they definitely can be very aggressive, and I mean, a proper counter for that Hayabusa, like you mentioned. Especially when you're going to pry the Haya super early, you got to respect the counters. And speaking of respect, there goes the ban on the table. The Azushin will not be walking again. It was a beauty to be able to watch it live on the Land of Dawn, but I don't think it's something that any team can risk to go against. So a wise decision from Papara Supermassive. Papara Supermassive is going to be on the red side this time around as well. So they're playing it safe, not something they want to allow S2G to have.
Interestingly enough, we do leave the Harith and the Granger open. So S2G quickly scoop up the Harith, which actually does very well against the Granger. But I feel like almost sometimes it can really be bogged down. You pick the Harith up first because you want to counter the Granger, but now you have a Harith first, which can be countered by a lot of CC on the team. So you're really kind of putting a lot of eggs into this basket for Harith, and you need to be ready to be able to kind of assist him when he lays down that Zaman Force so that he's not getting CC'd into the ground.
Speaking of the crowd control, there goes the Aurora to be able to work against this Harith and a lot of the up close and personal heroes. Now there is still a Valentina on the other side, so you could use the Frigid Glacier against Papara Supermassive. Could be a decision that S2G leans in on. The only problem with that is you're going to have someone in the gold lane who has a lot of range. If you go for an up close and personal mage such as a Valentina, you're going to see a hero that can close that distance, doesn't need to worry about the range at all, and that is going to be this Fanny. We asked the question before, did Papara Supermassive have a Fanny player? We didn't get to see it, but we saw in game number 2 exactly what Kazu could do on this Fanny, and it was very effective.
The thing is that there was also that risk of damage. You had Siggy Bum laying down the suppressive fire from a distance with that Granger that was dropping Papara Supermassive to mid health to low health, which allowed Kazu to come in with that Fanny and be able to find some of those kills. Here, we don't have that distance answer, so it's really going to be on how well this Harith performs before the Fanny swoops in. I do like the answer here. As an XP laner, the Phobius has been a great answer to Lucas in that lane. It's just that I feel like Lucas sometimes can do a little bit better when it comes to these team fights, whereas he can use some of his abilities, that flash step, to get himself back out of the fight, where on this side, Phobius, once he's in, it's all or nothing.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be all or nothing, especially with not only the Mathilda being banned out, but also the Hylo. So there is no means of escape for this Phobius, unless you go in for something like a Rafaela for the speed boost, but I don't see that happening today. S2G Esports, though, they have a lot of damage potential, right? You have the Fanny that can get to the back line, get these pickoffs. We know how great Kazue is on that. We'll have to watch out for this Aurora, though, with the Frigid Glacier, but if he's fast enough, he may be able to find those pickoffs, or if he waits for the right timing for those skills to be used, it could be a problem for Wasa, or it could be a problem for After Dark, because that's where the Aurora lacks in, as heroes that can get up close and personal after those skills have been used.
Now we're down to these last one. They've actually taken Granger off the table, which is interesting because I feel once you've countered out Granger, you've kind of opened up the rest of the marksmans out there, especially with a Harith out there. He can dominate that lane pretty well, but there are still some counters in that lane that you can kind of go with. Ooh, Claude coming out there, which is gonna be it's gonna be interesting just because Claude, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a huge fan of Claude in this meta right now. He takes too long to come online, and you're gonna have to support him through this. It changes a little bit because we're in 5-man. He can be super effective with laying down a decent amount of damage to the enemy team, where somebody else can come in and swoop in. But on the side of Papara Supermassive, I don't see who's going to be like that massive damage dealer? Who's going to be that one that's getting the finish on all of them? Because we've got a buttload of CC. We've got some of that demonic force that's going to be able to kind of whittle them down. Same thing with the Claude that can kind of get that blazing duet. But we're going to need some damage, some raw, nice, like heavy damage on their side to really round out this composition.
Speaking of rounding things out, this is a debut for the Grok. We have yet to see this in the challenge season. I've yet to see this in a long time on the competitive scene. So this will be a treat to be able to see a hero rise to the occasion who has almost been forgotten about for a while. And speaking of things to see, both teams have finalized their draft. The Julian will be the final pickup for Papara Supermassive in the jungle. Now, let's just lay the stakes out on the floor right now, right? It's 2-1 for Papara Supermassive up against S2G. If Papara Supermassive is able to win this with match points, they will be moving on, earning a ticket into the challenge finals. Where on the other side, S2G, they're facing elimination. They need to find a way to even out the series 2-2, but they do have Kazu on that Fanny that could be the difference.
I do like Papara picking up the Julian. I was going on my little rant about raw damage, and Julian brings that in spades. They've got a decent amount of initiation too, where they don't have to lean onto Gatakacha's avatar of the Guardian, but having the composition is one thing, having the skill to be successful with it is another.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the top of the pedestal. The deciding match, potentially, as Papara Supermassive leading the way 2-1 against S2G Esports. Can they close out this series and earn their ticket to the challenge finals, or will S2G even it out?
Yeah, the big thing here is going to be how the team of Papara Supermassive is able to deal with the Fanny. We've seen before where it's been varying success of grouping up very quick. Ooh, look at the damage actually coming out there. Trying to deal with After Dark takes up down to 50%. Kazu might sense blood in the water. A little bit of healing there onto After Dark, and it does look like the Lethal Wanderer goes over to S2G Esports.
Yeah, able to pick up the Lethal Wanderer, and now the invasion play. Blotsfet need to be careful.
Yeah, he does have that revitalized, but might be taking a little bit too much damage. Kazu with the kill there, and this is not the way you want to start against the Fanny. And I'm actually kind of questioning why they got so aggressive as to invade Fanny's jungle when you know she has the advantage, plus you had the entirety of S2G Esports right there to counter.
Yeah, I mean, Kazu had full purple buff, so he's going to be able to get those skill points. He's going to be able to get that regen to be able to additionally deal some damage with little to no punish. And now, going to be shifting focus to the top side. Some aggressive early plays from S2G.
Ooh, some great walls coming out there from Pagu. And that's one of the big things about having a Grok there. It's one thing to be able to kind of lean against the wall to get those passives and get that defense, but it's another one to be able to get these well-placed walls. As I say that, he gets jumped by the entirety of Papara. Supermassive is going to have to use that flicker to get himself away, and that means he's not going to have that flicker when it comes to this next fight.
Yeah, both sides getting ready to take this turtle.
Ooh, Mohi able to take it. Kazue just comes in a few seconds too late to be able to get the retribution on the back end. Pagu in trouble. Wasa is going to have to use that vengeance. Demonic Flare is out. Lunar finds himself an escape with that flash step.
Okay, so Papar Supermassive, they're able to take the objective, even though they lost an early kill over there to Akazu with Blotchfet falling. Speaking of Blotchfet,
yeah, just look at that damage. Is going to have to use the Avatar of the Guardian, but is he going to be able to get away from Kazue? Comes in, even executes a cutthroat, is not able to take Blotsfet down.
it's the power of the Revitalize. It's just too strong. Overpowered. Blotchfet going back to the base now. A very close call. He's being very aggressive super early, and I'm wondering if that's the right decision. I guess with that play, he did buy his team a little bit of time, wasting a lot of that energy from Kazu to be able to push over to the side lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, he's threading that needle of health and using that revitalize. Ooh, here, Mohi in a little bit of trouble here. It gets taken down by Kazue. Blotsfet there on the back end. Waso trying to come in with the demonic force onto Sensei. Gets hit up by Pagu. 2-0 right now for S2G Esports. Nobody just yet has a tower, and I say that as Lucas at the bottom is whittling away at that bottom tower.
Yeah, nobody able to claim a turret so far, but a turtle going over to Papar Supermassive to work in their favor, but 2 kills responding back from S2G to try and maintain this lead, up by 1,000 gold. Both of those kills, mind you, was on Kazu, who is running on this Fanny, a pick who we said possibly should have been banned out, especially after the performance in game number 2 and how well he was dominating with these cables.
Well, the one thing is oh, actually, Blotsfet in a little bit of trouble there. Frigid Glacier comes out there, just misses Pagu, who's running for the hills. In comes Lunar to put on some damage. Look at the sustain he has. Vengeance is out as well. Demonic Force trying to whittle him down. Does he get it? Does get that final hit on to Lunar. Now starting up on the turtle. Kazue finds a kill onto Zhao from the mid lane from out of nowhere.
I'm at a loss for words. Blotchfet may be next.
And down he goes. Man, and not just that, not just kills, but every kill on this Fanny. That's exactly where you want it, especially for somebody who can get that snowball for your team the way he is. And I mean, they're just doing a good job, a great job of getting those whittling down that damage. I have to kind of question, you talked a little bit before about Blotsfet being a little too eager. Went to meet Kazue with like less than 50% health, especially for a Fanny that was a 3-0 at the point.
Yeah, it's definitely raising a lot of questions and need to be a little bit more careful on his positioning as he's allowing these opportunities to walk straight into the hands of S2G Esports. And right now they're leading the way 4-1, still in 1,000 gold lead. You just got to see these kills translate into objectives, and they're off to a great start from being able to take the top turret because of the positioning over there from Blotchfet.
Waso actually gets walled off from his team there. The one thing, though, is we really haven't been able to see how well Papara Supermassive does with a lot of these team fights. I mean, they've got all the tools for all of this CC. You've got the Frigid Glacier. You've got the Avatar of the Guardian. I mean, there's a ton of tools that you can use. They just haven't been able to do it in this early game. Waso actually going to be caught. Avatar of the Guardian catches 3 members with the Frigid Glacier I was talking about. I am you. Avatar of the Guardian comes out as well. Lunar does find himself a kill after Dark has to run to the safety of the tower. Here comes Mohi looking for a kill onto Lunar, who's going to dash his way to safety. Is he going to be able to find it? Comes in onto Sensei, but from the backside, Kazue comes in looking for the save. Is he going to be able to find it? Mohi goes down, the 6th kill for Kazue.
Papar Supermassive being way too aggressive. They're behind in items. They're not going to be able to win these trade-offs, and they're taking fights that are not necessary. I mean, even Wasa on his signature Phobius, he's rushing into the middle of the jungle with nobody beside him. You know Phobius lacks this mobility. You don't have a Hylos. You don't have a Mathilda. If you get caught out of position, there's nowhere to run. And that's exactly what we've seen. A quick shutdown from SUG Esports, and the punish continues as now they're going to be able to take this turtle.
I want to say one of the big things about Lucas as a character is he is just deceptively tanky, especially when he is in that beast form. I mean, I understand Mohi, he saw him at 10%. He's like, I can do this easy. But in beast form, he was just able to tank so much damage, allowed the time for Kazuya to come in, and then you're in a 2v1, and that is just something Papara Supermassive has been doing this entire game, is trying to find these opportunities, but getting tricked and baited into fights that they do not want, especially when they're so far behind.
And Kazuya just putting the team on his back right now with this Fanny, but it could be a little bit of a double-edged sword because that means most of the gold from the kills are going to him, which means it could be a chance for Papara Supermassive to really still be able to put on a fight against the other members on the team. But just paving the way every step of the early phase, Kazuya has yet to really find little to no struggle on taking these objectives.
Well, the one thing that is in their favor is what you brought up is all those kills are on one person. So if we get to the point where we're no longer in the laning phase, where we're all grouped up and Kazuya tries to burst through our entire team and we're able to get the shutdown there. Oh, actually, you can see there, Kazuya takes down Mohi in front of his team, powerless to do anything but watch up at the top lane. And just as I was saying, like, they need to group up. They need to be able to take down this Fanny, because once you take Kazuya down, you've taken out the biggest part of S2G's success here in this match. However, I mean, that's easier said than done.
Yeah, it's Kazuya versus the world right now on this Fanny, and he's beating the world. Nothing is stopping him. He's 7-0-1 on this Fanny. And now the Lord spawning in. They're going to try and take this objective to claim the tier 2 turret standing from Papara Supermassive. Papara Supermassive, they can't even invade. They can't even contest this Lord at the 9-minute mark.
Yeah, and now they're going to go ahead after having the Lord. They got the taste for blood. Are going to go ahead, try to get that invade. Blotsvet lands onto Sigibum, who's trying to distance himself. Blotsvet running for the hills. Kazuya comes in, finds a kill onto Mohi. Avatar, the Guardian, slams down. Meanwhile, Zhao gets taken out. Now 9-0-1 is Kazuya. Can somebody stop him?
Man, this is literally putting me at a loss for words on how well Kazuya is doing. I mean, take a look at this. Look at Mohi's positioning, right? Doesn't know he's in there. He's gonna go ahead and use a trick by doing the quick cables on the wall. Mohi hit with a full tornado of steel cables. Just a really good micro from the side of Kazuya on this Fanny. And now it's a 10-2 lead. 9 of those 10 kills in Kazuya's hands alone.
Yeah, Lord crashing in at a bottom. Kazuya finds himself a tower up at the top while the rest of the team trying to man and defend this Lord at bottom. Papara Supermassive down almost to their high ground towers. You can see this mid tower is about to be the next one on the docket. It's about it's about almost a 7K gold lead for S2G Esports. We've talked about it before. There are some things that are just so hard to come back from at certain points in the game, especially for a team. Ooh, they have an Avatar, the Guardian comes down. Ooh, Frigid Glacier as well, looking for the damage. Zhao trying to lay it down with that blazing duet. Mohi finds a kill onto Sensei. Wasau finds one onto Pagu. Lunar in trouble, gets taken down by Blotsvet. That is 3 down for the side of Papara Supermassive. Here comes Kazuya looking to answer the call, but not able to just yet. Mohi in trouble, trying to take out Sigibum, and down he goes. 4 unanswered deaths on the side of S2G Esports.
And this is what happens when 9 out of your 10 kills goes to one player. Look at the difference when Kazuya is not in the fight. He was not able to make his way to the mid lane skirmish between both sides, and it was completely one-sided from Papara Supermassive. Even with heroes like players like Harith having this gold difference above the Claude. Like, it's just such a dominating turnaround from the side of Papar Supermassive. They have to wait to engage. They have to wait for Causeway to be in position.
Yeah, and that's kind of the crazy thing. It was just a stroke of luck that they started that engagement and Causeway was nowhere to be seen. And it just showed. It's exactly what happens when the star player is not part of the fight and you put all of these kills onto one person now. Starting up, Demonic Force comes in onto Pagu. Now you see Blotsvet from the flank there. Sensei taking a little bit of damage as Causeway goes ahead, picks up that rose gold. Now looking to get into the fight. Ooh, actually, as you take a look at the damage leaderboard, Wasa actually topping the charts.
Wasa on his signature pick. Pagu, force very low, needs to get back out. Will regen by going back to the base. Had to use that conceal plate as well as a means of escape. Project Glacier does connect onto Lunar as well.
And you see Causeway looking for an angle here as this Lord is getting dangerously low. Is he going to be able to pick up the Retribution? Mohi still able to pick up the Lord. Zhao able to find a kill onto Lunar. Causeway finds himself an escape as Sensei tries to put the damage on, but the rest of the team disengages. Now, when we take a look at this leaderboard, and this is the difference. 4 top positions, but 3 of them taken up by Papara Supermassive and 1 of them taken up by S2G Esports, which kind of tells you something when it comes to having a fight which Causeway is not a part of. And that doesn't spell very well for his team. And it has to do with the understanding. The team needs to understand that without Causeway, they're going to be at a disadvantage and they need to play like that.
Yeah, they have to play around Causeway and not as individuals without him. And now the siege through the mid lane.
Oh, what a nice Frigid Glacier that lands on Zhao as he just came in with that blazing duet. They're going to be able to take down this Lord at the mid lane. They lose one of their own, but do put a death onto the boards for S2G Esports as well. It went from like a kill list to 8 kills for the side of Papara Supermassive and only a 2K gold lead now for S2G. Papara have really mounted a comeback here at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, right now they've only gotten 2 more kills in the past few minutes, but Papara Supermassive has climbed to 8. And like you mentioned on that leaderboard in terms of damage, you saw 3 members from Papara Supermassive up there and 1 from S2G, and that's just due to Causeway pretty much dominating so well in the early game that the rest of his team is kind of falling behind against Papara Supermassive. And so that's something we have to keep a close eye on. They need to find a way to rotate around with Causeway, wait for him to engage. But the problem with that is we are now at the 16-minute mark, right? There's not any tier 2 or tier 3 turrets in play for the side of Papara Supermassive, and they're not going to invade too far without the team being beside them. And this is where you start to see the fanny fall off.
Oh, yes, because especially, well, I was going to say that with when you have teams that are kind of grouping together, but Papara Supermassive are still pretty split up, still trying to kind of keep that distance, trying to keep a little bit of control on all of these lanes and some of their jungle. Fanny usually has the biggest problem in the late game once she's not able to get that one-hitter quitter onto members, and she has to rush through like almost the entirety of the team where you're bound to get hit with at least one wild CC to stick you down, and then the rest of the team kind of jumps on you there. Here, Papara Supermassive, not really too tight of a ball just yet, but we'll see how that kind of manages up here as we move in for this Lord fight.
Yeah, the Lord now going to be spawning in. This will be a Luminous Lord as well. A chance for S2G to push into the base of Papara Supermassive. You got to watch out for the team fights, though, from Papara Supermassive, who have been playing a little bit tighter together. You're already seeing the push on the way, though. Wasa trying to find a counter.
Ooh, Avatar of the Guardian comes down, lands on the 2 members there on the backside. Wassail taking a heap of damage. Lunar forced to disengage. Mohi fighting for his life here, trying to take down his Lord. Oh, look at the burst coming down onto Mohi as he's still able to answer back onto Lunar. Pagu and Sensei get popped up there. Mohi still has that immortality. Pagu in trouble. That is 2 down for the side of S2G Esports. But here comes the cavalry in the name of Kazu. Zhao wasn't taking any chances. He immediately winter crowns as soon as he saw the Fanny swoop in.
I don't like the rotation from Kazu, right? Speaking of Kazu, though, finds Zhao. My goodness. At least he finds something there. But still, the rotation, it's got me scratching my head a little bit. He tries to go for the backdoor play. He knows the inhibitor on the top side was taken down, and he tries to clear out those minions to be able to get the backdoor while the rest of his team is fighting for that Lord. He doesn't get the backdoor play, though. Wasa spots him out and goes on the defense. So then he tries to rotate around to get back to the Lord in time, and by then his whole team has been pretty much annihilated, and they lose the objective.
Yeah, but also, Pag is going to have to use that that wild charge to get himself away. He actually got bursted down very low. But it was something that we brought up earlier. At this point in the game, Kazuya isn't as effective during these team fights. So, I mean, I don't know if that was the wrong call, but he's trying to still be active on the map rather than just kind of sitting around and doing nothing during a lot of these Lord fights where he's not gonna be able to jump in because there's just too much CC, so he's trying to create pressure in the side lanes. Unfortunately, Papara Supermassive are just doing such a great job of quickly being able to dispatch. Out comes the Frigid Glacier. There does freeze up. Lunar looking for an escape, does dive out. Avatar the Guardian comes out, lands onto two members. Lord actually getting ticked very low. Sensei gets shredded by Zhao with that blazing duet, and down goes the Lord.
Yeah, you still see Kazu on the top side going for the split push play. But S2G, I mean, I feel like without Kazu, I get the idea, but they're just lacking in the team fight department as a collective. Against Papara Supermassive, I don't know if he can afford to keep splitting from them, or we're going to be seeing Papara Supermassive steal this game away.
Yeah, a Blotsfet. Oh, here comes Causeway. You're at the point now where your Fanny is just kind of trying to... Oh, actually gets caught there with a little bit of CC. Rains down, does dodge a lot of the damage. But I was going to say, you're at the point now where you see Causeway kind of trying to bait out. He just kind of zooms in, zooms out, is not able to get that damage because of the way Papara is Supermassive, especially when you have the whole team initiating on a push. And speaking of which, I mean, they've kind of ignored that top lane right now. They're gonna kind of need to get that one a little bit of damage up onto that top lane before they can really kind of sink their teeth into a final push at the high grounds.
Now Papara Supermassive has the lead in the economy. We're past the 50,000 mark for gold, so everybody is full itemed out, and that's where it's going to be a problem for Kazuya. He's going to have to go for the split push like you mentioned, as he's going to be lacking compared to the rest of the team. He doesn't have that massive advantage from leading the way 10-0 to 1 anymore. Everybody has the items necessary to pretty much be able to burst him down. So yes, his main focus is going to go in for the side lane pushes and possibly trying to get a quick retry still away from Mohi. And Papara Supermassive, they understand this, and they're going to put on that pressure.
Oh, Sensei almost got caught there. Has to expend the flicker. Avatar the Guardian into the back line. Nobody else is there to help out Blotsfed. Immortality has been procced. The rest of Papara Supermassive come in from the side looking to answer the call. Lunar finds a kill onto Zhao, but Mohi finds himself a double before being taken down by Siggy Bum. And After Dark and Waza are running for the hills as from the side, Magu gets wall out there. After Dark is going to have to use his flicker, and the demonic force gets frozen as Sensei finds the kill onto Wasau. Answering the call, S2G Esports with 4 members looking to close this out. It's just After Dark alone to try to defend this core against 4 members.
Wait a second. Pride of Ice comes out.
Yeah, Pride of Ice is out. Immortality procced out there, but this is a wrap. Ladies and gentlemen, we are tied at 2-2 apiece with this next victory going to S2G Esports.
Can't count them out just yet. The hometown favorites from Turkey, S2G Esports, able to even out the series 2-2 for the decider match to see who goes on to the challenge finals. Now, breaking down this game, the longest one we've had yet, 21 minutes. If I had to give a judgment call, though, I think judgment was what was the mistake made by Papara Supermassive. Too much of an aggressive play from that Avatar the Guardian from Blotsfed into the mid lane, forcing Papara Supermassive to take a fight they were not prepared for.
Yeah, especially in an open lane where you've got somebody like Siggy Bum on the Harith, where you're not in these tight little areas where your CC really can be successful. Blotsvet, unfortunate. He's going to be. I know he's reeling from that. We're gonna rub it in just a little here. That Avatar of the Guardian comes down. The rest of his team is not in a position to be able to help him, so they all have to disengage from the Lord, run towards him, and you're just, like I said, the open areas are just somewhere where S2G was able to shine. When you're in the jungle, when you've got all these little funnel points, it's so easy to get the CC onto Siggy Bum.
Yeah, and the thing is, with this matchup, right, it was pretty much a really good game between both sides, the longest one we've had so far. And in the beginning, it was just a full domination from Kazuya. It was just Kazuya versus Papara Supermassive. The rest of the team, hey, they were just there to enjoy the show. But the later it went, that's when we started to see Kazuya fall off a little bit, and that's where S2G had to kind of pick up the pieces and start performing, because he could not be the difference maker the later the game went. And it came down to the wire, to a last-minute mistake from Blotsvet over there in the mid lane to rush in with the Avatar of the Guardian. A little unfortunate, and honestly, I don't even think that with that push, I think Papara Supermassive, they shouldn't have bit the bait, right? They should have backed up. They should have regrouped. Yes, Blotsvet is down, but we still have a chance to turn this around. But the overextension, the follow-through, the commitment to join that fight a little too late, it costed them the entire game.
Yeah, and you have to. Well, it also kind of comes to a point is you give up Blotsvet, but you're also giving up the Lord at that point in the game too as well, and you're giving the enemy team a huge advantage. And I think this is that last fight there. Immortality proc. Rest of the team tries to come in, but eventually the tables turn. Even with you see Lunar able to get the kill immediately. That's a huge amount of your damage down, and unfortunate for After Dark, not able to offset 4 members of S2G Esports, and that is a wrap.
Yeah, that will be a wrap, and a bow on top of that present is Kazuya will be able to get the MVP. Now, this is the time where it's well-deserved, right? We got to see him cable around the entire land of Dawn. Like you said, it was him versus the world. You don't get to see that too often with just how great he performed on this hero. Definitely something that I would not allow to walk if I was going against S2G.
Oh, yeah, especially in that early game. However, you have to, I mean, first of all, let's just, on Kazuya here, 10, 1, and 3 is absolutely crazy, especially with how many kills they got into the early game. All the kills went on the Kazuya there. So, I mean, a great job by him, but in the overall game, Papara, it didn't matter to Papara because they were doing all right as they moved into the late game, as Fanny started falling off, as S2G started having these fights without Fanny right next to them. It was Papara's game to lose, and they did. It cost them with that engagement. So it's almost like, was Fanny really the problem? Yeah, it gave them the early game, but late game Papara Supermassive was still successful. It's just that they made a mistake. So is Fanny really something that we need to focus on? It's the reason I'm not a coach. It's a lot of these decisions that kind of go back to their heads and what they're going to do here.
Well, there's definitely more like, yes, Fanny got all the kills, but we also got to ask the question, why did Fanny get all the kills, right? There's a lot of times where Blotsvet, even in the beginning of the game, he was way too overextended. I think he was, when it came to First Blood, he was the first member to fall from the side of Papara Supermassive as he overextended into the orange buff from Kazuya, which led to his first kill of the game, which led to that snowball that we got to see for the first half of the match. And I think that is what trickled into the late game, right? These decisions to overextend is what's costing them the game. I mean, it started in the beginning with the overextension to the orange buff, and it ended with the overextension into the mid lane, which overall won S2G these trades and is how they were able to close in for the victory.
It's just, man, this map is just kind of crazy. Just especially for a Fanny, just all over the place there. All of those kills there. A great job by Kazuya there for S2G Esports. Just we're gonna see if the Fanny is even really worth a ban, or if maybe we get something that can kind of be a little bit more effective of a counter, because I feel like they just kind of tanked the damage from the Fanny. What we've seen before, what we saw yesterday, was that the group had a plan. They had a decent amount of CC that could shut down the Fanny immediately once they started balling up. Here, it was basically just win through attrition. Like, Fanny's going to come in, we're going to take some losses, we're going to take some damage, but eventually we're going to be able to kind of push through here, which is a different plan, mildly successful until a mess up, which kind of leads up to, do you want to have a composition where it just takes one mistake for you to lose the game?
To me personally, I feel like I would ban the Fanny, and the only reason why is just how, like, when you make a slight mistake, just how quick the punish is from a Fanny on the other side. When I kind of looked at the draft, right, from game number 4, we saw the ban on the Suyo from Papara Supermassive, and I personally would have rather just banned out the Fanny and took the gamble with Suyo, because he's not as mobile. He's not going to be able to rotate around as quickly for a punish onto the side lanes, and it would have been way more of a safer game from the side of Papara Supermassive. Now, is a Fanny beatable? Certainly, but you have to be able to know when to engage and when not to, because that's where Fanny shines, is the slight mistakes that you may think are minor get majorly punished. And speaking of major things, a free code now available for you guys to pick up who are enjoying the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season Decider match for Group A. Definitely grab it while it's available before it's too late.
Yeah, and I do agree. I was just when trying to play the devil's advocate, I want to kind of lay out certain things that kind of could maybe be calls, but at this point, he's too good on the Fanny. He provides too much to the team, especially like you were saying. All it takes is somebody to make a little bit of mistake, get too low, and try to make an escape. And there's Fanny coming in for the swoop, for the cleanup. And before you know it, you're like 0-6, and Fanny's sitting there with 5 kills under their belt. And your entire plan revolves around, is Causeway around? Like, is he not around? Can we engage this fight? And you're not always going to get opportunities like that. It's just too many boxes that need to be checked with a Fanny the level that S2G can perform on it. So we'll see how well this next and final game of the series wraps up.
Look, I don't think there's a single Mobile Legends player in the world who has not played against a good Fanny and seen just how much of a personal damage that can take to your soul. And yeah, Fanny sometimes can be that hero that requires a whole team to draft against it, not a specific player. Maybe even going in for just pure suppression could be something they could lean in on if they do go against the Fanny again and decide to let it walk. Now, here we are, Private. We talked about it, what these teams need to do to be able to be successful. We talked about in the beginning that we like to see things go the distance, and here we are at the final destination, game number 5 between some of Turkey's finest teams. Now, they're not just competing for anything, right? They're competing for a seat into the challenge finals, and both of them are sitting at match point.
I mean, right now, when we're looking at what these teams have been successful in, I feel like Papara Supermassive, it's almost kind of crazy. It's a flip of the coin for me when it comes to how successfully they're able to answer with drafts, and then on the flip side, how badly certain drafts just absolutely falter and fail to answer what is on the side of S2G esports. It's kind of crazy to me. It's like they ignore certain aspects. They hone in on something, and then they ignore these little details on the outside. They had a great amount of group play where it came to the CC, the Frigid Glacier, Avatar the Guardian, a lot of CC on their side. Unfortunately, there was nothing that was, the Fanny was out here on their minds when it came to what we have to deal with. Again, on the last time when we were talking about some of the lane pressure that we had from a, what was it, Siggy Bum, who was on the Granger, and then CC on the XP lane, where they lost both of those lanes, but they prioritized the Phoveus, they prioritized the Bedang. It's very interesting to see how these drafts go, but I mean, we're at the blue side. Papara Supermassive has always, they'll take a loss and then they'll finally be able to kind of come back and realize, all right, this is what we need to do to counteract that here. So we'll see what they have as an answer here. But yeah, in answer to your earlier question, we do have Fanny taken off the board.
And you know, you make some very valid points, and it's a little bit of a pattern that I'm starting to see from EMEA in general, right? They are willing to take the risk on some of these more staple over the globe bands and letting them walk, and I don't think this is something that's going to fly inside of the Mobile Masters. That needs to stop right now, because when you go up against APAC and you allow something like a Fanny to walk, we all know what's going to happen. I'm just going to let that be known now. You have to stop letting these overall global bands walk, because when you do, they lose. We're not seeing these teams beat them, right? You let the Zeusson walk, you instantly lose. You let the Mathilda walk, you instantly lose. You let a Fanny walk, the same thing repeats itself. So why even take the gamble when you can just ban it out? Speaking of bans though, we finally get to see it in action. The Eve has been banned this entire time, but now it will be picked up from S2G Esports.
Well, and yeah, we're going to see how successful this Eve is when it comes to that real world manipulation. One of the biggest successes and one of the very few opportunities that we saw Eve out was when you had the Eve and the Hylos together, where you had the real, not only did you have the real world manipulation trapping you in that box, but you also had the slowdown from the glorious pathway from the Hylos, which really synced in the devastation and the amount of damage that you were able to deal out. Here, we don't have that security just yet. And I'm wondering what we're going to have on the back end to be able to hopefully punish Eve once she goes into that real world manipulation.
Speaking of punish, a massive pickup for the Hilda on Papara Supermassive, trying to deny SCG from picking up this Hayabusa, giving them a little bit of a warning on deciding this final pick for the first phase. You are going to be seeing the Suyo on the side of Papara Supermassive. We've seen a little bit of that focus into the jungle with the Fanny, with the Joy being taken off the board. They are not going to bite the bullet, though. They are not going to take the risk. Hayabusa will not be played, and it will be replaced by the Nolan.
Man, I'm not going to lie. I feel the tingle of disappointment from a Nolan picks, just because he's kind of fallen off from where he really used to be, where he used to be the super powerhouse in the early game and just steamroll in the same way. It was like an easier Fanny when it came to how well it could steamroll, and it didn't require all that much skill. Nowadays, there's a lot of things that need to go right for a Nolan to be successful, and you absolutely need to be able to get those kills in the early game. Not that I'm doubting Kazue in this manner. It's just, it's more of a weight and a burden on a jungler than most other assassins out there, who can take their time, who can get their items, who can wait for people to get low into the mid game. But I mean, there's a lot of great things about him in that he can do that damage. If he does get the kills, he can steamroll. If he doesn't, he is also very quick to traverse the map, to provide that pressure in those outside lanes as well, and still be able to get back to these objective plays.
Speaking of objectives and pressure, there's a hero that kind of rings a bell for me that has yet to be picked up, and it could be a wise decision from Papara Supermassive, and that's going to be the Lu Yi, right? If you pick up this Lu Yi, you have great crowd control, because you already have this healer who's going to rush in for the damage. Now you add an element that S2G has yet to have to face against, which is the element of surprise, right? And you can use those diversion plays to keep S2G on their toes, and I think it could be a wise decision from them to be able to slot that up. If not, maybe going in for some artillery to match the bombs raining down from Sensei on this Eve. Maybe going in for that Farza as well. Both of these, I think, could be some great answers, but right now, something for certain is Papara Supermassive is lacking in the crowd control department.
Yeah, not just that, but there's going to need to be an answer for this Eve. Farza, I feel like they're trying to bait out. They're like, go ahead, use Farsha, I dare you. We've got Jawhead, we've got Nolan out here. We've got two things at the moment you start leading down that feathered airstrike where you have to stay stationary, you're going to be crushed. And they've also taken out some of the other big hitters there, like the Sicilian as well. I think the only big ranged one that we have left is Xavier, maybe even a Navaria. I don't know how well that might do into this, but that's enough distance, and she can lay down some abilities to actually be able to punish some of these picks. It just it really depends how flexible some of these. Oh, didn't even think of a Faramis. We haven't seen that in such a long time either.
Yeah, and they're going to pair it up with the Tigreal as well. Both of these add some sustainability and crowd control to Papara Supermassive's kit. They have the damage already from the Irithel, from the Hilda, and from the Suyo. So overall, I feel like it's a well-composed draft. When you have the Eve, though, that's where it could be a little tricky, right? Because when you have this Faramis, when you have that Netherrealm, it requires the team to play a little bit closer to be able to get in distance, to have that additional life when you are fighting against S2G, and that could profit on the side of Sensei. But they have some answers back themselves with the Tigreal, especially when you have heroes that are rushing to the back line like the Jawhead and also the Nolan.
Oh, I was going to say it's very interesting because say everything goes absolutely correctly for Papara Supermassive, you get that implosion from Tigreal. We don't really have the AoE damage except for Faramis. We do have a little bit from Mohi on this Suyu. I believe it's a Soul Sever he can kind of dish out there, but it's not huge amount of damage. It'll be very interesting to see how well they can execute some of these combos that lead with Tigreal being able to get some of those sets.
You made a good point. I was over there trying to look at some of the elements on what they had, on their side for Papara Supermassive, but they are missing some massive AoE, right? I mean, yes, you have the Irithel a little bit. Yes, you have a little bit of here and there, but it's not going to have a major impact, which means when it comes to Papara Supermassive, they're going to be focused on isolation plays. They're going to be focused on finding these pickoffs individually. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the final destination for Group A. Papara Supermassive and S2G, the favorites from Turkey, battling it out for a last time to decide who will move on to the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, one of these teams finds themselves a path moving forward. The other finds themselves a quick road home.
Yeah, some of the emblems popping up on the board so far, and I feel like it's a little bit of a blended environment, but you are going to have the double concussive blast working for S2G on this Akai and Jawhead combination.
Yeah, and they're sweeping through their jungle so quickly now. You can already see he's starting to provide that support up at top, now answering into Papara Supermassive's jungle already. Pagu, they're going to provide some support while Blotsvet gives that information to S2G Esports, which allows the Mohi the advantage to go ahead and answer that by taking some of S2G's jungle as well.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep a close eye on this Nolan. We were wondering how effective it's going to be. You don't really get to see this too often anymore in the competitive scene. Used to be such a strong force. Definitely has the burst potential.
What an ejector and an absolute domination onto Blotsvet. And this is kind of something, shades of what we were seeing from game one as well. We talked about it. You need to be very concise on some of these mistakes, on some of these advantages that you're trying to throw out there, because you're not as tanky as you are at like the 16-minute mark here, especially against the amount of damage that you have from an early game Jawhead, from an early game Nolan as well.
Yeah, and Blotsvet need to be careful of that, because that's what kind of led the way to members like Causeway steamrolling through Papara Supermassive. Speaking of steamrolling into this turtle.
Ooh, and the big heavy spin coming out there from Lunar, able to disengage Mohi. Wasso in trouble there. I'm not sure. Hilda's fast, but I'm not sure he's going to be fast enough to take on 3 members there. Hopefully the rest of the team, Superpower, Supermassive, are going to be able to find some type of advantage here. Zhao going to be able to dive out of the way of Pagu's ejector there. But 2-0 right now for S2G Esports.
Yeah, Causeway was able to pick off Wasa off screen. The 2v1 gank to the bot side. Did not expect him to be in that bush, and this is where that Nolan starts to shine, right? He rushes in, able to get this burst potential to deal a lot of damage, and even on a hero like a Hilda, who's very sustainable.
Yeah, and man, right now, when we're talking about objectives, it's almost to the point where, like, Tigreal is going to need to be used to push Lunar away during the end of these fights and kind of hope for the 50-50 retry, because that heavy spin absolutely debilitated Mohi from being able to get the retribution there. Big, oh man, goes in against 4 members there. Blotsvet taken down again. Heavy spin is out. Zhao running for the hills. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from Causeway there. And the Nether Realm just catches Zhao on the back end.
What a save from After Dark to be able to get Zhao out of there.
Yeah, Wasso in trouble here. Ooh, almost takes an entirety of the fracture, but in comes Causeway, finds the final kill there. 3-1 for S2G Esports, but not altogether unexpected for a Nolan, who really shines in the early game and takes down Blotsvet down to about 50% here, laying on the damage again.
And he's not just taking anybody out, right? He's taking down a Tigreal. He's taking down a Hilda. You got to respect the burst potential. Speaking of potential, 3-man gank on the bot side. Mohi needing to be careful. Turtle has spawned in. First one went over to S2G, and now looking to claim the second one, but the contest for Papar Supermassive.
Yeah, and you can already see Blotsvet is already at lower than 50%, so he's not going to have that big of an engagement here. Down to about time. Heavy spin is out there. Mohi not able to get the retribution again. Blotsvet has to get out of the way. Nether Realm is out to keep his team topped up. Papar Supermassive lose the turtle there, but they do well on the execution of not getting taken down as well.
But they won't find the trade, and now a 1,700 gold lead for the side of S2G Esports. Glowing Wand picked up by Sensei to be able to have that life bane, to be able to cut through into the heals provided by the Netherrealm by 50% on this Faramis from After Dark. So now we'll need to be careful of that. We are looking at a 4-1 lead in terms of kills and 2 turtles to the side of S2G, and they have yet to really have any struggle in these objectives. Papar Supermassive, though, they're not pulling back their punches. They're looking for a mistake, but they got to be wary of this advantage starting to climb in S2G's favor.
This is kind of the pressure I was talking about. You can see that Causeway able to go ahead, clear out the bottom lane. He's still going to have that threat of being able to make it to some of these fights, which is kind of backing up Papara Supermassive from really 100% like diving into some of these engagements. Zhao comes in, finds Pagu on the back end, but he's still pretty tanky as a Jawhead now, starting to get some of those items as well for members from S2G Esports up at the top. We're going to be looking for an angle to possibly take this tower. The rest of the reinforcements for Papara Supermassive come in. Lunar looking for an angle, but it's more than enough time, more than enough room for Siggy Bum to take down that top tower.
Yeah, able to claim an objective on their side again. And no trade found from Papara Supermassive, and Causeway 2-0-1 alongside Sensei even on the KDA. Only one that has a kill on the board is Zhao for Papara Supermassive. He just needs to stay alive. He's going to be the one they're leaning in on for the damage, specifically since they did go in for this Faramis instead of a damage mid laner.
Oh, another ejector there lands onto Wasso, running for the hills, juking and Jonathan gets caught by a Death Sonata from a Siggy Bum and shut down, and that's going to lead to another turtle take here. Blotsvet gets found out there, gets a teammate thrown on top of him. S2G Esports, Pagu threw one of his teammates and landed on top of Blotsvet to stop him from running away, and they secure another kill.
Look, I don't want to be that guy, but I mean, if I'm looking at Papara Supermassive, and I'm looking at the deaths. There's 3 for Wasa, and there's 3 for Blotchfet. That means they are overextending, and they're playing way too close to this composition who has the isolation play, specifically Pagu, who has 4 assists out of those 6 kills, and Lunar. They have to be a little bit better on their placement.
Well, the problem is here is the composition that kind of counters the aggressiveness that you want from somebody like a Hilda. Hilda does absolutely nothing when you're on the back foot. Pretty useless. So you want to try to maintain that aggravation, that aggro, that confidence in trying to be able to kind of like get the pushing power. But here you're getting behind. You're starting to fall behind when it comes to defensive items, and you're getting shredded from all the damage that is being out there from S2G.
Yeah, right now you're looking at a 4,000 gold lead in S2G's favor, just steamrolling through, and Papara Supermassive having their hardest game since game number 2 when we got to see S2G just power through them. Speaking of powering through, looking at the difference in terms of the gold laners, 6,000 to 5,000 for Siggy Bum's favor with the Hunter Strike, the Sky Piercer, and the Malefic Roar. Now going to be hitting like a truck and executing with the lethality. The lower members of Papara Supermassive go. After dark, though, he has this nether realm for safety.
Kazue comes in, finds a kill immediately on there. Siggy Bum able to take down that tower. And I was going to say, maybe you have an answer in the late game for being able to possibly find these wombo combos, but this is something that we talked about during draft. If you get the implosion, where's the burst damage coming from that can actually be able to take down Siggy or to take down S2G Esports? You've got a nether realm out there. Another ejector comes on the Blotsfat, does get a push, but gets taken down immediately. 0-4 for Blotsfat.
Oh man, this almost hurts the eyes on how painful this is for the frontliners. Is there's so much counter for when they rush in, right? You're getting hit with a heavy spin, you're getting hit with a lethal injector, you're getting slowed by Sensei, you're getting bursted down by Kazue, and there's nothing you can do about it. Even with the Netherrealm from After Dark, you constantly get to see Kazue rush in from the side play and get the pick off.
Yeah, and as you see it there, that big tanky front line there, Lunar doing such a good job using that Akai to stave off the whole of Papara Supermassive while S2G Esports gets themselves the first Lord.
Lethal injector for Lunar on the way out too. Pagu having the time of his life on this Jawhead. An Isolation King, and a lot of players overlook the value that the Jawhead could provide. It's slowly starting to showcase even more forward than the Cho.
Well, yeah, and it's one of those things I feel like comes in and out through like opposing seasons, because after a while people start getting used to and they understand what Jawhead is trying to accomplish. He's going to try to dive in. He's going to try to ejector me out. So all I need to do is to try to kite him out. Eventually, then Jawhead starts to fall off. But then you get to a point. Oh, actually, you're going to dive in as Kazoo, putting on the fracture, and Zhao finds a kill. Finally able to shut down Kazoo, but not without S2G Esports able to take down the mid tower. But as I was saying, like Jawhead, there comes a point where everybody's going to know the counter for him, and Jawhead's going to fall back into mediocrity. And then you're going to have a point where nobody remembers Jawhead, and he's going to come back, and people are going to be like, oh yeah, the ejector. Blotsfet finds himself a kill, while Siggy Bum answered back immediately with a kill onto Wasa. As you take a look at the damage leaderboards, Siggy Bum and Sensei topping the charts.
And then right below him, Kazue and After Dark. And this is definitely interesting to see. Kazue, I mean, he's just been having a game on this Nolan. He does have the Blade of Heptases to be able to help him on that initial damage, to be able to have that slight boost. And then he has the Endless Battle as well to be able to sustain himself throughout these fights. Whoa! Lethal ejector on a Kazue. What is going on, Pagu?
The whole of Papara Supermassive have to scatter like roaches as Kazue comes in with a fracture, almost taking down 3 members of them. Each one of them went into a different direction to try to avoid it.
Yeah, needing to be careful. Kazue able to pretty much burst down anybody that is in front of his path, especially with that Blade of Heptases passive to work in his favor after being out of the battle for so long. 4,000 gold lead closing in on 5,000 for the side of S2G, and After Dark almost taken down in that bush play, about 45% HP. This is a very great game for S2G Esports, but you know what? It's a little bit of a surprise that Zhao's been able to stay alive for so long. He could be the decider on what keeps Papara Supermassive in this game. As long as he can avoid S2G from finding their way into him, eventually he'll catch up on the items as we get closer to that 40,000 gold threshold.
My only problem is that, especially with his kit, Zhao can only take down one person at a time. And that's a lot to ask for. You're telling me that the entirety of S2G Esports needs to be held at bay as Zhao whittles them down one at a time. It's going to be you're going to have to be a very crafty strategy to come into some of these objectives as S2G Esports cleanly gets another Lord.
They saw him, Zhao, clearing the bot side with Blotchfed, and they were trying to clear that Lord in time to be able to get down there to pick him off. But you definitely have to keep a close eye on how Zhao plays this. You mentioned a great point. He can only really focus on one member at a time. And Papara Supermassive is lacking in the AoE department, which is probably leading to why heroes like Akai and Jawhead can easily push on forward and be overly aggressive, because you can't focus both at the same time.
I almost feel like, and this is going to be horrible to say, like a Carmilla would have been nice in this composition, because you could have spread out that huge heavy crossbow damage to the rest of the team of S2G Esports with maybe some CC. It's just right now they're just having a heck of a time right now, especially because Blotzfet and Wasa are just really getting heavily countered out here and taken down as we rush into the bottom tower. Sigibum laying down the suppressive fire. NetherRealm is out to clear up the bottom, but at the top, Papara Supermassive have lost 2 of their high grounds.
Yeah, needing to be careful though, because they only have one inhibitor on the bot side left standing, and S2G, they have everything working in their favor. Repeat of game number 2 in the Decider Match series, and there goes the Russian from S2G for a punish.
Yeah, right now we're going to go ahead and see Sigibum laying down those Death Sonatas on the damage there. But, I mean, this is basically academic. Down comes the real-world manipulation. Maybe not so much. I'm actually kind of questioning that a little bit from S2G Esports. They do... I feel like they're a little confident in what they have. Still need to kind of clean some things up. They didn't have any minions there to actually do anything to that bottom turret, so it was kind of a waste of time. Go ahead, clean up the enemy's jungle, move on, and start freezing these lanes so that they have no way of getting or actually regaining some of that gold advantage.
Yeah, just a 5,000 gold lead. But I mean, they're both past the 40K mark, so it's going to get to a point where we're not even going to have to worry about it, because everybody's going to be at full build. But even at full build, there are still limitations just due to the composition from Papara Supermassive. There goes an immortality picked up by Pagu as well for a little bit of insurance. Sigibum picking up the War Axe to be able to fight even longer on these engagements. On this Granger, Sigibum, we saw the damage leaderboard. He was at the very top above everybody, even Causeway with the burst damage.
Yeah, and right now 3 and 10 and about a 6K gold lead for the side of S2G Esports. I feel like this pickup of the Akai was just such a great read for the side of S2G Esports. It really had such a huge effect when it came to stunting the objective polling ability of Papara Supermassive, especially in the early game. And now you've just got this huge wall that's going to be able to defend. Here, S2G Esports, they don't even need this Lord. They just want to bait out a fight and hope that Papara Supermassive come in tow, especially with 2 high ground towers missing. There's a huge time limit on Papara to be able to make this fight happen, make something successful out of this before they start having minions knocking at their door. And you can see Zhao's going to have to answer back at core. Now they know they have an advantage. Sigibum on the back end getting a little bit of damage. Out comes the NetherRealm as well. Down to 10% is the Lord. Are they going to be able to find it? Mohi finds it. and even in between a heavy spin, but Siggy Bum cleaning up a shop. Mohi finds a kill onto Lunar. Siggy answers back with one onto After Dark. Down goes Kazue. Zhao finding himself some kills as Pagu running for the hills. Mohi finds himself a kill, wants to take down Sensei, and able. Oh, he is not able to find it. That Winter Crown. Oh, I thought maybe he might have cost himself, but the Winter Crown, a great move from Mohi there. And just like that, Papara Supermassive have found themselves a little bit of breathing room in this game.
Yeah, they bought themselves a little bit of time since they left to defend against Blotzvet Mohi in After Dark with the Luminous Lord on the bot side, and Wasa forced to defend against the minions.
Man, right now 7-13 and a 3K gold, 2K gold advantage for Papara Supermassive from an 8K deficit. Blotzvet needs to be careful. Ooh, After Dark has to use his Nether Realm defensively. Blotzvet is sitting here. He does have that immortality out. He does not get taken down, but still, I mean, Blotzvet, he scares me when I see him going up into the team. I mean, we all know it. It's a rough time to be a roam right now with so much CC on the side of S2G Esports. Zhao, we were talking about it. He needs to be able to hit these targets one at a time. Papara Supermassive somehow able to give him that time, give him that room for him to be able to find these kills.
Yeah, and that's all they need to keep doing, right? Taking these engagements one step at a time. Right now, you are still looking at SCG with a lot of insurance on their side, but the respawn timers are very long, which means if anybody falls, you can pretty much guarantee them out of this game for pretty much a full minute, which could cost either side the entire game. If I'm S2G, I'm trying to find a way to get over to Zhao. If we can find Zhao or Mohi, we get a guaranteed Lord and a guaranteed close on this game. But for Papara Supermassive, they got to find Siggy Bum, and they have yet to really find a way to get the isolated play into the back line.
Yeah, and Siggy Bum is just having a heck of it. And it's a Granger in the first plane. He is so hard to kind of be able to kind of latch down his Death Sonata gives him a little bit of wiggle room. His dash itself gives him some wiggle room. And all the while, you're taking all of these shots from him as he's disengaging from your team. It's one of those things that it's almost like, all right, we just need to zone him out while we take out the rest of the team and then maybe deal with him at the end.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw the damage leaderboard, and here it is again. 86,000 for the Granger, above everybody by 30,000 damage. This is possibly the highest I've ever seen in terms of a difference between everybody else on the.
Ooh, we do see that laying down that crystal. Lunar, they are looking for a good position onto this Lord right now, but you can see right now, Papara Supermassive not in a great position to really answer for this fight right now. They're all split up all over the map. Wasau still here at the front, so I'm kind of wondering what is the plan. I believe Papara Supermassive want to try to catch the Nolan in a fight here. Do you have a conceal play here? Wasau running for the hills. Pagu comes in looking for the ejector, does not find it, but 4 team members. Wasau actually might be in a little bit of trouble, putting some damage onto Siggy Bum. Still has that immortality proc, and now the Nether Realm has been used as well. But at the core, Papara Supermassive need to pay attention. They do have to answer Kazu, who has some minions at the base, and just like that, this is what I was talking about, that split push. Ooh, we do have an implosion. Heavy Spin comes out to protect Sensei. S2G Esports looking to get themselves another Lord. Papara Supermassive coming in. They don't have the damage of Zhao just yet because Zhao has to answer the core minions as well. Lunar comes in, more damage. Kazue looking for an answer. 1 down for S2G Esports. It's Pagu the roam, so the rest of S2G are going to back up.
I can feel the intensity, the pressure from both sides and what they're feeling. Kazue able to find After Dark. A slight mistake in positioning is all he needed to get an advantage.
And that is 1 down for both teams. But After Dark has the advantage of that passive. He's right back on the field like nothing happened. And he's going to have that nether realm for his team. Here comes the retribution for Papara Supermassive. Mohi captures it. And right now, S2G Esports are on the back foot with a 22-minute Lord due to head down the lane.
That is one of the, oh man, that's just bittersweet. You get the kill, but if there's any hero that works in favor of, it's definitely the Faramis. And with that passive to come right back, that is such a clutch moment for Papara Supermassive to take this Luminous Lord. But look at the positioning. Look at Kazue.
He's looking for a kill. He's hunting for it. Goes up against Mohi. Gets a fracture, but is not able to find the kill. Both of these have their immortality procced. Mohi's going to keep on. Oh, comes in. Takes a fracture, takes some damage, down to 33%. And this is just the problem, too. He's able to spam out these abilities. Just lost that purple buff, so he's going to be running out of mana a little earlier, but he's going immediately for the enemy's purple buff as well. This time now, Mohi going to answer the call at the mid lane with the Lord and the rest of his team. Is this going to be the final draw for S2G Esports? NetherRealm is out. Damage coming out on the back line. Siggy Bum takes down Wasau as they continue to pour on the suppressive fire to try to take down this Lord. A high ground at the bottom has been taken about. Kazue comes in, finds a kill onto Blotsfet, and S2G Esports finally find themselves in control of this match once again.
And a miscalculated play from Blotsfet. I mean, he did an implosion, but only caught one member of S2G. And without that setup, Papara Supermassive was not able to close it out onto the base crystal and force the retreat. And then he gets picked off by Kazue after that mistake. And now Papara Supermassive, it's been flipped around. Their backs are against the wall, and S2G is on the push.
Yeah, and they're looking to kind of end things out here. Still 15 seconds left on the death timers for Papara Supermassive. In comes the ejector, is able to find Zhao. Still has that immortality proc. The heavy spin is out. Pagu is down. Zhao with the final damage. They're finally taken down by Siggy Bum. After Dark is down, and this, ladies and gentlemen, oh, it could be the game there. Lunar in trouble. Wasau gonna come in, get some damage on Mohi. Takes down Kazue. Double kill for Mohi. Are they gonna be able to find the kill? Wasau chasing down Sensei, trying with all his might.
Sensei!
Ice Crown is out there. Can he find the final damage here? And eventually Wasau has to disengage from that fight.
What? What did I just witness? When is the last time we've seen an Eve out-sustain a Hilda all the way from one base to the other? This is a 25-minute game, not just any game. The deciding match to see who from Turkey will push on forward to the challenge finals. And we don't know which way this is gonna go.
Yeah, they're still even here right now. This is, I mean, it's just a fight. 3 down for S2G Esports, 2 down for Papara Supermassive. They're all going to be up and ready. It's going to come down to a mistake. This is when I would be giving my Captain America speech to Blotsfet, saying, don't you mess up. Just stick with the team. Stay with us. And because like this has been those moments where Papara Supermassive have shown a little bit of issues when it comes to that discipline. And this is where they need to have it the most. Now we're starting to mount onto this Lord Zhao, putting some damage onto it, down to about downing it by about 20%. But look at the spread. Papara Supermassive pretty much all over the map right now as S2G Esports looking to kind of group up around the Lord. 50% now on this Lord, and they decide to let it go. Looking for the bait out, but don't quite find it against S2G.
This is the pressure of an Akai. I mean, look at Lunar's positioning. He has the heavy spin. So if they try and go in for this Lord, he is going to bully everybody by pushing them back. And he buys the time for Kazue to rotate around the map and try and even out the wave management. Some great macro and micro plays from S2G, but Papara, they're looking to try and go in for this Lord.
Look at the placement of Blotsfet here. I'm not even sure if Siggy Bum knows it. Oh, he's not going to be able to find the angle that he wants. He was probably looking for a little bit of CC that he could get us. But Granger does have the Purify too, so he's going to be able to get out of that initial push, that initial implosion that might come out there. And so right now, both of these guys being so careful, the respect for the damage, the respect for some of the planning that's going to be coming out here as we starting to push in on to the waves. Once again, Papara Supermassive lining up with this Lord. They are going to reset it. No, they're down to about 30, now 40%. They clean up the top lane there. You can see Zhao putting on the damage as well. A big group up of S2G up above the Lord, 50% now, and the Lord is reset once again, all the while S2G Esports with the split push pressure at the bottom.
Yeah, but again, there needs to be some pressure onto Lunar. He has the heavy spin. This is the whole reason why Papar Supermassive is not engaging. He's creating such a threat for this neutral objective that Causeway, he doesn't even need to be in this fight. He can continue to split push. Look, if you're not going to go in for the Akai, catch Causeway out of position. Somebody needs to go down there to stop this man, because sooner than later, these minions will be at that inhibitor and Causeway will be at that Lord to take the objective.
The problem is that Causeway is such a good split pusher that he can get back so quickly if he's going to get chased. Oh, they go back. They already see him. You can see now Causeway going to come and answer this fight. Now they're going to be looking for something very quickly. Hilda, Wasau, putting it to Lunar here right now as S2G Esports start on the Lord, getting it down to about 40%. Pagu and a Siggy Bum on the back end, still lining up for that damage. Wasau is really deep onto the back end, has that Winter Crown. They do find another Winter Crown here as well, and an Immortality procs for Sensei. Down comes the real world manipulation. Zhao finds the kill. Lunar in trouble, taking a hole. Who gets ejected out of the way, but this is going to open up the Lord for Papara Supermassive. Zhao doing such a great job with that heavy crossbow. Pagu, the lifesaver, through hurdled Lunar to his teammates to get him out of harm's way. Now there is only 2 members of S2G Esports. Causeway trying his best to find himself an angle. But at this point, we just need to take down the Lord. We need to kind of throw it all out there. Siggy Bum trying to put on the suppressive fire. Immortalities are out there, down to 30%, 20%. A pop-up lands with the Nether Realm. Ejector comes in. Are they going to be able to get it? Retribution by Mohi. Papara Supermassive get themselves a Lord. Heavy spin is not enough to save Lunar as he gets taken down. After Dark and Mohi in chase are able to create the distance from S2G Esports, and this could spell doom for S2G.
They still have push potential, though. They still have their ADC, and Sensei will be back in time with the RWM to slow down this Lord. If they can find a way to freeze the top side, could be a potential chance to still have a chance in this match. But look at the Luminous Lord already in the base for S2G.
Yeah, they're trying their best. Sensei does lay down a real world manipulation. Wasau with the Immortality proc, 50%, 40, 30. Papara Supermassive after a war against S2G reign victorious.
The doors have been shut for Group A as the decider match comes to a close, and it's the dawn of a new era. Papara Supermassive finds victory in the best of 5 3-2 finish against S2G.
A real war of attrition there at the 25-minute mark. Definitely trying to close up some of those holes in their game plan at the end, but proved that they had what it takes to kind of keep things disciplined, keep things tight, eventually taking up the Lord and getting into that final push here. Even when you're taking a look at the score, 13-20. So they were under when it came to the kills, able to eventually eke out, especially with a composition that I really wasn't in too much favor of.
And not just the score, I'm also looking at the timer. I'm trying to check just to make sure, but that appears to be the longest game we have had in the challenge season. period, for Season 6. What a battle for the Turkish region. Man, both of these teams, you could tell how bad they wanted that victory, and it went down to the wire. That's the distance that we've been looking for.
92% kill participation. Zhao, once they started getting into that late game where Zhao was able, I mean, we talked about it, like what needed to happen, and it seemed so outlandish. It seemed like a fantasy. We need to be able to hold them at bay while Zhao can get one kill after another because it's a single target damage hero. And they were able to do just that, to provide that time for Zhao to be able to be successful.
And man, I'll tell you what, we have enough highlights in just this game alone to fill social media for Snapdragon Pro Series for a month. That's how many clashes we've seen between both of these powerhouse teams. But nonetheless, it was definitely a treat to see a battle of the Irithel being protected by the Hilda and the Tig versus the strong frontline, back-oriented dive composition of S2G. A 30-minute game. Both teams passing 80,000 gold, everybody at full items, and everybody giving it their all. But in the end, only one team was able to get that ticket into the challenge finals, and that is Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, you can see just the damage that was coming out from the Irithel on all of these matches as well. And even here, where we thought it was over for Papara Supermassive, Heavy Spin was out. They were still able to find what it took to fend off this defense, create it successfully, and then turn it around. Watch, and then this almighty fight between Wasao and the Sensei. And here is where it really turned. Sensei got caught at the bottom, even with an immortality, even with the protection of the Heavy Spin. Zhao tuning in, tunnel visions onto the mage, able to get the kill there. And this is where it finally fell apart for S2G.
Yeah, Papara Supermassive able to create the separation in the formation from S2G. Sensei not able to close back to his team and forcing the rotation in from the Akai to be able to keep him alive, and ultimately he paid the price. And there goes Zhao again, staring at us, just full socks in the land of Dawn, no shoes, as he didn't go for the boots, or he sold the boots on that full damage. Well-deserved MVP for him as well. 6-2-6 KDA.
Those are eyes that have seen the end of the tunnel, and at the end of the tunnel was victory. And what a game played. Papara Supermassive showing that they have what it takes, earn themselves a seat for the finals.
And speaking of finals, we got to ask our amazing host Liz how she felt about our longest game and potentially best series so far in the challenge season.
I mean, Private has said it at best, a dawn of a new era for the Turkish. If you told me earlier that S2G, out of every Turkish team, will be the first, well, not first, but will be knocked out of the challenge season, I wouldn't have believed it. But we just seen how well Papaya Supermassive performed throughout the series, throughout all these days. So it's definitely a well-deserved win. Now, Papaya Supermassive actually was a upper bracket team. So they faced up against Birthright, and then they dropped down to lower bracket and eventually knocked out S2G, the M6 brother himself, and qualified for the challenge finals.
Yeah, and we've seen the birth, you talked about it, we've seen the birth of these newer, fresher faces that have overwhelmed some of our veteran teams with so many qualifications, so much international experience under their belt as we take a look at Group B.
Yeah, Group B. It's going to be hard to top off Group A, man, going the distance, but we get to see two more teams, and one of them that's been well known for a long time in the land of Dawn. Incendio Supremacy up against Elevate. I can't wait to see which way that goes. Another amazing best of 5 on the way, so definitely make sure you guys stay tuned.
Yeah, definitely make sure you guys stay tuned. I mean, we are curious to find out whether the M6 brother, the other M6 brother from Turkey, Incendio Supremacy, will make it out of the challenge season. They will have to paint their fate for the next series, and we just cannot wait. Now, guys, take a short break, and we will be back for the next series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
This is it, everyone. The last series of the day, the last series of the challenge season between Incendio versus
Elevate.
They have changed their name.
Yes, they have changed their name a few times, and now you already know by that. Maybe I have my heart towards Incendio Supremacy. We did see them throughout the challenge season, but we did also have Yue back in the desk. How are you doing, Yue?
Oh, yes. After a great series coming out from the last game, especially a 30-minute game, the excitement just kind of oozes through onto our match coming out here. Incendio versus Elevate, two strong teams coming out. It's going to be a good match here.
Yeah, it's going to be a good match indeed. We did see a great upset in the last series, and we'll have to find out how this series is going to go. I mean, two Turkish champs. Now, one of them is already home. So what is going to happen with Incendio Supremacy? I am kind of scared. Now, looking at the bracket, we saw Incendio Supremacy lose in 2-3 versus Team Falcons. So Team Falcons now is officially qualified for the challenge finals. And now we will get to see Elevate, who beat out BJK in 3-1, and now they're gonna face up against Incendio.
Yeah, and this is a match, as you can see from the upper bracket, that has already happened. Incendio led 3-1 over Elevate at the beginning, best of 5 here. So a little bit of a rematch and an opportunity for Elevate to prove that they've made the changes necessary to bring them forward.
It's going to be a tough match coming out. They played each other before, and these are teams that definitely know each other, probably see each other in ranked games. So the adjustments, just like you're saying, Private, it's going to be extremely important to see how they decide to work this out to maybe get an upset here.
Yeah, I mean, for Elevate, it's going to be looking for an upset, and for Incendio Supremacy is to hold the Turkish name and proceed on this journey into the challenge finals. It's going to be a lot of excitement ahead of us. So Yue, take us your way.
I guess it's UA take us my way here. Private also on the board. This matchup, I had a lot of time to actually look through and see how these teams actually want to be headed up against each other. Incendio, of course, is the dominant international experienced team. They did fall short against Team Falcon yesterday, which means there is quite a bit of room to kind of wiggle and work with. However, Elevate has seen this matchup at the same time before. They were able to beat Besiktas 3-1 here, so they do have some momentum behind them.
Well, and also that if there has been a story told through this entire tournament, it's been for some of the new blood, some of those new kids rising have taken control of this and moved forward to the point that it's not so easy for a lot of those veteran and experienced teams to just make it through. So Incendio, especially with their performance yesterday, might have been a little lacking against Falcons. They need to clean that up, because like I said, there has been one one plot point for this entire tournament. It's that it's not over till it's over, even against some of these newer teams. And Elevate, the new kids on the block are looking to make a statement in their first tournament.
And you said it exactly, right? Now Incendio, coming out with the bans here, it's very standard for me. If you take a look at some of the past games that they had, they always took out this Matilda. Elevate actually has a win on this Matilda against Incendio. So 100%, I think the Matilda is going to be banned out from the side of Incendio. There is going to be a few other picks that, I'm watching out for. The Badong definitely has not really been let go, especially in most of Incendio's matchup. However, in our last series, Badong was opened up, so maybe they're going to decide to test the waters out. But Elevate takes out the Fanny. I think that is going to be a great choice. TNZ, great performance on it yesterday. Still something that both of these teams don't want to let go.
An absolutely mind-bending performance on it yesterday. However, so gapped the enemy, and gapped his team so far ahead that without TNZ, and when you got to that late game where TNZ wasn't as effective, his team was kind of left and faltered, and ultimately ended up taking some losses due to it. But Dang still prioritized. We saw in the last, I kind of brought it up in the last series, the first two losses for both of the teams had a Badang on the team, and it's almost like the teams heard me, and then after that, Badang vanished from either picks or bans, and we had, I want to say, more standard drafts that really came down not just to drafts, but I want to say 90% of the play style that was successful, because we saw some things that maybe shouldn't have worked, but on paper we're like, but ultimately very successful for some of these teams. Incendio Supremacy, they have that experience. They know what it takes to do with the draft. They know they've been under and over before on their back foot here. This is where Elevate needs to, I want to say, be very disciplines when it comes to, I expect Incendio Supremacy to come in right from the get-go, a lot of pressure, a lot of map presence on there, and continue that throughout the game. It's going to be on Elevate to be able to kind of find those little weaknesses, find those little holes in the game plan, and be able to kind of rush back through the mid and late game.
So Elevate does take out the Louis. A lot of respect towards Rosa. We didn't really see in the first series that the Louis was prioritized at all, but Elevate knows that this is something Rosa and the whole entire Incendio is very good at, right? You know, the fast rotations around. They do take out the Phoveus. This is kind of the swing ban that I was wondering what Incendio is actually going to be picking up. And then also Zushin gets taken out. So the Eve is left open if they want to decide to prio it. Incendio also has a very strong Hylos. So Eve, Hylos, both are available. They could also take the Hayabusa, which is, you know, a great jungle pick. And also both of the marksmans, Harith and Granger, which we've seen quite a bit, are also open.
Yeah, which is interesting too. Do you go on the side of Elevate, take the Eve and the Hylos, allow them to possibly pick up the Granger? I feel like the prio here is Harith, because Harith does a decent job of countering the Granger, and it really kind of well, honestly, I want to say from the last two series I've seen, it's almost to the point where you're not going to be able to shut down Granger's damage, so don't try to bully him in lane. You just need to kind of get that wall. You need to negate his damage. You need to have that strong front line that allows him to just, go willy-nilly, get that 86k damage on our team, as long as it's on the front line where it doesn't matter. Here, they go ahead, they're going to pick up the Granger and the Cho, which was actually missing from the last series, which I know you are a huge fan of when it comes to kind of getting into that line and isolating one of the teammates.
This is very interesting for me because Elevate has picked up this Chow against Incendio before. It didn't find the success that they were looking for. And the matchup is very, very similar to this one. It's a Cho against the Hylos, which Incendio is so good at. Apex 47 did such a great job, especially in the last series that they played against Falcom. They didn't get the victory, but the Hylos was so impactful. And the Chow coming out just tells you this is something that I think Elevate has prepared against. However, with the Harith now being on the board and a Hayabusa, there's going to be so much mobility that the Chow has to deal with. I feel like this is going to be an issue. I feel like the Chow's not going to get those single target suppression that it is looking for. However, again, Elevate has prepared this pick up, knowing that Incendio is going to be picking up the Hylos.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I know we talked a little bit yesterday about things that we could do against the Hylos when it comes to the Glorious Pathway. One of your options was the Cho, but I mean, it's all great great and all to have it on paper when it comes to the counters, but the execution is another thing, especially when you have another target out there that presents such a problem like the Harith does. If you allow him to kind of zoom around on that Zaman Force to get all of the damage, get all of the regen that he can dish out there. Here, I'm expecting hopefully maybe a little bit more CC on the side of Elevate as we move into the second banning phase, and wisely, Elevate takes Eve off of the board.
Yeah, you could really tell who Elevate is really trying to target in these ban phases, right? That's 3 mages being taken off the board. It does leave open Farsa, which we've seen Rosa perform on it quite well. There's also Valentina that I think the side of Elevate is going to be looking to pick them up themselves here. Incendio does ban out the Gato Kacha, a good flex that both of these teams have been using in the XP and in the roam position. However, there is still a Hilda available depending on how Incendio is going to choose to target this XP, because usually they actually like to go for some of the counter picks, some of the more different styles. They picked up something like the Dairoth before, right? And they always use this Lucas as a blind pick that's extremely strong. The Hilda gets taken out, so it kind of just leaves this Lucas that I think is going to be the high priority in the second phase.
Yeah, we're going to see here. We're still waiting on that last pickup, and they're actually taking off even more mages. And I'm actually kind of wondering what is left. We do still have some of those distance ones. The Sicilian is still out there and available as well. I'm wondering if that's going to be picked up, because I don't even know what you have after a Sicilian Xavier, as if you're going for some distance.
Arsa Valentina, I think.
Farza, Valentina, yeah, and Aurora as well too, if you want to go that route. I'm not sure how much engage. Yeah, you have a decent amount of engage on Elevate too. Aurora would work very well. Even for Elevate, Aurora would work to try to shut down the Zaman force coming out from a Harith.
You know, what I am looking out for is, yes, I think they're going to pick up Mage. Yep, they pick up the Valentina. This should give a green flag to go for the Farsa, and they get to decide what kind of XP they want to blind pick, and I think Lucas is going to be the strongest pick here. They go for the Farsa, which has quite a short cooldown on the Feather Airstrike, a good amount of range, and has a faster lane clear than the Valentina. So Farsa, Lucas, that's what I'm looking for from the side of Incendio. Now it really gives time to the side of Elevate to decide what they want to deal with the Lucas. Traditionally, they've had picked up something like a glue before, so that could be a solid option. But we're in such a like end draft time where there's just not really too many pickups that they could decide to pick up themselves here.
Yeah, and you got it right on the money. My only problem with the Farsa is the fact that we've seen it a few times, and the ability for most teams and most compositions to be able to close the distance right after a Feather Airstrike comes on, especially with a glorious pathway out. Now, that might have been player style, if I remember correctly, because I don't remember if it was Rosa that had the issue with like using that wings by wings after they got caught, and then staying around the fight, enabling a glorious pathway, and then they had no escape. So we'll see if they've maybe made some of the changes here. Glue taken out there, out on the field for Elevate.
Yeah, this is standard coming out from both these teams, Private, right? Like, we've seen Apex on this high list, we've seen Rosa on Farsa, we've seen every one of these teams on the heroes that they are currently on. The difference is Elevate lost 3-1 against Incendio with a similar type of draft and style, right? Elevate likes to go for that pick comp. We've seen them on things like the Kaja, the Jawhead, solo target suppressions or pick off, even the Ruby. We've seen them, try it out. And is this going to be enough to overthrow the 3-1 that Incendio has put upon Elevate? The draft is the same, the bans are the same, the hero, it seems like the strategies are the same. I'm looking for improvements here, Private.
Yeah, an improvement is what they're going to need if Elevate wants to overcome the oppressors that they faced in the first round of this tournament here. As we go into game one, Incendio Supremacy taking on Elevate.
Yes, and just talking about a little bit of the styles of the jungler, it is an assassin versus a fighter matchup, so Fafnir is going to have a much better time in terms of finding a 50-50 or even a retribution onto the objective, while Tianzi should look for that far lane kill onto the gold lane as much as he can when he hits that level 4 power spike. You can already see a priority clear on the mid side. Rosa and Apex having a great time at mid, has the bush prio, but does get chunked out quite early here.
Oh yeah, Apex actually in a little bit of trouble. They're down to about 10%, but no worse for wear there. Is going to have to find a quick road home there at the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, doesn't really pop the revitalize quickly, so Apex is going to have, you know, a spell to use, especially when it comes down to the very first objective. So Boro on this Chow, we've seen it come out before. Chow is traditionally good against Hylos, right? I've talked about it in the last games. That Hylos is almost guaranteed to win on this mid matchup. However, Chow trades quite well against the Hylos, especially with the, you know, the recent changes that he has. That bar, that red bar that he has, it's gonna deal tons of damage that actually a Hylos is not really able to sustain up against. But you can see, even so now with the winning matchup, they don't really have a 100% prio on these mid bushes. They have it now with Lito coming into the eye bush on the top side, but Apex is still having a little bit of trouble trying to open up some of the map here.
Oh yeah, we can see all 4 members of Elevate ready, willing, and able to be on this turtle. In comes with the quad shells. TNC gets a nice angle, but Fafnir gets the turtle. Feathered Airstrike is out, and they're looking to kind of get the split is up. Apex 47 goes down, and it does look like Elevate are looking for. They looked immediately like they were going to try to maybe go ahead and go for an invade. There is no purple buff there, so they're going to have to back up. But a great turtle take and a kill for Elevate.
Yeah, I think it was a solid 50-50 opportunity from said the Incendios, right? They didn't really have the turtle vision. They're able to get a shadow on top of it, and Rosa was in a great position to try to get a last hit using that feather airstrike. But, you know, Fafnir, good retribution on that objective, and Lito was able to get a split onto the Hylos, a priority target. However, now Tianzi in a good position.
Oh, a little bit of trouble there for Boro, who goes right into the middle, does find himself a wave of the dragon kick, and Tizo finds the kill onto them. 2 kills for Elevate.
Yeah, we talked about kind of the priority in early game, right? The Chow, again, traditional counter towards the Hylos. Chow has the mobility, has the stun, and Hylos is just one of those like sitting duck characters. He's gonna go in, he's gonna get picked off, and he's gonna die, especially in the early game where he does not have that much defense. However, when it comes down to late game, the Glorious Pathway might be a little bit hard to deal with.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too is that Apex 47 doesn't use that revitalize when he gets into harm's way. He's really kind of gunning on making sure he has that available for these team fights and everything, which is very interesting and just kind of shows the experience of a player who doesn't have some of those like maybe like tendencies to try to save themselves when it comes to getting caught like that.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard because sometimes the Chow is just, there's just too much CC. The way of the Dragon, Jeet-Kune-Do, that's a long time that, you know, the Hylos is going to get kicked. Now, second objective, again, Fafnir still has a bit of a lead because he is a fighter with a lot of iframes, but going in here.
Yeah, what an interesting play by Alien. Flickers into the back line, gets taken out. Fafnir finds the kill onto him, and the rest of Elevate able to chase down the rest of Incendio Supremacy. Apex 47 in a little bit of trouble as a Sunshine trying to lay down the damage for his escape, but this does open up a second objective for Elevate.
Yeah, it seems like Elevate has definitely taken the time to review their matches. Once again, this draft is extremely similar to the game 1. Ooh, feather airstrike bot side.
Oh, but Apex is right there. Immediately goes and knocks Enzo right out of it. So not too much damage done by the feathered airstrike.
Yeah, I mean, it is a 3-0 lead. 2 objectives on the side of Elevate. A 2K lead 5 minutes in. But it's just, it's not in a place where it's so significant that we're like, oh, dang, the snowball is coming in. But topside here, the flicker does come out, and this is what I was kind of expecting, right? Boro on this Chow, it's a high risk, high reward pick.
Yeah, speaking about that, off screen, Enzo finds a kill onto Apex 47. Tienzi finds himself a kill onto Boro, 1-1 apiece, and finally Incendio Supremacy get on the board with a kill. Alien comes in with a huge bit of damage there from that ability, is not able to really ward off Elevate. We're at 1-4 right now, a little over a 2K gold lead for Elevate, who have been pretty dominant this early game.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to take the mid tower quite early on, right? Incendio definitely overcommitted onto the far side. They were able to pick up a kill. However, the mid tower being down, that's going to be a big objective.
And Alien goes down due to that IMU feathered airstrike coming out from Enzo. Quad Shadow comes in with the shadow kill, looking for a death. It is able to find Tizo very close. Feathered airstrike of their own. Enzo is down. Lido does have to use that split, running for the hills, juking and jiving, looking for an angle to get out, and protected by Boro to secure his escape. Now 3-5, Incendio Supremacy showing signs of life.
Yeah, showing signs of life. It felt like they just came online all of a sudden, right? And it started with Tienzi. He was able to get his Shadow Clone onto a priority target like the Valentina, able to take him out of the whole entire team fight. And then the follow-up, Feather Airstrike into that Glorious Pathway. It's literally similar to something that we've seen before, right? But Boro looking to catch potentially on the backside. They know that the Herod does not have that Purify. It's going to be possible for Boro to get that flicker onto it, especially that it's coming off cooldown right now.
Yeah, and right now they do back up Incendio Supremacy, not looking for a fight here. There's not much that they're looking for here because there's not really an objective in store. Minions haven't come to the mid lane there. Ooh, Fafnir actually almost gets caught. Alien with another flicker is going to find a little bit of a pause there as Sunshine finds the final damage to take down Elevate's jungler.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an over-aggression by the side of Fafnir, deciding to check the aggressive bush on the enemy's side. Lido, a little bit of a defense mechanism, and also the Glorious Pathway gets shot by Enzo here, so utilities wasted by the side of Elevate. Incendio is definitely going to have an edge on any of the skirmishes coming up.
Ooh, but just like that, Elevate able to answer. There's a pressure up at the top that's forcing them away, and they're still able to find some towers down at the bottom. Quad Shadows is out as they try to put the pressure onto this mid line. Boro looking for the Jeet Kundo, seeing if he can find the way. The Dragon's Dominant Force has been laid onto the ground. Suppressive fire coming out from Tizo, trying to put the damage. Alien takes a heap of damage. Boro looking for it, and the transformation into the beast is enough to save Alien.
Ow.
Meanwhile, from the side, a Glorious Pathway separates the team. Elevate in trouble. Split is out. Fafnir finds a kill onto Apex while Rosa takes down Lido. The rest of the team looking for a disengagement. One down for both teams.
Ooh, I would say, this is pretty even trade coming out from both of these teams, but a little bit of hesitation coming out from the side of Elevate. I saw Boro almost get on top of that Harith with a flicker kick. He should be able to knock him out before the Purify comes up, and now the Harith has the Purify. This is going to be a hard catch because a flicker for a Purify, the Purify is going to win out on that trade just because the cooldown is a little bit lower. And if you take a look at some of these team fights, yes, they're getting kills off of Apex. 0-4-3. Apex is not a very happy horse right now. However, that is still the tank that is getting killed. Harith, very happy. Rosa in a great situation. Same thing with Tienzi. All of these members are priority targets that I think Elevate has to find a way to switch on the target. If they just continue to get the picks on Apex, eventually it's going to bite them in the butt.
Yeah, right here, they're starting to put the priority on to the Lord Alien here. He's been known to be using that flicker into the flash. Step 2, Glorious Pathway is out. Split, landing onto Apex. They're going to put him back with the feathered airstrike. Is out from the side. Tienzi comes, finds Tizo with a shadow kill of his own. And down goes Lito. 2 down for the side of Elevate, and a full team for Incendio Supremacy to be able to take down this first Lord. For me, the greatness in that engagement was the angles that Incendio Supremacy was able to find on Elevate.
Yeah, 100%. And the angles came from Alien on this Lucas. We kind of talked about in the draft It's something that he's very solid good at blind picking. Boro here coming out with the flicker, does push Rosa back over here, and Boro might get taken off.
Yeah, gets taken out by Sunshine with laid down that Zaman Force and was able to put the damage out. Boro powerless. Didn't have the Jeet Kune Do to be able to get himself to safety. Gets bursted down, and just like that, Elevate find themselves on the back foot as the power spikes begin to come out for Incendio Supremacy's draft.
Yeah, and I mean, Incendio is really playing their draft up to what they want it to be, right? How can they skill stack, skill layer, and, you know, use these ultimates at the correct time? We often see the paired up, you know, Glorious Pathway with the Feather Airstrike here, and it comes down again.
Yeah, there to zone out Feather, or actually Glorious Pathway comes down there to zone out the rest of Elevate. They're going to be powerless to watch as their tower gets taken down. Now Lord up at top, and we're at the 11-minute mark from an Elevate domination all the way now to a point where Elevate only has their high ground towers left. Apex on the front lines trying to keep Elevate at a distance while they are trying to clean up this Lord.
You know, I have to respect the side of Elevate picking up this Chow. You know, honestly, it's a hard pick. It's a high risk, high reward. He's going to look for the kick here.
Yeah, they do find that burst onto Apex at 47, even with the suppressive fire coming down in the form of feathered airstrike from Rosa, not able to save him. But at this point, I mean, your point comes reigning in true. You have 5 kills onto Apex 47, but it's just their roam. It's not really an effective, it's not really having a huge effect on the team, at least at the points when they're finding the kills. I want to say you find a kill on the roam right before an objective, great. But when you find the kill at some of these points where there's not an objective happening and you're wasting all of these abilities on them, it's not as lucrative.
I mean, it's just very hard to watch, especially when Apex is dying over and over. But you have Rosa, you have Harith. Everyone's just happy, you know, no deaths here.
Yeah, Apex 47 going to rush in with that Glorious Pathway. And another into the back line. TNZ finds a kill onto Tizo. Down goes Lito, and the feathered airstrike to secure Incendio Supremacy's escape. They are doing such a great job of being able to close the distance onto Tizo. He can't even react. That flicker into the, I believe it's the flash step on that Lucas, is just getting him well into the back line, and Tizo can't even react fast enough. Zaman Force is down as Sunshine blares into the enemy team turret there. He's not even caring about it, but they don't get too much damage there. I want to say that was just for a little bit of show, as Incendio Supremacy now turns their attention to the rest of the enemy jungle and this next Lord.
I mean, Incendio is just so good at setting up the Glorious Pathway into a fight here, and they're looking for another one.
Oh, Fafnir actually going to have to use that Blade Surge to get himself out of harm's way. Still gets taken down. Alien closes the distance on Tizo again. The Lord down and Lido in trouble. That is 3 down for Elevate. It's just Enzo and Boro alone to protect this base right now. 20-second death timers on the rest of Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, Incendio is just looking to groove and vibe here in this matchup. A complete sweep. That's a 3-0 trade with the objective here. And coming down onto the mid side, they get the burst that they were looking for. This is a one-sided sweep in the game number 1 here.
Yeah, Boro in trouble here. There's not going to be much as the quad shadows come out. And we have Tizo here trying to protect Apex. Is going to go down again, potentially. Death Sonata is out. Fafnir is going to have to use that Blade Surge to get himself out of harm's way. Sunshine with the Zaman Force laid down on the ground. They make short work of Lito. Alien finds Tizo again right before the core goes down, and a dominating victory for Incendio Supremacy.
Game number 1, convincing win. This is something that we kind of saw coming in terms of drafting. In terms of the draft, no surprises coming out from both of these teams. However, the execution was just lacking a little bit. The side of Elevate had the momentum. It was like 4-0, 4-1. The side of Elevate even got the mid prio, got the mid tower like 5-6 minutes in. However, when Incendio decides to group up, it just felt like they had a better grasp in how to take these fights. You mentioned it, the angles that the side of Incendios was preparing. Alien came out from the side numerous of times. The glorious pathway, impactful, paired up with, you know, the mobility and the range that the side of Incendio have. It was a complete dominating game here.
For me, what was tripping me out was how fast they were able to get to that back line. No matter how far back Tiso was, it didn't matter. Alien flickered back there, got the flash step as well, and Tianzi was right there on the Hayabusa to get some of the finishing touches. All the while, raining down damage with the feathered airstrike was Rosa. Just an all-out, this a well put together composition that absolutely shut down, I want to say, some of the strengths that we see in some of these characters.
Yeah, no, this is very scary for me because the side of Elevate, they try to come up with a draft, right? They take out the Fanny, they take out the Louis, and they take out the Zushin. And then you have Incendio coming out with a first pick Hayabusa into an MVP, a blind pick MVP. I always talk about these first pick prio heroes that come in blind and have so much impact. And take a look at this. This is the turning point where Tianzi was able to find a pick off onto Tiso, right? And from this point and onwards, the side of Incendio was able to win team fights over and over. It was convincing on their side. Yes, they take out Apex multiple times, but the side of Incendio, all their carries were super happy. 0 deaths from Rosa. Tianzi had a great game. Same thing with the Harith. Everyone was happy. This is the problem when it comes down to Elevate's pick composition. They're picking units, but it just isn't the right one.
Yeah, and you can see here when it comes to some of these fights here, I mean, a Sunshine into the back line, especially at this point in the game, 13-minute mark, just doing so much damage out there, even allowing the split up, allowing a Tianzi to pick up the Lord without his teammate, who were doing their job of pushing out the rest of Elevate here. And this was pretty much academic at this point, not enough for Boro to be able to withstand from the side of Incendio.
Yeah, I think Elevate has to try to find a way to switch up the draft, switch up the gameplay. When we talk about like a 13, 14 minutes in, this is a one-sided match, and Tianzi here coming out with the MVP, a perfect game, 9-0 and 2, 65% KP. And honestly, for me, the main reason why he's well deserving of this MVP was that pickoff on Tiso that turned the match around, right? Remember, at that moment, it was 4-1 advantage for the side of Elevate. At the same time, Elevate was able to take the mid tower. So Tianzi being able to find a pickoff just by himself, it's a lot of momentum just being swung back into the favor of Incendio.
Yeah, and it's all these little things that you mentioned as well, whether it's those little pickoffs and getting all the kills onto Apex 47, which was allowing the rest of the carries to kind of get stacked up. So he died, but Apex was doing his job. He was protecting the teammates that needed it. Meanwhile, on the other side, when the kills actually started hitting Elevate, it was hitting those priority targets. The Mage, it was hitting the priority targets like the Granger as well. So when they took deaths, it just hurt more than when Incendio did, and it was on Apex 47. And as you start, the game keeps on traversing. As we start adding these up into all these little things, the mistakes, we got to a point where it was just a steamroll for Incendio. And then such great angles that they were able to find for some of these fights, especially at the one that was at the mid lane where the glorious pathway got laid out. So the entire focus of the Elevate was right in front of them to kind of try to stop this push, and then right from the side comes the quad shadow and the clean up job from Tianzi.
Yeah, it's just a great match coming out from Incendio. This is just like they're playing chess, and they knew at every single point how to find the fight, how to find the angle, how to get onto the backside, how to get those picks. And I feel like the draft has a lot to do with it. But Incendio, in terms of how they're banning out heroes, they're opening everything honestly for a good reason, because the hero pool is so deep coming out from both of these sides, right? We haven't seen a Louis being opened for Rosa to pick off, and maybe they're gonna allow the Louis to pass this time around. The Hayabusa gets taken off the board. I like that. However, there's still a lot that they have to deal with. The Fanny that came out yesterday, that was a tough open up. They decided to take out the Louis, which we still haven't seen Rosa perform on this yet. This is just a ban that Elevate's been putting on nonstop. Is that good enough here? There's so much open opportunities.
Yeah, we haven't seen Rosa, and I think the way Elevate is thinking is like, you know what, we'll just leave that to Legend. We don't need to see it. We don't want to have the experiment of having Rosa on the Lu Yi. We'll just whatever stories they tell, we're just going to continue banning it out there. But yes, I do agree that Fanny needs to be this next ban, and you know it's not going to come from Incendio Supremacy. So what else is this going to be leaving open for them potentially as well, especially because I want to say the last game we kind of left open when it was the Harith and the Granger. Even with the Granger, man, he just had a rough time being able to disengage from these teams. Hylos is open on the board as well. We talked about that combination between Hylos and Eve when it comes to just really stunting a disengage from a team. When you have that glorious pathway laid down and then you have the real world manipulation laid down around it, you're just talking about a team that is crawling through a swamp while getting damage rained down on top of them.
Okay, I will say this though. There is a slight adjustment that's being made by the side of Incendio. Yesterday, they struggled to deal with the Zushin quite a bit. And typically, Incendio likes to open up picks. They ban the Badong, they ban the Matilda, and they have kind of this like flex ban where typically it's gonna go into something like a Phoveus, a Suyo, a Eve. But this time they take out the Zushin, meaning potentially they're opening up some other picks that they want to go for, but that might mean the Badong goes free. But no, Elevate takes out the Badong. They're literally telling them, pick up the Fanny. The Hylos is going to be free. The Eve is going to be free. Harith, Joy. I mean, there's so much available on the board, but it is for both teams to take here.
Yeah, Phoebe is going to be taken off the board there. It looks like the priority from Incendio is going to be onto that Lucas again, which they had an amazing amount of success with. And I don't think I've seen it be able to close the distance as quick as... okay, Elevate. They're going to go ahead and pick up the Fanny themselves.
Ooh, okay, this is a little bit unexpected. Elevate has played the Fanny before. It was a loss in the game 3 against Besiktas. But this Fanny, it was like a 24-minute game, right? If Elevate was able to go back and, fix their mistakes, they should be able to do quite well here. And the interesting thing is Incendio wants to pick up this Harith over and over. Elevate loves to play a pick comp. Loves that Jawhead, Chow, Kaja. So picking up something really mobile is going to force that Chow to not be as effective. I'm expecting Elevate here to pick up the Hylos and also the Farsa, because both of these are going to be banned out. However, if they don't pick up the Granger, it's going to get taken off here. Incendio with a great opening to the draft, but Elevate has the opportunity to counter here.
Yeah, Granger as picked up. I'm almost of the mind that if a Granger and a Harith is available and Harith gets picked up, I feel like we need to just go with something else in the marksman lane, just because of how easily it is to be kind of bulldozed in that lane. Not just that, but you need to provide a lot of support. Now we're saying you've got a lane where Granger's not going to be doing well, and you need to provide support for it as well. It depends too.
Okay.
I want to see the Hylos is out now, so we're going to have some ability to kind of close the distance onto that back line. And we talked about this and we saw it yesterday. Hylos is a huge player when it comes to the early game, when it comes to being able to get those objectives, whether it's engaging onto the team, disengaging, or even separating the battlefield when it comes to opponents who have maybe eked out just a little bit too far. Waiting for that last pick from Incendio Supremacy, and then we're going to be moving into the second round of bans.
Yeah, I mean, they could go for something like the Lucas that did so well in the very last game. They could also go for the jungler. Typically, Incendio likes to go for an assassin, but they go for this Gatot pick early on. This is interesting because the side of Incendio has actually picked up this Gatot numerous of times in the very first phase. They love to flex this pick. It typically goes back onto Apex 47. However, they've also picked up the Gatot onto the XP. Alien has been performing well on this Gato Kacha. So a very strong flex pick. It really makes Elevate wonder if it's going to be in the roam. Do they have to ban out the roamers or do they have to ban out the XPs? I think they're going to go for some of the junglers, which I think is going to be a smart pick. Incendio takes out the Sicilian. I'm expecting the Farsa also to be taken out, but maybe they're interested in, you know, the Eve is also available. So 2 long-range casters. Potentially one of them is going to be what Incendio wants to corner Elevate in.
Yeah, I was about to say the Eve is a good priority here, but when we go ahead and we lay down that real world manipulation, when we lay down that glorious pathway, we've got some counters on the way. Yep, the Eve gets taken out. So we are going to have the availability of the Farja, but like I said, I'm not a huge fan. I know it was successful in the last game, but I've just seen too many times that it just becomes a sitting duck if we don't have the peel, if we don't have the protection for that Farja, especially once we are on the back foot, which Elevate might find themselves here in this composition. I would like to see, right now, I want to see something that kind of comes out kind of bursty, something that's going to whittle down Incendio supremacy that allows the Fanny to come in, swoop in to get some of those kills by themselves.
You know, I honestly like the Farsa because it gives them the range that they're looking for. If you take a look at the game 1, right, it was the glorious pathway paired up with the feather airstrike. It was a deadly combination that allowed them to turn the game around. Yes, AOG, hard to deal with. You don't want to give a feather airstrike onto a Valentina. And, you know, with the Venom Force, the Herald is going to be jumping around. However, I still think it's a very solid priority. Incendio, with a open draft on the XP, they could pick up anyone that they want to here if they choose to go for XP. The Hilda, the Lucas, which was devastating in game number 1 with the ankles, gets picked up by Incendio. They're going to be quite happy. I want to see how Elevate responds. They need the mage. They need an XP potentially. Elevate also is a team, I think, that is open to having the high list in the XP. So there is a flex opportunity there if they choose to use it.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Incendio Supremacy, I don't know how the Lucas plays into a Fanny, but I'm not really seeing too much on the side of Incendio Supremacy to really deal with the Fanny if it is successful, if it does start getting the ball rolling. It's almost like they're kind of just banking on their ability to kind of really be able to fend off a lot of these attacks without really even putting too much focus onto that. And you see on the other side, Elevate, they really focused on some of those counters. They took out the Akai, which can use that heavy spin. Here we have the Vexana picked up with the Hilda.
Vexana is one of the mages that I feel like is underrated in this meta. Has a very strong ultimate, however, is prone to a lot of dives. Yes, she has a CC, but something like a Lucas that can, you know, really jump onto the backside paired up with the AOG, it's going to be prone to a lot of attacks. Incendio with a last pick for the jungler. Alpha comes into mind. Joy is also available. I think the Alpha is actually going to be the pick here. It's decent against the Fanny because he has a little bit of CC that he could work with and his physical damage. They could also opt to go for Fredrin, but they go for the Lucas jungle once again. Private, you saw this earlier today, right?
Yeah, we did, and it was not as successful. We even saw it a little bit yesterday, and yes. I know you were...
They lost. They lost Game 5.
You said, I'm pretty sure the words were, "It is not a Game 5 pick that you would like to go with." And I agree. It's not. It's not some of those one of those experiments. And there's a reason that Lucas is not really chosen in the jungle as often. It didn't do terribly, especially with the combination that it had last time with the high-lows and the real-world manipulation, allowed him to really get into that back line so fast, but it ultimately was unsuccessful. But we're going to be moving into the second game here of Elevate taking on Incendio Supremacy.
You know, the exciting thing about being casters is that we get to take a look at some of these drafts and how they are being picked up and paired with each other, right? We've seen the Hylos being flexed. We've seen the Lucas now commonly being flexed around. We've seen a Joy at mid by Besiktas, right? So like, there's just so much excitement coming out from these drafts. Again, everyone, it is game number 2 between Elevate and Incendio Supremacy for the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is going to be an elimination match. However, both of these teams still have a lot more games in order for them to progress forward.
Yeah, a lot of mobility picked up on the side of Elevate to try to be able to kind of get around the map very quickly here. Alien, actually, Boro, they're trying. I'm actually very eager to see how this early game is going to develop for Elevate because they really need the win here for the Fanny. They need the advantage for the Fanny to be successful because as you start getting later and later into the game, Fanny becomes less of a threat, and especially if you're taking deaths in the early game, you're going to have a lot of issues utilizing that.
Yeah, and you know, typically with a Fanny pick, you don't want to have people invading your jungle, and I think Elevate has drafted quite well for it, right? You look at the Hylos, you look at the Vexana, these are prio clear. Look, boom, lane gone. They could do whatever they want to. The Spider-Man comes in looking for Apex, does get chunked a little bit. However, I'm scared for Elevate's mid lane. Why? It's 2 stationary targets. You got the Horseman, you got the Vexana. They don't have dashes, and when you pair it up with something like Alien on the Benedetta, that's gonna put you in your place. It is going to be hard not to get rushed onto the backside.
Yeah, that's going to be the very interesting thing here. Ooh, Tienzi taking a heap of damage down to 10%. Fafnir comes in, finds the kill. Alien in trouble as well. Looking for the dash, does not find it. First blood and a double kill going over to Elevate. Fafnir opening it up very strong.
I'd love to be excited for this, Private. The early game that Elevate has set themselves up with, it brings them so much success. In game 1, they had the advantage. Yes, they did fall short, but any advantage has the potential to lead onto the snowball. Even though Elevate did lose that first game, they still have the potential to snowball this one, and they have a great setup so far.
Ooh, Tiso, there were 3 people heading down to that lane. I was very scared for how that was going to end up for him, especially because, I mean, one thing that hurts is when you're in a lane that you're going to lose ultimately because of the character that's there, and then you're getting pressure down there. So it becomes this huge frustrating thing down in the gold. A little bit, ooh, Boro put some damage on Apex 47 in a little bit of trouble, gets taken down. Enzo with the last kill there, and still swooping and diving in is a Fafnir looking for some more damage. 3-0 right now over Incendio Supremacy, who seem to have been shut out in the first 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Private, you were right. Coming out from the draft, there isn't much of a defense coming out to be able to hold the Fanny in place here. And it's just getting worse and worse.
Ooh, a little bit of trouble there. Fafnir is going to have to find the disengage. Glorious pathway has been laid down. Tienzi, look at the amount of regen he has on that Lucas. He was down to 10%, now over 50%, looking at about 60% with a few abilities there. And that's just the value and why Lucas is so sought after when it comes to the XP lane. Here in the jungle, we're going to see, it's yet to be seen how successful it really can be.
Yeah, and, you know, for the side of Elevate, they really have to find a way to close this game out fast.
No, this is exactly what you were talking about, is them trying to lock on to Enzo. But with that, the flicker being used, Alien in trouble there. The entirety of Incendio Supremacy is looking for a disengage, an unsuccessful attempt. As Alien came in, was able to get the Electo final blow, but not, I don't believe, oh, it doesn't have the Petrify, so they're not going to be able to lock down Enzo if he does have that flicker.
Yeah, I feel like Alien actually should have went for that Petrify because there's just a few stationary targets that is just a little bit immobile. Now, Elevate does come out with this second objective. This is going to be a win. This is exactly what they're looking for, and that's how their draft is, you know, put out. Boro is on this Hylos, an early game winning hero. The mid gets cleared very fast, so the Vexana has a earlier step onto the rotation. Yes, we talked about it. The Harith has a much better mid-game performance compared to the Granger. However, if things are going to continue this way, Elevate should have a lead. And 5 minutes in, this is where Elevate usually does well.
Ooh, look at that. Nice cutthroat lands onto Sunshine to be able to create the space to get that first tower. And that was something I was actually going to bring up, is that we've got a lot of success from Elevate, but we don't have the objectives just yet. And with that, they immediately go ahead, get themselves a tower at the 5-minute mark, and continue on with their dominating waves, locking onto TNZ in the backline, looking for the cables. Fafnir trying to put on the damage, but answering back is TNZ. Fafnir eventually comes in with the cutthroat to shut him down.
Okay, so around this time last game is where Incendio was able to find a few picks that they were looking for, and they got the momentum to being able to turn around. However, this is just a little too much.
Yeah, look at all the damage coming down. Alien taking a heap of it. Is going to have to find himself an escape. Apex 47 slowed down and taken down by Enzo. We were talking about the value or the non-value you get from the immobilization of Enzo on this. Ooh, Alien a little bit trouble. Fafnir coming in for the cutthroat, finds it. Self-kill might be taken down. TNZ looking for it and finally able to shut down the Fanny, but has to answer against 3 members of Elevate. Now the score looming at 9-2, but there was finally an answer from Incendio's Supremacy, able to take down Fafnir, sitting at 6-1-2.
I agree. I was going to make a comment about something like a point of no return, right? When the snowball becomes a little bit too much and, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel just becomes dimmer and dimmer. However, Incendio able to find a trade here. They take out 2 priority targets, one with a lot of gold going into Rosa's hand, and then you could also say Tiso, a high priority target being shut down. This shows Incendio having potential to find some picks onto the end, but is that enough? Right? Are they going to be able to find more here, or it's just a lucky trade?
Ooh, Lido in a little bit of trouble here as Boro and him going to zone out TNZ from this Lord. Allow Fafnir to come. Big pop-up lands on the Alien, taking a heap of damage, looking to try to get out of there. In comes Fafnir for some of the finishes, takes some damage, is going to zoom out. And fortunately for Incendio, they don't lose anybody on that disengage. And Elevate still able to recoup that Lord, though.
Yeah, I agree. The double revitalize was huge there, right? You know, we said Alien maybe should have taken the Petrified to get onto the backside, but the double revitalize pretty much saved the whole entire 4-man squad on the top side. And also the Harith was able to clear out the mid side, so no aggression coming out from the side of Elevate here. Incendio coming out with a great defense.
Oh, big wall spam for Fafnir, who does find the kill onto Apex 47. And the biggest difference on this game, too, is that these kills are spread around to a lot of the damage dealers this time on Incendio as well. Big pop-up lands on the Alien, looking for an escape, is getting trapped in by Boro. Glorious Pathway is out, and Lido with the finishing touches finds another kill under his belt for Elevate.
You know, unfortunately, some of the swing picks that Incendio had is just not working out. The last pick, Benedetta, 0 and 3. You know, the Gato flex in the first phase of draft, a little bit too early. Also 0 at the end. Tienzi not having a good time here, dies once again near his purple buff.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering, I mean, I don't know that there was a better jungle pick that would have been having a different game in this game. Oh, 2 glorious pathways are out there as Lido kind of just showing himself, letting the team know. Oh, actually diving into the back line. And Alien takes a face full of CC from Enzo. And maybe that's from the Deathly Grasp is one of the things that separates a Vexana from other mages, especially with her immobility. A lot of people like to try to jump on top of a Vexana like right from the front, but that Deathly Grasp has such an amount of CC that can really thwart any type of aggression sometimes.
Yeah, it's a long CC, and the missile, width is actually quite big. So it's very easy to hit. It's a point blank spell. And as long as she's able to, target the divers, it's going to be good news for her, right? 13-2 is the overall scoreboard. We're talking about a 10-minute game, and the advantage is, really pushed onto Elevate's side. It feels like they have everything that they have set up for in their draft. 2-0-8, both mid laners here. Fafnir having a good game. Lido on this Hilda, quite happy. And Tiso, also on the Granger, didn't do so well in game number 1, but it feels like Elevate should be able to take care of this game here.
Yeah, they didn't have some. Oh, actually, Fafnir actually gets taunted away from finishing up that kill. But you absolutely brought up a great point too. Granger, who usually has a lot of trouble. Tiso, who did have a little bit of an off game in the last one, especially against Harith. Now on the backside, they are able to take down a tower. Lido putting the damage out. Zaman Force has been laid on to the ground, and it does look like a shockwave blast just goes wide of the team. Tienzi struggling to try a way to be useful for his team, but at this type of a deficit, he is having a lot of trouble. Alien from the backside looking for an angle, goes in with the Electro final blow, trying to put the damage onto the mage. Enzo in trouble, juking and jiving, going in circles as the rest of the team swarms around Alien to pick up the kill. 15-2 right now, and what a great attempt by Incendio Supremacy, but what a great reply coming from Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate was able to get the target that they were looking for, right? They get the 2 frontliners in the front. They also had Fanny coming in from the back, and now they're opening up the base here. Tienzi coming out hard.
He tried and taken down by Tiso. Look at Rosa, the damage that came out, and Fafnir zooming around only gets hit by, I want to say, 1 tower shot on his way out. I want to say there's some things I didn't realize, but I didn't realize that Elevate had a Fanny player at this level, and I feel like that's something that Incendio is starting to realize as well. They're not the only Fanny carries on the block.
Yeah, I mean, this is very special, right? For Elevate to be able to perform onto this game, they're showcasing the Fanny that should be on the ban block, right? They're showcasing the Hilda, which is so annoying to deal with, and also the Granger and the Hylos. These are high priority pick targets that Incendio intentionally left open, saying that they know how to deal with it, and right here they are struggling quite a bit.
Yeah, the only thing is we're starting to get to a point 13, 14, maybe around the 16-minute mark when the Fanny begins to fall off. It's not going to be as effective, but the rest of the team beginning to step up, laying down the damage, especially the suppressive fire coming out in the name of the Granger here. Big stuns land onto the back line, and it does look like Alien gets taken down again. Tiso having the game of his life to recoup after a disappointing first game, sitting at 6-1-9, just behind Fafnir.
Yeah, I mean, you really cannot give Fafnir, Fanny, and Boro on the Hylos, and Tiso on the Granger, which does so well. And what you pick up yourself, a 0-6 Benedetta, a negative score Gato Kacha, and also a jungler that doesn't have the mobility and the damage as Fanny. A well played by the side of Elevate, able to take game 2, bouncing back. This is good news because Elevate, they struggled when they played against Incendio in the very first opening matches, and this time around, they're able to find a victory early on in their series.
Man, I can't even tell you how happy I am to see that Elevate are able to match up against Incendio Supremacy. I know, I want to say a lot of the predictions were kind of leaning towards Incendio to really dominate this series, but it's happy to see Elevate be able to find the recipe that they needed. Especially, I said, I was very concerned about Tiso taking on Sunshine again, especially with the Harith in that lane. This time, being able to find the recipe for success here. And was, I want to say, maybe a little bit of a mispick on the side of Alien to go with that Revitalize instead of the Petrify that they could have used to actually lock down, because there were great opportunities. Alien was able to find the angles to get onto Enzo. It's just that for that little bit of hesitation that the final blow is on the ground, Enzo still had the foresight to be able to flicker out. If that was a Petrify, you're not just talking, he's not going to be able to get away. You're going to have all that damage onto him. And then even the Petrify, everybody on the Electo final blow would be getting petrified as well.
Yeah, and I 100% agree there. They were, the side of Incendio was just missing that tad bit of CC that they really were desperately needing. Right? There was 2 units from the side of Elevate that was stationary. They also had a Fanny. A stun, even just 0.5 seconds, would have gone a long way. And you also talked about it, Private. It was kind of a mistake on their draft. They didn't find a way to counter Fafnir. They gave away so many strong picks and ended up backfiring. I think in terms of a draft, I think it was slight overconfidence. However, in the very first series, Incendio did lose game 2 against Elevate. They lose game 2 here, and Incendio was able to bounce back with 2 convincing victory at 12 minutes and 23 minutes. Is it going to be the same story, or has Elevate made the adjustments that they need here?
I mean, I know a lot of people were expecting it to be a clean sweep yesterday for Incendio when it came against Team Falcons.
That's me.
And that went the entire distance. Here, could we be looking at the same thing here as Elevate have shown those signs of life, show that they're ready, show that if you leave you cannot underestimate us by giving us these open picks that you think only you can dominate with, especially in the name of a Fanny, especially when they saw the Fanny pick and did nothing against it in their composition.
Yep. And, you talked about yesterday for a clean sweep. Private, was the one that was like, Incendio got this, right? They've done it before, and, they're definitely the better team. But I was happily wrong, right? I was happy to be wrong because, Falcom just was the better team yesterday. They played so much better. And this time around, Elevate also showing up Boro with the MVP on that high list. I'm happily to be wrong because I think Incendio was actually just going to take this 3-0. But Elevate, especially after game 1 where I felt like everything was in favor of their draft, it didn't work out, and they were able to bounce back with just as much energy, ending game number 2 around the same time.
Man, this is turning out to be an amazing series. I know it was, and especially the domination. What was that, like 21-2? Like just domination right from the get-go. Elevates all over the place, and just little things that are going to need to be planned for here. The Fanny needs to be paid the respect by both teams, not just yours, and some other picks out there that need to have that respect. And maybe it's time for this Lucas Jungle to bid farewell to
shelve it, please.
Yeah, just go ahead, put that on the shelf. There are some reasons that it just does not work. I don't even remember, did we see a Badang ban in the last series?
Yes. Badang. So it's standard coming out from the side of it in Incendio to ban out the Badang, to ban out the Matilda. I definitely feel like the Matilda is not going to let go. I'm wondering if Incendio is looking to change up the Badang ban. Yes, even in other regions that have tournaments right now, Badang is 100% pick or ban. However, there's just in my heart, I don't think the people that are winning M6, I don't think the people that are getting top 4 in M6 would have cared if the enemy was using a Badang or not. However, this is a different region. Different regions have different metas, have different priorities, and taking out the Badang may just be that headache that Incendio loves to put out in front.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because there's certain things that when a certain character becomes prio, it has like this domino effect on the rest of the meta, depending on what they counter. Like I want to say before for EU, they had a real problem when it came to using the Joy, and it was mostly due to the fact that I want to say Moskov was a huge factor in a lot of those fights, was still meta, and still presented a lot of problems for a Joy trying to go into that lane and trying to get those ganks, because you immediately had a Joy speared against the wall under the tower, and then boom, Joy is down. It's amazing for how some of these picks just kind of domino effect down, and how the lack of those picks or the priority of some of these picks really kind of fluctuate and ripple throughout some of these meta. Here, the Bedang pick has been a big thing, but I want to say these last few matches, we've started to see when the Bedang is picked, this last weekend at least, it started to kind of falter to the point where we're starting to see the holes in the Bedang, where it's not as useful as we thought it was, especially in that roam position where there's other things that could have been prioritized, that would have had more CC, that would have had more tankiness. Here, one of the examples too, that Lucas in the jungle position, I absolutely loved the way it was played by Incendio in that first game, to use that flicker and the I believe it's the flash step to be able to close the distance onto the marksman or onto the mage during these objective fights. Here, as the jungler, it did not have that same type of success.
Yeah, you're correct, right? The Bedang is not working out for a lot of these teams. However, we've seen them on roam most of the time, and I think Bedang maybe has a better place in the XP. It's still flexible, but XP is much better here. Alien coming out with the Granger prio first pick, something expected, at least by me, right? A lot of the times, the side of Incendio love to swing a ban onto the marksman to pick up the other one. It could be the Harith for a Granger, it could be a Granger for an Harith, right? And now the side of Elevates, they have to lock in the Hylos MVP performance coming out from that last game. And no, they don't lock the Hylos. They have the Phoveus instead. It's a very solid blind pick, but it does have a lot of counters. The Hylos should be picked up here. And this, I feel like the side of Incendio is going to be quite happy with.
Yeah, they end up going with the Phoveus, which, I mean, depends on how you're engaged. Oh, the Luigi picked up for Incendio. They finally left it open. And I think we were talking about this, the legend of Rosa on this. We're about to get a first-hand lesson for it. Not just because of the damage that can come out from a Lu Yi, especially against the fighters or other front-end rows, but the map pressure that ultimate can present for a lot of teams to get you all over the map. Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting to see where they go from here.
Okay, so the reason why the Joy came out this time around instead of the last game is that Incendio was lacking physical damage. They had the Harith, didn't work out. This time around with Alien on the Granger, they could mix the core damage, right? They have the Joy and the Granger. They're very happy with it. And they pick up this Lo Yi, which we haven't seen before. I'm excited to see how Rosa takes this. I have high expectations. Unfortunately, Private, I feel like it's going to do quite well. Now, I really thought that the Hylos was going to be prioed by the side of Elevate. They had an MVP performance in the last game. Hylos protects the Phoveus pick. They could opt to ban out this time around. And Hylos pairs up well with the dive pressure that Sulyu can provide here. So I think picking up this Valentina may be a mistake. However, it does have its worth, right? We've seen Enzo perform quite well on this Valentina in every one of his series. I would honestly say it's a signature pick coming out from the mid side.
I want to say that the Hylos is probably backed up a bit just because they don't want what essentially is like a 500-pound lightning rod for Lu Yi to really bounce off damage onto your team. So you've got that, like we talked about it. Hylos is not the most mobile. He's got one direction he goes, especially when he lays down that glorious pathway. That is forward, straight and forward. And there's nothing Lu Yi likes more than having something running at her where she can predict and be able to line up a lot of those yin-yangs for the bonus damage that it'll do. Not to mention, like we were talking about, the diversions that can come out from that ultimate. So, I mean, they definitely are probably looking for something that's going to be a little bit more mobile, maybe try to get some CC. Tigreal's taken off the board. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go, because that back line, that Lu Yi is going to be such a priority for this team.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a blind guess that Incendio is setting up for a Beleric. I played this Beleric myself, and when it comes down to a lot of these dive heroes, melee range especially, Valentina also a very short range mage, Beleric shines quite a bit. They come and try to attack the backside, and Beleric should be able to defend against some of that. I feel like that's what Incendio is looking to pick up. For the side of Elevate, they are missing a roam, and they like to go for the traditional picks. Against something like a Joy, I close my eyes, and I feel like the Kaja might come out. Maybe the Chow didn't do so well game one, but I just smell it. I think it's going to be a Kaja pick here. Incendio is going to go for something like a Beleric. They're missing the XP. You know, they could go for the Lucas that has been opened up here. They could go for the CC to deal with the laning phase of the Phoveus. Yeah, it's Lucas CC with the Beleric for the side of Incendio. And I think it's going to be a solo suppression. It could be the Chow. It could be the Kaja here. But both teams still have a little bit to work with.
The one thing for me is for Elevate, do we want to lean back into this Cho? Is there another answer that we could potentially use here? I mean, even them, the Beleric, I kind of fret, especially with a Lu Yi on the team. Just every single tank that I think of is just like, bro, the team has to have like this perfect spread away from that tank while the engagement's going on, but still be in a position. I don't hate it, especially because he's going to be able to negate a lot of the CC that can come out from a Lu Yi. And you're talking about the wild charge where he's just going to be able to blow through everybody to get to that back line.
You say you don't hate it. It's decent against the Louis because the Louis can stun. However, I hate it, Private. I'll put it out there. I'm not happy with this. The side of Elevate has always dove into a composition where they like to go for a pick, and especially with the Joy being slotted in so early on in the draft, they should be able to find a way to deal with it and to suppress it. They don't go with that. They go for something like a Grok, and a complete different draft coming out from the side of Incendio. I was completely wrong. The Chow with the 17% win rate gets slotted in. Don't know if it's in the roam. Don't know if it's in the XP. Also with the flex pick, Gato Kacha.
Yeah, interesting. And this, I mean, if the plan is for engagement is to dive into Incendio supremacy, but I also see I also see a decent way for them to disengage, especially because you've got the mobility from some of these heroes. Grok can possibly use that wild charge to create a little bit of a stun and distance, but with the Phoveus on their team, that's not a disengage. That is just an all-in, and please come and help as well if you have time. They're going to go ahead pick up the carry as well to round out their composition. And what are you thinking about these comps?
Yeah, expected for the carry pick. You know, the side of the side of Elevate actually was success picking this carry up, I believe, against the Joy. So this is something that they have. So against the Joy, they picked up this carry. Elevate was able to win game 2 against Incendio. So this is something Elevate, I think, is quite comfortable with. However, I'm scared for the carry because she's going to have the Purify, but Louis is going to be able to gap close, right? You also have the Chow chasing from the backside. You also have the AOG that with short range range characters like the Carry and the Valentina may struggle against here.
So that's why I said, like, I'm wondering if, like, because of the Grok, if that might be the immediate answer.
Difference?
Once we see them kind of coming out from a diversion, immediate wild charge, give your team time to try to disengage. I just don't know if, I mean, that sounds good on paper in a fantasy world, but, I mean, execution is something different when you're trying to react to something like that.
I like that, Private. Guys, this is going to be game number 3 against Incendio Supremacy versus Elevate here. It's a best of 5 series for the elimination, right? So this is going to be goodbye for one of these teams. And, you know, Incendio, again, is going to be the one that has that experience, has that background, and Elevate looking to get a win against them here.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about Carry and getting caught up when it comes to like a diversion and stuff like that, but we didn't even mention the fact that she's going to be dominated in her lane by Sunshine on this Granger for the first half anyway. So you're just gonna, it's gonna be not a pretty picture for the laning phases. We already see 3 members up there, and Tiso just kind of like trying to make sure he's getting the information, make sure he knows where everybody is before he gets himself caught up there.
Yeah, Purify already being popped by the Carry. I don't even know who popped it. It's just, Private, I want to say that I do not agree with how Elevate decided to draft this game. Against a Joy, there's no CC to counter. Maybe the wild charge, maybe they get a pick off here early on Apex 47 though.
Oh, but you see the Revitalize actually keeping up. Those early Revitalize, it's not enough to be able to save him, but just, I mean, it was putting a decent amount of health underneath him, and that's going to go ahead, set up this first objective. Alien coming in from the side there. Fafnir still has his Retribution, able to pick that up cleanly. So they do have a little bit of an advantage. I feel like the only problem is that Incendio, they're waiting for those power spikes. They know that they need to be passive. They're going to be very patient about it, and then we're going to see, I think it was around like the 9-10 minute mark where they really start to pop off. They know that they have the advantage, and that's where Elevate needs to be the most worrisome.
Yes, you're correct. It's a story that we've seen before by the side of Elevate to be able to set up early kills from their team. A 2-0, exactly the same in game 1, exactly the same in game 2. Incendio is just one of those teams that takes a little bit to get the gears running, right? Takes a few deaths here. You said about 9 minutes. It might be a little bit earlier with this teleport.
Oh, a nice diversion there. Does catch Lido and Fafnir, trying to put on the damage. Demonic force coming out, but not enough to offend that. Oh, wild charge into the wall. Boro saw Natalia out there, thought he had the grip on him, goes, runs into the wall, and that is going to be one of the abilities down for the side of Elevate.
I love the enthusiasm coming out from Boro. When you're playing the Chow, every time he gets like a flicker mistake, he pops like a little crying face, and he does it once again here. A very sneaky move by Tianzi, just really sniffing out the members of Elevate. They knew it was a potential fight and pick off coming out from the mid side, and he just dodges it and even baits out a huge skill. So Incendio already finding a little bit of an edge early on when they typically do fall a little bit short due to the aggressive early game that Elevate likes to draft through.
Oh, we see a little bit of a problem there. Alien gets caught at let's take a look at
that was the replay.
So, I mean, they're doing such a great job here, especially in the early game where we were expecting them to be a little bit more patient to wait for some of those power spikes, but they're taking every advantage that they have to kind of try to push this forward here. Now, lining up, they reset the turtle. This is going to give a little bit of an advantage for Incendio Supremacy to kind of come in. Alien comes in with the way of the dragon. Damage coming out for both teams. Lido slamming down with that demonic force. Avatar the Guardian comes in, but Fafnir still able to get the turtle. We do have a Revitalize popped out there as Boro trying to take down Apex, and Fafnir finds the final touches there. 1-3 in favor of Elevate.
Yeah, I will say I'm a little bit confused on Alien's part in that team fight. He decided to kick the Grok like early on, and there was just no impact, and that leads to Elevate having a free retribution on Fafnir, right? If Alien decides to save his kick, save his Jeet Kune Do for the jungler, potentially he could line up his skills with the AOG, and it would be a very solid strike here. I feel like it was a misplay on the side of Incendio. Elevate coming out ahead with a slight edge. But again, this is a very close game so far. Both teams not really allowing any bit of advantage go to any other side. But if it comes down to that super late game, I feel like Elevate might have the edge with the carry here.
That's frustrating. Apex 47 able to sneak in, grab that gold minion from Elevate there. Nothing more frustrating than working yourself on a gold minion, then somebody coming in, slapping it away. A little bit of a kiss there from Lido and Enzo as they connect from that passive of the Lu Yi.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about Rosa on this Louis a little bit early on. I do want to see if he is going to show the performance that we're looking for, the bans that are worthy here. Boro here coming out with the conceal play, looking to engage, decides to back off. I think that's going to be a good response. Elevate looking for some kills early on. It shows that they are quite aggressive, and they want to put a lot of emphasis on this gold lane just to be able to deny some of, you know, the stacks and the farm that this Granger has. But the mobility from the side of Incendio might be a lot to handle here.
Yeah, I do like the coverage that they have here, being able to kind of create that vision. Boro doing a great job making sure that, especially who's going to be on this carry. Rosa in a little bit of trouble is going to have to use that flicker to step back a bit. Looking for a trip home, decides against it here. Now the damage going on to Lido. Alien takes a heap of it as the rest of Incendio Supremacy are going to back up. Tiso coming in around the side, looking to help out for this team fight. And I want to say that's going to be put the big target on to Tizar. We're going to be looking at a diversion for the backside there. Taunt lands on, and down goes a Lido. Sunshine with the strike there. TNZ able to pick up this Lord. The rest of Elevate looking for an escape. Down goes one, and Boro able to flicker himself to the safety of his tower, but it allows Incendio Supremacy to get the turtle and to get the tie kills on the board.
Yeah, I think that was a very convincing pick off by the side of Incendio, right? They get the kick onto the Phobius, and they pick him off before the team fight even starts. And they start stacking skills, making sure that Fafnir is going to be away, and they get the retribution off. So Incendio actually coming out with a significant lead. 3,000 gold, 8 minutes when the game was just close coming out from both of these teams. The side of Incendio decides to put the metal on the gas. They not only get the mid tower, but also the outer bot tower.
Yeah, you got yourself an objective, you got yourself a kill, you got yourself a tower, and or you actually happy two towers out of that. I mean, that is that is a successful engagement if I've ever saw it. And this is what we mean by when we say like these kills, these engagements need to be getting you objectives, and that is exactly what they are doing. Diversion up at the top. They do not find anyone up there just yet.
Oh. Yeah, and I mean, the instant replay here actually didn't even catch it. They were able to grab up the carry with the divergent play. This might be the reason why Rosa doesn't get to play the Louis. And you can notice a lot of these matches that we've had, actually the Louis is open. But against Rosa, it's like a no, we don't let that happen here.
Ooh, Everdire the Guardian catches two members as Fafnir gets shut down by TNZ. The rest of the team getting bursted down. Two more deaths on the side of Elevate there. Rosa picks off one with a double team, and they're going to go ahead, mount the pressure to this mid lane tower as well.
I mean, Private, I'm a man of statistics. I love to go back and take a look at how people are drafting high, low pick ban rates and win rates. And if you just take a look across the board, right? Louis, 100% picker ban. Valentina, maybe near 50%. Carry, we don't see it often. Grok got picked one time, right? And you can see the side of Incendio just obliterate Elevate, Obliterate, Cho finding good targets, Granger just smacking in the back, 5-0 and 1. Joy, again, another high priority, and Apex on something that he is comfortable with. I feel like Incendio is playing the draft out to their perfection. They're comfortable, they're happy with the lead, and they're just gonna continuing just rampaging throughout the whole entire Elevate squad.
And I want to say right now, I believe that's around a 9K gold lead for Incendio Supremacy at the 10-minute mark. You mentioned a little bit earlier in the last match, there comes a point of no return where it's basically just time. We're just waiting for them to get to the core. Lord marching through mid, all lanes synced up perfectly. This is textbook how you want to execute an engagement. We do have a little bit of a wild charge goes out there. Sunshine does find himself one of the high ground towers. Lord at the core, as you see at the bottom. Sunshine continuing on to the next high ground tower. They're going to try to set their priority up to the top. Still some minion waves about to come. Wondering if Elevate's even going to be able to protect this. If they lose this high ground tower, I think it's pretty much going to be a game. Diversion is out and takes Rosa away to actually, Rosa's still right there. So they're going to continue on. We do have Tienzi taking a heap of damage. The electrifying beats, not enough to save him, so they do lose 2 here for that engagement, but it's not enough to really turn the tides of this. Still an 8K gold deficit for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, no, questionable plays coming out from Incendio. Sending Alien to his death. It's like a sacrifice that they must make. And that's the thing about the Luyi, a double-edged sword. You think about the divergent plays, it could go for a win, and sometimes it just doesn't have the mistakes. Boyle here coming out. Little bit of an aggressive move.
Oh, a nice flicker with the wild charge, able to take down Rosa, and now we have the demonic force, but Sunshine starting to clean up house. The damage from that turret style of what he can dish out. Tienzi looking for the angle now, looking for those electrifying beats to take down Enzo, who gets blasted down and finished off by Sunshine. Fafnir here looking for the kill onto Tienzi, decides against this fight as 3 members of Elevate looking to chase him down with his dancing shoes on. Fafnir left and right trying to get away from Apex, but Sunshine is quickly in tow. Tienzi there as well, and down he goes. 12-6 in favor of Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those sayings where it's like, don't play with your food, but you want to give the enemy a little bit of hope, and then you just take it all away. It's like giving the chow, giving the joy, and then they're like, yeah, we'll throw the game a little bit. We'll make it a little bit more interesting, give you guys a little bit of momentum, have you guys overuse some of your skills, and then just take it all away. Incendio with a full control of the whole entire map. They're going to take this Lord, set up for a good siege, and just end this game.
Wow. Sunshine was chasing down Boro. I thought he actually had the escape, but that final Death Sonata with the Sky Piercer able to put him 6 feet under. 13-minute mark right now. 10K gold deficit from Elevate. This final push looking to close things up for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Enzo's going to have to go back to the base to get some healing up. Same thing for Tiso as they finally put the finishing touches on to this top high ground tower. Lord coming through the mid is a luminous Lord. Lido taking very low. Avatar the Guardian misses wide. The rest of the damage coming out. Fafnir finds a kill onto Sunshine. An IMU, or is it an IMU? And Avatar the Guardian comes out as well for the side of Incendio Supremacy. Damage onto the core. They can't stop it, and that is going to bring it to a win for Incendio Supremacy.
You know, Incendio Supremacy with a dominating performance. MVP should be going to Sunshine with the Granger here. And it's a very convincing win, just like game number 1, where the MVP was based off of the very first pick. The side of Incendio, game number 1, picks up the Hayabusa, gets the MVP, and this time around, the Granger is the one that has the performance. it's very interesting that it feels like in this region, especially on the blue side, they're getting these overpowered picks that do not have a response. There's no trade coming out from both of these teams. It may just be that the side of Elevate, if Incendio bans out the Harith, you have to take out the Granger. There is no response in this draft. You could bring the Erythal if the side of Elevate is looking for it, but no, instead they want to pick up this Valentina early on. I think there was a lot more that they could do within their draft. Unfortunately, it just did not go in their favor.
Yeah, here, I mean, well-deserved MVP, 11 kills for Sunshine Rep. Fafnir, honestly, didn't have a terrible game, but it just, when the entire world is crashing down around him, most of his teammates had a lot of trouble. And I know that a lot of people are probably talking about this Grok pickup. Not the biggest priority, not probably the best pickup there, but I want to say that kind of shows the little bit of inexperience starting to show from Elevate when it comes to some of these high intensity matches and these high intensity situations where you may be leaning a little too far outside of the box for one of your picks and may have banned yourself into a little bit of a corner.
Yeah, I totally agree. It could be the inexperience showing. It could also be a well done by Incendio on the draft department, right? They know Boro is so good on the Matilda. And, you know, just judging from this, they don't want him to have the Badang either. So this means that Elevate, in order for them to push through, maybe they have to put a heavier prioritization on the roam. Right? We saw a great Hylisk gang being pushed out by Boro. Why don't we have that being picked up early? Why do we have to wait until the last pick where there's no more roams to be, you know, slotted in for them to pick up something, I would say, a very low tier Grok? If it worked out, great. But if it doesn't work out, it just adds on to the statistics on why Grok is not that meta pick that maybe the side of Elevate was looking to use here.
Yeah, and the unfortunate side here is it puts Incendio Supremacy up 2 games over their opponents here right now, Elevate, and almost at a game point. Sunshine here, 11-1 and 2. It's at a point where the Granger, there just needs to be a plan. If the enemy has Granger, there needs to be a plan. There needs to be a reason that you're not afraid of it. We can't just kind of shake it off and be like, oh, well, they got the Granger. No, there needs to be an answer in the form of, okay, we have a Harith, or we're going to provide a bunch of support up to that lane, or what we saw from the last series where we're going to have this wall that Granger cannot poke his way through and actually become this nuisance while we're dealing with the team. Here, they didn't have an answer, much like the last game where Incendio Supremacy kind of ignored the Fanny pick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Granger pick is very solid coming out from Incendio because it doesn't feel like Elevate wants to go for the Erythal. And I think that is a problem, right? You cannot give Granger without the counter, just like you're saying. Harith is not going to be good enough. Same thing. Carry may work out once or twice. Just in this matchup, it's still a losing lane at the top. You could put the Moskov, you could put the Bruno in. They all have Malefic Guns nerf. And it's just not good enough to deal with something like Sunshine's Granger, which he's had so much success with throughout this whole entire tournament. So if Incendio decides to opt for that like one Harith ban, making sure to take out the Granger is going to be a solid strategy that I think Elevate has to put on. But if they do so, things like the Louis opens up, the Fanny opens up, the Hayabusa first pick prio that got MVP in game number 1 opens up. So it's a pick your poison private, and maybe defending it against Rosa in the mid lane and allowing Rosa to have whatever he wants may be an option, because so far jungler MVP first pick blind prio, marksman MVP blind pick prio. There's no response here so far.
The thing is going to be really interesting to see where we kind of adjust here for Elevate. I mean, they've got a decent amount of tools. It just sometimes, and I've talked about this before, they're on fire when it comes to the picks, the bans, what they have before. Like I usually, you can tell the tone before that first banning or before the second banning phase starts, and you're just like, all right, I see where they're going here, I see what they're doing. And then there's sometimes where you're like on Elevate when it gets to that second banning phase, and you're like, what? And you're like, you're trying to figure out where they were trying to go, what the plan was, and why they gave up certain pickups. Here, they might be able to answer back. They've been able to go back and forth when it comes to it. There's still some priorities out there. We just saw how great the Fanny was. That Lu Yi, though, definitely needs to be put back into the ban shelf for these guys because it just provided too much. Not just that, but also an answer for that Granger. There needs to be something there. Needs to be it needs to be addressed. And I feel like sometimes we just kind of tunnel vision onto a plan. However, like I want to say, like this is probably the most lax I had seen a draft from Elevate, to the point where like I couldn't even nail down what was the plan in this composition. What were you going for? Or maybe it was a point of they had a plan for the first pick, boom, got countered by Elevate, and they're like, or got countered by Incendio, and they're like, all right, what do we do? All right, we'll go with this, and then boom, they're like, oh crap, we left Lu Yi open too, and then so it just maybe it kind of came down to that. Here we're going to probably see something a little bit more organized. A lot of prime picks taken off the board. Matilda's still open, still with the Zuxin as well.
Nah, Matilda's banned out. Yeah, you know, I love how you brought that up because Matilda Badang is two picks that Incendio just don't want to deal with. Again, it may not be that they don't know how to deal with. It may just be that they want to open up more picks. It corners teams that have a dominant roam that always gets, you know, the picks that they're looking for. Always gets a Matilda, always gets a Badang, right? And you know, for the side of Incendio to ban that out every single game, it shows how confident they are in every other role. All the roles have deep positions. Maybe they just want Apex to have a better matchup. But Dane gets banned out by the side of Elevate. It's very interesting to me. Why would they ban out a hero themselves? They're allowing Incendio to have an opportunity to pick, right? You know, they're definitely gonna open up the Harith and the Granger matchup. They've been successful with that. They're probably gonna pair it up with the Hylos, which has been success coming out from both of these teams. There's the mages that are open, like the Eve and the Zhu Xin, which should be a heavy priority. But if the Zhu Xin gets picked up by Elevate, Eve is going to be the direct counter right away. And if the Eve gets picked up by Elevate, well, you have to deal with the Zhu Xin Hylos, which we've seen that ain't working out.
I'm assuming they're going to go ahead and pick up the Zooks in here. You have the Harith out. Oh, yep, as I said. You have the Harith out there. So that's going to leave open the Zuxin and the Hylos combination that we had seen last yesterday that you thought was very overpowered. They don't go for that. They do go for they do go ahead pick up the Suyu with the Zuxin.
To deny pick, I think. Elevates has been playing this Suyo, and also a physical core, a physical jungler paired up with Harith is, you know, very strong, right? If we're looking at the tier list, it goes like Fanny, Suyu, and Joy. And Joy with Harith just is not great together. It's too magic damage. So I think denying that Suyu pick sets Elevate up for probably an alpha if they're looking at some sort of tier list, but there's still a lot available here.
They still have an option potentially with if they're going for the jungle. Yeah, I like alpha. Oh, I was just about to say Hylos with the Eve is a great pickup there. It's
3 magic though.
Yeah, 3 magic. So we're done with magic for right now, but I kind of like how these 3 picks kind of synergize together. The glorious pathway with the real world manipulation with the Zaman force to help quell with a lot of that damage that'll be raining down through an enemy who's just going to be walking in mud to try to get away. But I mean, these next picks are going to have to be something that can kind of help facilitate some of these fights as well.
Okay, see, this is a normal response, right? Granger being banned out, a free Harith, and you take the next possible marksman. This is standard draft coming out from both of these sides. This is comfortable for me, right? Incendio now lacks 2 front lines. Close my eyes, Gato Kacha taken off the board. Like, we don't even want to deal with that. There's still the Phoveus, there's still the Hilda that's possible. And Incendio very smartly takes out the physical damage dealer. We've seen the Alpha do a lot of work in every region across the board. There's still going to be the Nolan that we actually got to see from the last series that you cast, the Private, that did quite good in their matchup. So I'm interested to see if they're looking to ban that out or potentially another physical damage dealer.
Alpha's taken off the board. I'm wondering what other fighters we could potentially...
Lucas Jungle. Yes.
I was honestly,
yes.
I didn't not like, because they have an XP lane open here, so Lucas could fit into that as well. Oh, they take off Phoveus, which does kind of lean towards them possibly wanting to pick up a Lucas on their side. So
I don't know
to close the distance.
I don't like it because they're banning out their own physical damage dealers. Incendio is not hurt by, you know, less physical damage dealers. If they can, they should pick up something like a Magic XP and a Magic Roam to pair up with the 2 physicals that they have. However, Elevate, they're stuck. They need physical damage dealer. Lucas is the solid option out of all of these, but I think Incendio is definitely going to look to deny that away. I do think they need to take away the Gato Kacha. Apex 47 has been performing phenomenal on Gato Kacha throughout this whole entire tournament, and if they don't want Apex to be on it, Alien could take that and he's super happy with it at the same time.
I mean, I honestly, the one thing that came in them, and this is probably personal bias, but on the side of Elevate, Bane is not, especially
Bane?
when you have the team trapped inside so much CC, you can throw out that deadly catch. Bane has, especially with his passive, after every single attack, he gets a nice enhanced auto attack that is a cleave that takes on the whole group. So, I mean, that's not terrible. It's just I don't like Bane's squishiness when it comes to his early game and his the ability for enemy teams to be able to kind of invade his jungle without him being able to answer. When it comes, I don't even know what other options we have on the side of Elevate for some of those physical fighters that can come in. Nolan. There's well, as far as fighters are concerned, I feel like they just do. I'm not a fan of the Nolan because I just feel like things have to go so right for him to be picked up. And there's the Gato Kacha pickup you were talking about from the side of Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, again, I think it's a draft mistake. If you study how Incendio likes to draft, they love this flex pick. And they love to find Alien a good matchup on the XP. Oftentimes, you're going to see him on things like Dairoth, that deals with a lot of the tanky members. CC, that deals with a lot of stationary members. He just always has a good matchup. Lucas is now, I think, a high priority for both of these teams. Lucas gets picked up. Same thing with the Nolan here. 2 physical damage missing. Potato, potato. It's just how the order goes. Incendio here looking for an XP and a roam. This is interesting. They could go for something like a Chow to have a winning matchup at mid. It does add to the CC that they might be lacking. What else do you think here, Private?
Man, I think it chose the only logical part here, unless we're going to go with like a supporty type of a role, which, I mean, it really has not been as successful in the current meta right now. The thing for me is Elevate with this composition. I'm kind of looking for how they're going to be successful with it.
What's the counter matchup for Lucas here?
The only thing I know is Phoveus has been the counter matchup.
The 0% Edith comes out. You know, I talked about it where Incendio, they're not lacking in physical damage. They would love to have an XP and a roam going in the magic damage, and they do it just like that. An underrated Edith pick had a pretty high win rate in M series. However, hasn't had the shine, the aura that it has back in those days. And this may be interesting. I will say this, it's much better than the Benedetta pick, and it's much better than the Grok that we saw last one.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting, especially when it comes to looking for something for Magic defense. I was almost actually kind of leaning towards a Ruby too as well that could potentially be played out there. To give, I want to say, to give Zuxin just that much more of appeal when it comes to them trying to kind of close the distance on here. I'm actually wondering what Zuxin will pick up here. We're going to be going for a flicker, so we have a double kind of a step back there in the form of the Crimson Beacon, which is like its own little flicker as well, because you know they're going to be trying to close the distance on that Zuxin very fast, especially with heroes like Fafnir on this Nolan. They're going to be able to do that quite quickly. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to Game 4 of this series. Game point for Incendio Supremacy. Elevate looking to continue on if they can find a way to get over their opponents.
Yeah, I'm bittersweet here, right? This has been a great series, and multiple great series has been played throughout this whole entire weekend, and we're almost kind of, inching towards that last tier.
Ooh, big pop-up lands there. Apex 47 taken dangerously low. 10% actually might be losing his life. Fafnir comes in, does find the kill there. The entirety of Elevate looks for the disengage. However, Lito does get caught. Oh, Enzo actually gonna take some damage. Rosa very carefully. I thought that they were actually gonna take a tower shot there. And this is just the problem with that Zuxin pickup. Is just how much range that she has.
Yeah, both teams are quite happy with the trade. Maybe a slight advantage for Incendio because they took the XP instead of the roam here. And if you take a look at some of the mid lane matchups, right? Mid lane has always been a very prio lane. Eve should be able to deal with Zushin quite a bit, but Zushin still has the advantages that she has, right? She can basically clear the lane safely. She can build up defense and without too much punish. And that's just Zushin doing Zushin things.
Wow, Alien put a face into the wrong bush there. Elevate, Boro, and Fafnir were there to answer right away. Apex 47 coming in, trying to get that information. Rosa from the side as well. Lido coming to join in on the fight, but it looks like there's not going to be much to stop Elevate from picking up this first turtle. Little bit of airborne Boro there for Securance.
It's a good punish on to Alien. Right, the side of Elevate, they are very dominant in terms of their magic damage, so all 5 members are going to be building up for that tough boots, and it just allows Fafnir to have that clean, true damage that they're looking for. If Fafnir gets fed in this game, it's going to be a lot of trouble by the side of Incendio. But if they're able to deny Fafnir maybe a few more times here, they're going to be lacking in terms of that physical damage, giving Incendio a lead. So it just depends on how Elevate sets up their fights. So far, they're doing a great job getting Fafnir some kills.
The issue for me is as we get later and later, Rosa has a flicker too. That's just 2 options for Rosa to be able to get away. And if you start going in on these engagements and Rosa's on the outside just dishing damage and CC on with that lantern flare, it's going to be very hard for your team to really be able to kind of focus in, get these targets eliminated before it becomes too much for your team. Fafnir getting
and Incendio with the mid prio here. They get the clear first, so they can invade if they're looking for. Earlier on, Incendio did take the orange buff on the bottom side, allowing Elevate to get that clean objective of Boro. Actually here.
Oh, there's 3 people there. He actually kind of walked into that with the knowledge that they were there. Is going to have to use that glorious pathway to keep himself up along with his Revitalize. That's not going to stop Incendio Supremacy from going ahead, taking up that minion as well.
Yeah, interesting thing is that they popped 2 big spells from Boro, the Glorious Pathway and the Revitalize. They're opting to put a little bit of pressure onto the gold side. They do come back for the rotation here, though.
Ooh, Alien in trouble. Boro takes a heap of damage, gets put down by TNZ before this next turtle. That's going to be a roam down for Elevate when it comes to this objective. Lido dives in there, trying to put the damage on the alien, gets a pop-up for his efforts. Another pop-up there, and Fafnir able to sneak in, get the retribution as the Lantern Flare picks up his teammate. Fafnir again there gets picked up with that Lantern Flare. 2-3 right now, just in favor of Incendio Supremacy. Still basically a tie game though.
Yeah, and I want to give props to Lido there, right? He was just distracting and taunting Incendio to put so much spell, so much utility on to this Lucas, and it's just allowing, Side of Elevate to sneak in that objective. And now Side of Elevate going for a 4-1 rotation. They have Lido onto the spot side, making sure that Tiso is in a good position, and they potentially are just allowing this Nolan to get the farm that he's looking for, and it's great. They can get Nolan the physical damage items that he needs.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we do lay down a Zaman Force. Boro in trouble. It does have the Revitalize out, get put onto the enemy side of the team. That's another death for Boro. I mean, we've talked about it before that those... TNZ going to dive in here. It's not going to be enough as Tiso having to disengage from Incendio Supremacy, who have really put on the gas. Avatar the Guardian does slam down, misses 2 members. Lido alone against the team, pops his vengeance. Down comes the real world manipulation, not able to pick up any kills for their team. And that is a jungle taken by Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, again, although Incendio Supremacy is, dominating the whole entire map, I feel like as long as Fafnir is getting the farm that he's looking for, the side of Elevate has the potential to just knock out units one by one here. Right? He has the ability to just burst down anyone that he's looking for. Incendio, they really have to, prioritize some of the targets, especially the physical damage, right? Harith, Eve, that's a lot of magic damage, and Incendio does a great job grouping up as a 5-man unit. However, they're still not getting Fafnir. And if Fafnir continues to get fed, if you take a look at the gold lead, it's just not that significant, where I would say it's a one-sided match from Incendio.
The one thing I haven't seen is for that. Oh, here we go. But we do have a glorious pathway out there as well, looking for that real world manipulation to slam down the floor. Alien and Apex taking a heap of damage. TNZ finds a kill onto Lido. Down goes Boro. Alien eventually taken down, and Tiso getting the business from the side of Incendio Supremacy. Rosa able to lift him up with that Lantern Flare. 4-8 right now in favor of Incendio Supremacy as they get another objective.
Yeah, the side of Incendio with a great team fight there. We saw Lucas was able to get onto the backside to push units forward, but unfortunately just does not have enough resistance, right? Incendio was able to take care of business there. The amount of CC that Rosa has provided paired up with Apex and also Alien is just a lot to deal with, and Elevate just hasn't found the response that they're looking for. Fafnir does pick up his purple buff. That is going to be a great pickup because, Nolan does need that buff. However, Incendio with a great setup onto the top side, looking to get some objectives here.
For me, I'm kind of like, there's some great shining points in this composition, especially when you're talking about the wombo combo possibilities here that can come out, especially with Enzo. That last fight, I didn't even see a real world manipulation down on the ground to really couple with that glorious pathway. So I'm kind of wondering what happened there, or... because I feel like that's supposed to be the big thing to kind of award. At the very least, you distance Rosa from the fight because she's going to use that Crimson Beacon to get away. She's going to use her Flicker to get away, but we don't even have that. So Rosa's just freely laying down that Lantern Flare onto your team while they're fighting.
Yeah, unfortunately, the amount of flickers and blinks that Rosa has is a little bit hard for Enzo to deal with. Paired that up with the mobility of that Rithel. And also, yeah, see, look, just gets away, like, pretty much protected here. And you also have to deal with the AOG that comes out from the backside. I think Enzo doesn't really like the matchup that he has in this game because there's just so much dive coming in.
Here's the thing, too, is that they go ahead and they start... a lot of damage that does go on to Sunshine. But do we just use a glorious pathway to try to close the distance on a Gatakacha? I mean, he's just going to be able to use the Avatar of the Guardian to zoom himself away from that fight there. purple buff now. A lot of aggression being coming out here from Incendio Supremacy. Rosa gets a little bit of a slow there from Enzo on the side. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think Enzo is really having a rough go of it because once you lay down that real world manipulation, it's going to be a sitting target for a lot of these abilities to come out.
Yep, and I think that's just the strength of Incendio's draft, right? They're able to get set up some fights that are just quite hard. And when you have something like an Edith and Gato, that's like 2 stuns right there. And they have to worry about Rosa's knockup. Like, that's annoying. And then you got TNZ coming in from the back, just gap closing with his 2 dashes. Like, that's so much mobility that I think Incendio has emphasized in their draft. And it's leading them to success when it comes down to sieging, when it comes down to setting up some of these team fights. And they might just get away with everything uncontested.
At this point, though, with how they're slowly being choked out, I'm at a point where I'm just like, just try it. Just try it. Let's just try it and see if they can make it to you and close the distance fast enough. Because right now, it just, we do have real manipulation coming out there, followed by the Glorious Pathway. Does slow them up, but they're all on the outside edge of it, able to escape from it as well. Down to the high ground tower, TNZ dives in onto Enzo. Ooh, that Lantern Flare just narrowly misses the CC that it needed, and Rosa picks up another kill onto Lido. And Lido, I thought, was going to have a much better game here to be able to potentially dive into the back line and maybe take up or pick off Rosa, but we just have not been able to see it.
I will say this, though. I felt a little bit scared if Incendio was not able to make a play just there, because the composition that they have, but Fafnir here getting picked off, that's terrible, right? But, you know, the Lord is coming up in 50 seconds. Again, I just want to emphasize that a Hylos Eve Harith combination has been proven to be quite deadly. Doesn't matter what time, what point of the game it is. And especially when the game drags on, where the gold lead is going to be much more even and less impactful. I think Incendio has to look to close out the game a little bit early.
Ooh, it's about a 8k gold lead right now. Boro does get caught, popped out the Glorious Pathway, trying to put the damage on.
Oh no.
The side of Incendio Supremacy. But it does look like Sunshine able to find a kill on to Light. Avatar, the Guardian, slams down, trying to cut off the escape of Elevate. And Incendio Supremacy still able to find an escape. They don't find, they only find 1 kill there, but are able to successfully push off Elevate for this next Lord.
Yeah, Nolan in a pretty interesting position. I don't know if that's going to be that impactful here. The Gato actually finds him. So Fafnir is going to be taken out here.
Yeah, there is no escape for him there, and now you don't even have a retribution. I was going to say we're getting to the point here where the entire team just needs to buck up and try to make something happen at the Lord. Unfortunately, with everybody split off, it's one of the things I hate what happens in the late game is you're going to have that one, especially key person picked off, no retribution for your team, so not a chance for you to be able to even maybe get like that 50-50.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in, but Incendio has honestly set up this game from the draft. They, you know, kind of cornered Enzo in a position to pick up this Eve. They found a way to deal with the Hylos, especially with the front line they have themselves here and looking for another pickup.
Oh, yeah, Boro gets taken out again. Their Alien does pop the Primal Wrath there, putting the damage onto Lido, now focusing their efforts onto this high ground tower at the bottom. Lord taking a heap of damage from Elevate. The rest of Incendio Supremacy have minions rolling in at mid. Not sure if they're going to try to mount the pressure here. We do have...
No.
Oh, and the Avatar of the Guardian slams down. This is... I guess I got my answer from Enzo. Trying for that real-world manipulation. Immediately answered by the Avatar of the Guardian. Apex comes in, slams down, and Enzo goes down in a heap of a Mage Flurry. And this is going to wrap it up. Boro taking the last hit. This is going to be Incendio Supremacy moving on to the finals.
Well done. Incendio Supremacy definitely proving that they are the better team for this decider match here. 3-1 and quite convincing with all their victories coming through. And You know, I really have to give a shout out to the Incendio drafter out there. I don't know who is behind the scenes doing it, but it really does play a part in how Incendio is able to get a lot of these victories. They open up a lot of key target heroes. Multiple members have deep hero pools, signature picks that really, you know, they can counter the Hylos. They can come out with the Gato Kacha. They're not scared to go against the Granger and the Harith without either one. They also have a strong mid lane Rosa here coming out with a great performance, but the MVP falls on to Tianzi. 10 kills on the board, high priority Soyo pick that I think that was taken and denied away from Elevate here.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wonder if this maybe might have gone a little different had Boro not taken a heap of those early deaths before a lot of these objective fights. Because we could have, I feel like the plan was there to have the glorious pathway, to have the real world manipulation. I'm still not sold that it might not have worked. We just had to be a little bit more patient. Glorious pathway, they rush in, maybe try to draw out that Avatar the Guardian into the fight. Once that Avatar the Guardian is down though, we can go ahead and use the real world manipulation, but we never even had that opportunity because a lot of these fights Boro really wasn't even a part of because he had either wasted his abilities or he was taken down because he had gotten jumped by like 4 or 3 of them before these matches even got into that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate, right? But again, a great job, a great close by Incendio Supremacy. 10, 0, and 6, 90% kill participation. And again, they are just so solid with a lot of these blind picks. They set their drafts and ban up so well that they understand what they want to prioritize and always leads them to success. Incendio coming out with a force to be reckoned with. You know, I'm scared for the teams that they have to play up against. It's not that they're undefeated though, Private. They've lost games here, but definitely a very strong performance and adjustment coming out from yesterday.
Yeah, proving why they have that history behind them and they have that veteran status here. Elevate, some great matches coming out from Elevate, but back to the drawing board, and hopefully we get to see them stronger and better than ever next season.
Stronger than better than ever, and stronger and better than ever in the challenge finals, as they will be walking into the challenge finals as one of the 2 Turkish representative in the 4 teams. Now, definitely they are a force to be reckoned with, right, guys? They were the upper bracket, one of the final teams. They did lose to Team Falcons, but that's the only series they lost so far. And moving into the challenge finals is going to be a hell of a run for all the teams that will be heading there.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, especially what these Final Four have to offer us, especially when we mix up these groups a bit. As we can take a look at their results. Falcons over Incendio Supremacy were able to qualify yesterday and then today with a 3-1 dominating victory over Elevate. Incendio Supremacy move on to qualify for the Challenge Finals.
Yeah. I'm totally excited to see how these teams are going to be going for. You know, I'm actually excited to see how Birthright is going to be doing in one of their earlier international stages here. I know a lot of these teams, they haven't played the best Mobile Legends that they really maybe wanted to have. So definitely go back and watching some of these matches and analyzing how they could do a little bit better, because the upcoming matches are just going to be harder.
They are going to be harder, but we did see Danny interview with Weezy, and he showed confidence, and confidence is what they performed this entire tournament. So a lot to look forward to for the challenge finals. Now we have Birthright from EU, Team Falcons from MENA, and Papyrus Supermassive and Incendio Supremacy representing Turkey this tournament. So we have a mix from each region.
Yeah, and it's really exciting to see. I'm super excited to see how we end up here. We were talking a little bit about Birthright. A lot of new teams here kind of stepping forward to kind of carry the torches. And then I want to say that old veteran status, the grizzled veteran in Incendio Supremacy, formerly Fireflex, formerly Ufeldnar, I believe, if I said that right, but just a lot of experience there, and I'm definitely so excited to see how they perform against each other.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of old names, a lot of old people coming out. But don't forget to follow us on our social. It is at ESL Mobile from X, Instagram, and also Facebook.
Yeah, and also make sure to join us on our almost say TikTok there, but TikTok is back in the US. Just a side note there. But join us on our Discord channel, Snapdragon Pro Series. We saw a lot of amazing performance, especially with the first match today. So you bet there's going to be a lot of highlights posted in all the socials. So make sure to follow us and tune in for all the latest details and a sneak peek at the challenge finals, which will be not too long in the future. Yeah, and it's go ahead, Private. What are some of your thoughts closing out this series and the entire challenge season?
I mean, it's if you think you know how these teams are going to perform, if you think you know you going into this, there were just so many different surprises that each and every one of these teams was able to bring. Even Elevate, who unfortunately got knocked out, bringing out just a wonderful Fanny, showing a lot of skill level from all of these teams. And I know that the surprises are just going to continue as we move into the finals.
Yeah, and for me, I'm just happy to be here. A lot of great teams, a lot of great matches, great hosts, great production. Everything has been so smooth and fun and exciting for me. So I'm just excited to see what is up next for Snapdragon.
UA is always just glad to be here, and we are all indeed just glad to be here. Super excited to cast this entire tournament with the amazing casters, as well as for you guys to be joining with us. So make sure to continue following the Snapdragon Pro Series. Follow us on our socials and stay tuned for the challenge finals and the Mobile Masters coming up next. Now, without further ado, guys, make sure to enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll miss you guys. That's a wrap for the challenge season.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.